All right, good morning and welcome everyone back to the 2025 Lancaster Archery Classic at Spooky Nook Sports Complex here in Manheim, PA. It is Sunday morning, championship weekend here at the Classic. And welcome everyone to the Lancaster Archery broadcast booth. I'm PJ Riley sitting alongside Chuck Cooley. Chuck, we've had some great matches already, but today we're hoping for some more good ones.
It's been a weekend. Holy cow, some excitement going on out there. I had a blast watching the barebow guys again last night. That's some of the most exciting shooting you can see out here. And today's going to be no slouch either. There's some big matches coming up, some big upsets that you're going to see that created the brackets for today. And man, if you've got nothing to do this afternoon and this morning, you need to be tuned into this for sure.
Absolutely. Well, Chuck, we're going to run through our rules here. Take us through how we got to this point for our first division.
Well, the top four qualifiers are, they make it in and they rank their ties broken by 11s. That's the center X ring. And then it's a bottom up or a ladder format where the lowest seed comes in against the seed above that, and then they work themselves to the finish. Number 4 versus 3. The 12 ring in the bottom of the target, you'll see that. It's a little tiny white dot. It's 1.5 centimeters in size, so it's a challenge to go after that. Max points for this particular round are 136. You must call that 12 if you're going to try to go for it, and you only get one call per end. So there's going to be some strategy there on when you decide to hit that button and go for it.
Absolutely, Chuck. So we should mention that Masters Open Pro is our first division. So we're going to go out to Josh Grind to bring in our first archers.
All right, let's get this morning started with Masters Open Pro, your 4th place qualifier. Danny Minnick from Amherst, Virginia. He was 2nd in the 2019 Classic. Welcome, Danny, to the stage. All right, and your 3rd place qualifier from Lowville, Ohio, Randy Morocco. He's been ASA Shooter of the Year and Indoor Nationals champ. Welcome, Randy, to the stage.
Been here multiple times. He was shooting in the Masters Open class, was on the big stage here for that. Moved up to the pro class, finished 2nd last year. Randy Morocco, he is an indoor national champ and has just been working on his game. Seems like the last couple years, Randy has really elevated.
He has, you know, the last couple of years, especially into the ASA realm, really become a dominant force. You know, if you go head-to-head against him, you are gonna have a fight on your hands. You know, I jokingly, I call him the preacher, but there's nothing soft about that guy. He's gonna make you earn every single point.
Absolutely. So we want to remind folks out there, Chuck, that what happened is every archer we're going to see today shot 60 arrows in qualification. We ranked them based off of that, and then we went into like an NCAA style bracket for elimination matches to get down to the final 8, or as in this division, the final 4 who are in our finalists.
Right, and so Danny, to get here, he had to go against Mark Rubio, was number 4 qualifier.
Yep.
He took him out 127 to 116, and then went up against Tim Audis, again, another legend in the sport. Took him out 128, 124 to put him in this position here.
So Randy, first arrow, inside out 11. Looks like Danny has an 11 as well with his first arrow. So these guys here, Masters Open Pro, that means 50 plus. And they're gonna throw down some big scores.
Good steady shot there. He looks comfortable. A little bit of a tremble there. See that little wobble? Wow, smoked it.
started in target archery the way many of us did. He was a bow hunter. Needed something to do in the winter.
Mm-hmm. See that little bobble is just right there?
Yeah.
And if you were paying attention, he had a big green dot in his scope here, and that's going to help him see that in this lighting condition.
10.
All right, we're going to go out to Josh Grine. We're going to meet our archers.
Let's put our hands together for these guys. Good morning, Randy.
Good morning, Josh. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are the nerves up there? This is an old show for you, right?
Oh, yeah, but the nerves never stop.
Nerves never stop. Well, you came out at 8 o'clock in the morning, shot a pretty good round. Why don't you run through your equipment that got you here this weekend?
So I have a Matthews Title 40, Hamskea Rest, True Ball Excel sight, Ultra View scope housing, Hamskea Peep sight, True Ball HBC Rest, gold tip, black gold tip triple X's with boning vanes.
So you got the match bowstrings on there. What knocks you have on those arrows?
Boning double lock.
Seems to be working well for you.
Yeah.
Good luck the rest of the morning. We're here to Danny. This is your second time up here. The nerves any better this time? Probably worse.
I love it when they have to go through their equipment there and kind of give everybody an idea of what they're using. I think it gives the archers a really good perspective on what kind of variations guys are going to use to set up their gear to be successful out here.
There's 18,000 different configurations you could have up there. So
I like that you've done the math on that.
I may be off by one or two,
One or
but between bows, sights, scopes, stabilizers, I mean, there's no standardization there.
Oh, Randy, Danny there. Little of a pump. Now, they are on a clock here. Keep that in mind.
30 seconds they get, which is actually 10 seconds more than in most competitions. Usually it's a 20-second clock. So,
Little high right there on Danny. Now, Randy, for what it's worth, to get here in these matches, he qualified number 7 in the overall qualification bracket. Went up against Benton Christensen, past champion here.
yeah, last year's champ.
131, 129, and then he went up against Bill Drake, 129, 128. So a real tough match there, and that put him in this position to get in the shootout.
Yeah, Randy Morocco, I talked to him yesterday, and he said this year he's in the middle of living his dream. He's doing nothing but competing in archery. He said he's never done that. He's always worked his whole life. He said this year, he said he wanted to take 1 year and do nothing but compete as a pro.
I'll tell you what, that's going to be trouble for a lot of people. You give a guy like that kind of time and that kind of freedom.
Yeah.
Now, his last shot went off a little bit quick there. You saw the little kind of where he caught his bow there. Dropped it in there for a 10.
11.
Good looking shot.
There we go. All right, Josh is going to run through Danny's equipment.
The last 2 hours, so you're able to settle those nerves down. Why don't you tell us about the equipment you're using this weekend?
I'm shooting a new Hoyt Concept X. Shibuya ball, Shibuya sight, Shibuya scope, Hamskea Rest, and shooting a Scott Apex Core release.
What arrows you got back there?
Easton 2712s with Bita Knox.
And what bowstrings you have on there?
Huh?
What bowstrings you using?
Factory.
Factory bowstrings. Danny, how long you been shooting?
All in all, probably 17 years, but I took about 15 years off one time.
17 years. Well, congratulations on making it this far. Good luck the rest of the morning.
I took 15 years off one time. That's a different way of explaining it.
You know, I'm impressed with the fact that he's shooting the factory strings. You know, that's not a common thing with most archers, but I think you've seen in the last couple of years, you know, especially with Hoyt.
Yep, fuse strings.
Yeah, they've really stepped up their in-house string making game, and you can really trust those factory strings. You don't necessarily have to, you know, take them off like a lot of guys do as soon as they take the bow out of a box. and you can really trust those. Just a little tall there for a 9.
Yeah, Danny's shooting a fuse, and we heard Randy shooting the match, which is Matthew's factory strings.
Mm-hmm.
And Chuck, I always like to mention, you know, these are the masters, the 50 plus. So on a Sunday morning at 8 o'clock, we start with them. Because if you're going to look for somebody who's been awake for 3 hours, it's guys over 50 at 8 a.m.
Yeah, they're the first guys in line at 6 a.m. for the breakfast at the hotel. They've been up for a couple hours already.
Might as well have them shoot.
A little low 10 there. Still a pretty tight match. Only 2 points separating these guys.
That is a big dot he's got in there, Chuck.
Mm-hmm.
He's obviously covering a good portion of what he's aiming at. And, you know, and then conversely, you see some archers who like a real small dot.
Yeah, I'm a small dot guy. Let it float in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
And Danny's probably a cover the whole yellow, let it settle in the red kind of guy. Look at that 1 point match. My hunch is going to be one of them's going to touch that 12 button here on the next. And
yeah, we should mention, you know, that 12 button, we had a special whole new setup for that this
I saw
year,
that, yeah.
where there's a button on a pedestal behind them, so they turn around, and then the floor under their feet will light up, as well as there's a number 12 in the background that will light up red.
I saw that, and it was really great looking at the camera angles last night, you know, for the shoot-offs.
Yeah.
So the camera's looking at them. You can see that 12 back there. And I was like, oh, I bet that's by design so that we can tell who's doing what.
The original 12 button was handmade on site here in the Nook. That was the thing that they stepped on the floor. So it was rigged. But then we had one of our customer service, our return specialist, Sean Snyder. He made these boxes for us that are really well done, professionally done.
Yeah, they light up. It's really cool. You know, I don't think anybody really takes into consideration the pressure of when you elevate yourself that 10 inches off the floor there, the difference that it makes in your brain. It feels like you're standing on a mountain out there all by yourself.
Well, a lot of what I've been hearing is a lot of folks now will practice. They'll have Lancaster Archery warm-ups, and that's one of the things they do is they put their shooters on platforms just to give them some experience with it.
Yeah, we used to do that back home as well. I like this. We got a time match going into the final 3 arrows. Danny leads it off.
11.
Good solid start. Little head shake there. He kind of doubted, wondered how he shook that in.
You always like those.
11.
All right, here we go. We only had one shoot-off yesterday, Chuck, so maybe we'll start the day off with one here now.
Let's do it. Look at the tip of that stabilizer, barely moving.
11.
Yep, he did. He caught the edge of that.
I see Randy with some up-down movement.
11.
Got it. That was a longer hold for him.
I'd rather it go straight up and down than 3 to 9. I'll take a
What-
6-12.
What, I don't see any of them doing the figure 8 like I do, Chuck.
Yeah, that's what mine has been lately.
There we go, 33
You know what?
for
There's a
Danny.
perfect start. So now it's all on Randy here to either tie it up or hand it off.
He did not go to the 12, so he wants to tie it.
10.
Oh, just low.
You saw that little bobble right there at the end. Yep.
All right. While we wait for our official scores, Danny, you seem to settle those nerves. Ending with a 33. How'd that last one feel?
I don't know, that person shouldn't have been there.
Well, we'll say good equipment. If it goes off and it shouldn't be there, it's there. Well, that's great shooting. Danny, you've been shooting for a while. Who got you into archery?
I just started bow hunting, and I had friends that were shooting target archery, and I just started shooting with them. And
That's what makes this sport great, all the friends. Well, let's wait for the official scores down there to end this match. Some close arrow calls down there.
That one's not close. That one is as piped as you can get. That top one, though. I can't see it from this angle on this side.
Usually a 27, Chuck, if you get it inside that 10 line, yeah, you can see that hole.
It's just there,
Yep.
yeah.
Yep, they upgraded it.
Yep, they did. Congratulations to Danny.
Place finisher. Randy's payout for fourth is $1,000. Congratulations, Randy.
Good, solid Sunday payoff there for,
Yeah, $1,000.
yeah.
That's nothing to sneeze at. But good first win for Danny Minnick, you know, get the nerves out.
Now he's warmed up a little bit
Yep.
and coming into this next match.
All right, so we're
uh,
going to go out to Josh Grind, and he's going to bring in our other archer.
All right, we're going to bring out your second place qualifier, Morgan London from Saro, Sweden. He's a 3-time World Games champ and a 5-time world champ. Put your hands together for Morgan London.
This is a fantastic blast from the past. For those who've been archery fans for a long, long, long time, you're looking at a staple on the indoor rounds, you know, consistently in the Vegas shoot-off and things like that. It's fantastic to see Morgan back over here.
Yeah, he said the last time he was here at the Classic was 9 years ago at when we had our big snowstorm.
Just a little bit of snow that year.
36 inches overnight in the middle of the Classic. That was the biggest snowstorm in 100 years in this area.
I remember seeing Rob out there on a little Kubota trying to clear the parking lots.
It was a mess. So welcome back, Morgan. Glad to have you here and on the big stage. Sweden sent a bunch of archers this year.
Mm-hmm.
11.
I was watching him practice backstage. He's a little different. He's got a very measured, calculated shot, and I never saw him miss the 11.
Yeah, he was right on fire. Yeah. Now, Morgan, to get here, he was our number 6 qualifier overall in the first 60 arrow matches. Went up against Clint Smith out of Georgia, beat him 129 to 126, and then went up against Michael Braden and just edged that out 130 to 129, and that put him here in the finals. A little low for a 10.
Danny looks much more comfortable now. He's getting into his groove.
Yep, picked up right where he left off.
11.
11-11, piping that one.
I heard some of the barebow archers last night say there was a light difference going from one platform to the other. We saw Morgan come in and he made Danny move over to the left side platform, move him off his comfort spot. But with barebow, they're aiming a different way.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, they're aiming off the tip of the arrow or something like that.
it's
Yeah.
probably not as pronounced to these guys from side to side.
Yeah, but you still want to try to offset that guy's.
Why not?
You know, some gamesmanship. You know, he's
Yeah.
obviously gotten comfortable on that first box.
All right, Josh is going to introduce us to Morgan.
Morgan, welcome to the stage.
What?
Welcome.
Thank you.
So, Morgan, is this your first time at the Classic?
No, number 5.
First time on the stage. How's it feel?
Nice.
Nice. Well, you're shooting very well. Keep it up, Morgan.
A man of few words.
That's right.
It's all about business right now. Interesting vein combo on his arrows.
Yeah, I saw that back there, and it caught my eye, but then I didn't look at it closely.
Kind of looked like a spin wing.
They were very helical, or It caught my attention, then I got distracted. But it's harsh, helical. And then, yeah, as you mentioned, there's also some bend in the veins. I mean, they make spin wings that compound shooters use. Maybe that's what he's shooting. I don't know.
We should get Josh to ask him about that. That would be a really cool piece of information. But it definitely looks like a spin wing. See how he's
got the tape.
Taped on both ends? That kind of leads me to believe that's a spin wing on there, on a big aluminum shaft.
Yeah, we should mention, Chuck, so these guys here are both shooting what we call 27/64 diameter arrows. That's the biggest you can shoot anywhere in competition.
Yep.
And why not? Because if you that helps you catch those lines.
But you'll see a unique balance between some guys running a carbon 27, right? A little bit lighter tube, and then they can play with the point weight a little bit more. And then there's the school of thought that you go with the aluminum tube. Oh wow, a big 8 there.
Big shot there.
But you'll see him go to that aluminum tube, which has a little more mass to it. And again, you're playing with the points, point weight. Looks like he's running a top hat point there.
Yeah, both these guys shooting.
A little bit longer
Eastern
in his hole.
aluminums.
Did you see that?
Yeah.
Danny looks like he's running the points from Jesse Broadwater. That long ballistic point looks like he's got in that.
Competition archery products. That would make sense for Morgan to have the top hats. They're from Germany. Not too far from him, well, at least closer than here.
See, both of these guys struggle a little bit in this second end.
Yeah.
Danny with a super strange 8. Really offbeat pace for him.
Yeah, we don't, the pro level, it's rare to see one go in anything red.
Still only a 1-point difference really in the match, depending on Morgan's arrow there.
Yeah. Let's go to Josh.
I shoot dart on, Exodus, and east on arrow.
She's got dart and east end. What sight do you have on there?
Shibuya,
And bars?
Donkey,
And what string are you shooting on here?
BCI,
BCI, you got your Easton arrows. What knocks are on there?
Beta.
What seems to be working well for you? Keep it up. We need a translator back there for that.
A little bit of crowd cheering. I'm impressed at actually how many people we have in the crowd for something this early in the morning.
Yeah. Hey.
Everybody gets a hot seat early in the morning.
Well, we should mention, Chuck, this is the largest indoor archery tournament on the East Coast, and this year was our biggest. We had 3,014 competitors. This is our first time going over the 3,000 mark. So, big turnout this year. We're appreciative of everybody who came out. And right now, this weekend.
An idea of the scale of that, the impact of that. I remember when Vegas wasn't 3,000 archers, right? So now you have the Lancaster event as large or bigger than Vegas used to be.
Yeah.
It's an amazing testament to what you guys have done here for the archery community, especially on the East Coast.
To give some scale, Chuck, our first year we had 160. And we did it in our shop.
I remember I shot some of those.
And now we're here, 750,000 square feet.
Just a tiny little place.
Just a little bit.
Ooh.
High 9. If you hadn't, obviously you can see from Morgan's jersey, Darton, so he's shooting one of the new Darton bows. One of our big sponsors here at the Classic.
Nice, comfortable position. I was watching his hand on the release there, on the button. Not a puncher. Nice straight pull through.
We'll see a puncher. He's coming up next.
controlled shooting.
11.
You know,
Solid. I think Danny's going to have to hit that 12 button eventually.
11, 10 line.
yeah,
Yep.
5 points, potentially 4. That's a lot to overcome.
He's going to need that 12, and then he's going to need Morgan to edge a couple out there.
Yeah, and that's a tough position to be in. You know, you can only call that 12 once per end. So we shoot 4 ends. So at best, you've got 4 calls at it. You get to this point, you're 4 or 5 points behind. You can't go back and pick up those points. So it's kind of, it's not easy to hit. So you don't want to come out right out of the gate and miss it.
It's tiny. It's smaller than the regular 11 ring.
Yeah.
1.2 centimeters.
It's yeah, it's just bigger. You can fit a 27 inside out in it, but just barely.
I think that's one of the coolest developments that you guys created for this event, is that ability to kind of make up that point, you know.
Well, we got to the pro level, and it was just like 11, 11, 11, 11, 11, 11, 11, 11, 11. It was like, how do you give them some strategy? If it's just aim for the middle, there's no strategy.
Yeah.
So
it's just don't miss.
Yeah, you throw something out there, and that makes guys think, what if I shot this first end? Dave Cousins famously came out, first time up here, went for it. He missed, but you could tell he was hoping to put pressure on the other guy. Last end, 4-point lead.
10.
There's one of the windows that he needed. Now he needs to capitalize here.
Yeah.
Put an 11 on the board. Yep.
Okay.
All right.
Got one back.
Going to plan it currently. Now he needs Morgan to hit a 10 on one of these last 2 arrows to have a chance.
11.
Oh, got that one.
Job number 1 here, hit that 11 ring.
11, 10 line.
I think that got it.
Let me take a look. I got a set of 15 power binoculars over here. I'm going to say he's probably got that.
That looked good. Our spotter's on the other side of the arrow, so you can't see it too well.
9, 10.
Oh, there it is. But Danny didn't go for the 12.
Doesn't need to. That's a 2-point swing, so if he puts it in the 11 here.
He might need it at 10 asterisk. He must see that it's in.
11.
No. Chuck, we need these arrow calls.
Yeah, those asterisks mean everything right now.
Well, but even still, if it only goes up to an 11, he's down by 1 because that 9's
Oh yeah,
not
he should have.
getting
Yeah, doing
changed.
the math, he should have done the 12. Let's see what the final call is. But
I think he's going to lose by 1.
He is. He's going to. Yeah, even if Morgan stays a 9.
Which yeah.
See, and that's the rush of being on the stage. And I noticed he doesn't have a coach in the box.
No, he doesn't.
So
say,
somebody could have
"Hey,
tasked
man,
you know, hey,
hit that 12."
Because you're trying to do that math in your head real
Right.
fast. There's a lot of pressure on you.
I'd be lucky if I could remember my name. So I'm not doing that math up there.
Yeah, it's going to Morgan. It's going to Morgan.
So, Danny, your payout for third is $1,250 from LAS and $1,000 from Hoyt. Congratulations, Danny. And Morgan moves on to the next match.
Congratulations, Morgan Lundin.
Without further ado, let's get out your first place qualifier. I don't know how much introduction he needs, but Mr. Timothy Gillingham from Provo, Utah. He is a 2-time Classic champ, Put your hands together for Tim the Hammer Gillingham.
Tim doesn't even need the stage to stand to be that tall.
Yeah, he could stand on the floor and we wouldn't know.
I saw him just walk through the arch there. The archers walk through. He had his bow over his shoulder and hit the top of the arch. He almost took it over with him.
Yeah, Chuck, we want to make sure that we congratulate Danny Minnick for finishing third here at the Classic. So he did make the podium.
Great run.
And now we're up here, Chuck, and we're going to have to explain what's going on with Tim's bow, because people are going to be like, if you're not tuned into archery, you're going to say, what is that?
That is a walker.
He is in the master's class.
I have threatened to put tennis balls on the end of that stabilizer for him. But Tim is, if you look back through Tim's career, he is, big drop there on his first arrow.
He did not like that.
Tim has been on the forefront of trying all sorts of new ways of being successful. Not afraid to tinker and try. And you can see he's got a big wide set of dual stabilizers on the front and duals off the back to keep that bow as steady as he possibly can.
Nothing about what he has up there is stock. His release is a true ball execute that he has modified the trigger on to make it work for him. Yeah, you can't look at Tim and say, oh, that's how I need to set up my bow. It works for him.
Yeah,
it may not work for anyone else on the planet.
He's got a very unique fit because of his super extra long draw length.
Yeah, he's a big guy, 6'5", 6'6".
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's big, so. But Morgan here is keeping it together. He's in a nice rhythm, and Tim gave him that window right at the get-go. But I know he'll go for that 12.
Yeah, Tim going for the 12 is not going to scare him even a little bit.
Here we go.
Good morning. Tim, we know how much you look forward to indoor every year. This being your favorite event and favorite season, indoor season, tell us what bow you're shooting this morning.
This is a new Title 40. I actually like this tournament in indoor. It's not bad. It's a little bit different once you get to the shoot-off. It's a little bit different game. So got the new Title 40. Awesome bow. Finally starting to really get along well with it. So looking forward to a really good season this year.
What arrows are you shooting there in Knox?
Gold tip triple X, Acculite Knox, Q2I 4-inch 4-fletch.
Let's get ahead of the YouTube comments here and questions. How long is that riser bar in between your two stabilizers there?
12 inches.
12 inches. He's got bars going everywhere. That is Tim Gillingham. After one end, we've got Morgan with a 33 and Tim with a 31. Tim, just a reminder, that 12 ring is always in play.
So,
just hit the
coincidentally, or maybe not, Chuck, Tim with 4 stabilizers out there, he's in the business of selling stabilizers.
Yeah, yes, he is.
So if he could get every archer to buy 4, imagine the salesmanship there.
And he's not afraid to tell you that you need to use it.
Morgan with a 2-point lead. 11. And if he keeps shooting like that, he's got to go for that 12 because, remember, he may have to make up 2 points. And you can only call that 12 once per end.
See his finger come off the release there. And that's, he's not the puncher that he used to be. Yeah, I think he controls it much better than he used to.
Yeah, he's gotten into like precision air rifle shooting. Mm-hmm. He said that kind of helps him with his trigger work. And Morgan's just cruising. He's got that 11 dialed.
11. Tim, too, right there in the same hole. Now, Tim was our number 9 qualifier overall. Shot a 132, 126 against Mike Hulbert. And then went head-to-head against Jamie Drouillard.
Number 1.
Mm-hmm. Took him out 130, 127. And that put him here. Number 1 qualifier. Ooh. And there it is. There's the 12.
Knew he had to do it. How much time?
He's down to 18, 17 seconds. 15 by the time he starts to draw here. Still plenty of time for Tim. And this shoot-off situation doesn't scare him even a little bit.
If he can see it. Whoa. Oh, he got it.
Wow, yes. Yes. There's a big fist bump. Heck yes. Look at that big sigh.
That is the hammer. He's often said, you know, he's not afraid to lose, and if that's what he has to do, he'll do it.
Mm-hmm.
And like we were saying, Chuck, he had to think about it early. Here we go. Let's take a look at that 12. I was going to say he had his eyes closed.
Tim, you practice aiming at the 12s.
No risk, no reward.
Yes, got it.
I just figured if I miss, then I
So Tim is actually one of the folks who was calling for something like this.
Playing it early. Tim, I do have to ask, in qualifications, you're kind of always out there and you're a little further back and I don't like this game. And sure enough, we get into eliminations and I look over and you're the number 1 seed. What is your mental shift between qualification and elimination?
Well, usually in qualification, I'm stressed out, totally. And in eliminations, I have a little bit better time, like playing the game between that one guy. So I think I just focus better. I get a little overwhelmed in the whole competition. I'm in my own head, I guess.
Well, you're doing well. Keep those 12s rolling. After 2 ends, we've got Morgan with the 66, Tim with the 65.
All right, yeah, climbed that. So what I was saying was Tim was one of the folks who was calling for that 12 ring because he wanted to add some risk reward. That's what he likes. It's in between the 7 and 8 ring, so the risk is huge. If he would have missed that, he'd have been out of it.
Yeah, but, you know, like you say, he's not afraid to put himself in a position to win. And, you know, if it goes sideways, at least he tried to put himself in a position to win. It's putting everything out there. There's nothing about safe.
Yeah, because as you can see, and now maybe even Morgan may start to think about that 12.
Well, now Morgan's got to think, hey, he can do it if he needs to do it. So it puts a little extra pressure on him.
Yeah.
But Tim, like you mentioned, being in the head-to-heads, you know, he's so used to the shoot-off position, whether it be in the ASA or any other event. He's so comfortable in a shoot-off. And during qualification rounds, you know, there's a lot going on. He's setting up a booth. He's working the booth. He's dealing with customers. And then he's trying to get his arrows off.
Yeah, we should mention, Tim's not one who just comes to a shoot, shows up and shoots. He works from the start to the finish.
He's a busy, busy man. I envy his energy.
Morgan has a 10 asterisk here. I couldn't see it. Give a look with your binoculars, Chuck.
Let me see.
That's definitely a 10.
Oh, yeah. That's the door Tim needs for sure. Yeah, from here, I'm going to say that second one is definitely an 11.
Oh, we got it.
33, so.
We got it. Tie match. There we go. So we can see right there, Chuck, his coach is Kyle Douglas. Not too shabby an indoor guy himself.
Yeah, if you want somebody in your box that knows something about shooting.
There's Tim's reaction there.
Yep, now he knows it's down to that one arrow.
Yeah.
I think Morgan's saying he did, Tim. He said you guys have shot together before. Do you remember the match?
Oh, I don't remember the past.
I don't remember the past.
These two guys.
I wonder if that means Morgan beat him in that one, so Tim forgot it.
I'm sure it does.
Pushed it right out. Tie match here.
Here we go. Last end, Chuck. 12 is in play.
Look, these guys are talking strategy real quick. You see that?
So it's important who shoots first. Oh, there you go. Morgan put Tim on the seat to shoot first.
Put him on the hot seat.
Which does two things. Now Morgan has last shot, but Tim can go for that 12, and if he hits it, forces Morgan's hand.
Yeah, but he took that control away from Tim by giving himself the last arrow. Rolls through that release nice and comfortable.
Yeah, Morgan shoots a hinge unlike Tim, so Morgan has no trigger on his release. The release has to rotate. He's just pulling steady.
Oh, 10.
All right.
A high 10.
So he will definitely go for the 12 on this last arrow.
Unless Morgan hits a 10.
Yep. There it is.
And instantly he went for that 12.
There's the 12. This is it.
He's got to hit this to have a
Has
chance
to
for a
hit it.
tie.
18 seconds. He hits surgery. 12. Oh, he got
Yes. And that's a very solid 12. Oh, Morgan's going for the 12. He's going
this
for the
is
win.
for the win, so this is it. This is the match, Chuck.
Checkers or wreckers.
This is it.
If he hits the 12, he wins.
He wins. Misses it, Tim wins.
No.
Oh, he missed.
And Tim's your champion.
Tim the Hammer Gillingham. 2 12s to take it. Let's go to Josh. Well, Josh is waiting for the scores to be official out there to tell us what Morgan has won. But what a great match there, Chuck, to start the day. Morgan Lundin did everything he could right up to the end. Needed that 12.
And both guys calling a 12 in the final end of the
hammer.
match, right down to the last arrow.
Oh, Tim
What a way to
Gillingham.
get your morning started.
Here we go.
Tim Gillingham is your winner, making Morgan your second place finisher with a $2,000 payout from LAS, a $3,500 payout from Darton. Congratulations, Morgan.
Good weekend.
Tim, that 12 ring comes in big. Tell us about that last arrow.
Well, I was hoping not to have to get put in that position, but the way my shot process, the way I fire on basically sight picture, that seems to be a little easier task to hit a smaller color than to hit the center of a bigger color. So, I felt pretty confident coming in. That first arrow got away from me. I bumped the trigger a little bit early, and it kind of put me in a bad spot, but I got back.
Well, congratulations for first place. You get $4,000 from LAS, $5,000 from Matthew. Tim, we will see you later this year.
Great payday for Tim. Congratulations to him.
Hey, that's what we like to see, Chuck. Finishing out on a 12 like that for the Hammer, Tim Gillingham, his second win here in the Masters Open Pro class. Chuck, that's going to do it for us here for the Masters Open Pro. Folks, don't go anywhere. We'll be back here at the 2025 Lancaster Archery Classic.
And our champion, Tanya Galantine.
And it's going to be Bodie Turner, your 2024 Open Pro champion.
Our champion, Duna Lim. 2024 Olympic recurve champ, Brady Ellison. At the Lancaster Archery Foundation, it's our mission to get as many people as possible involved in the sport of archery. One way we do that is by providing grants to local clubs in need of equipment, for collegiate scholarships, and to elite athletes traveling abroad.
We thank Lancaster Archery Foundation for supporting our collegiate athletes who bring the sport to different communities in northwestern Pennsylvania.
You can help us in our mission by donating today at lancasterarcheryfoundation.org.
How do you take archery's flagship arrow to a whole new level? Introducing the all-new Easton 5mm FMJ Max. It allows faster speeds to your target and features a seamless AccuCarbon core fused with a precision aluminum jacket overlay, delivering higher energy at impact and increased momentum, making it the ultimate shaft for taking down big game. FMJ Max, the go-to arrow for today's most serious bow hunters. To learn more, visit your Easton dealer now or go to eastonarchery.com.
Bow's packed with new features and technology.
And our champion, Tanya Galantine.
And it's going to be Bodie Turner, your 2024 Open Pro champion.
Our champion, Duna Lim. 2024 Olympic recurve champ, Brady Ellison. At the Lancaster Archery Foundation, it's our mission to get as many people as possible involved in the sport of archery. One way we do that is by providing grants to local clubs in need of equipment, for collegiate scholarships, and to elite athletes traveling abroad.
We thank Lancaster Archery Foundation for supporting our collegiate athletes who bring the sport to different communities in northwestern Pennsylvania.
You can help us in our mission by donating today at lancasterarcheryfoundation.org.
How do you take archery's flagship arrow to a whole new level? Introducing the all-new Easton 5mm FMJ Max. It allows faster speeds to your target and features a seamless AccuCarbon core fused with a precision aluminum jacket overlay, delivering higher energy at impact and increased momentum, making it the ultimate shaft for taking down big game. FMJ Max, the go-to arrow for today's most serious bow hunters. To learn more, visit your Easton dealer now or go to eastonarchery.com.
Bow's packed with new features and technology. Next in the evolution of carbon bows.
I like it, dude.
Shooting IBO speeds of up to 340 feet per second. This bow will reach draw lengths of out to 32 inches.
Right where he's sitting. Down.
What does it mean to be unrivaled? To be unrivaled isn't about winning a trophy. It's about putting in the hours that nobody else sees. To be unrivaled isn't just a choice, it's a lifestyle. It's to push yourself to be your best day in and day out. Gas Bowstrings. Be unrivaled.
At HHA, bow hunting is in our blood. At the moment of truth, there are no shortcuts, no excuses. It's just you and your bow. So when we build a sight, We build a sight for these moments that take your breath away. For the past 40 years, we've been setting the tempo for bow sights in the hunting industry, and this year, we did it yet again. New for 2025, the Nitrix from HHA.
All eyes on me. All eyes on me. All eyes on me. All eyes on me.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 2025 Lancaster Archery Classic here in Manheim, Pennsylvania at the Spooky Nook Sports Complex, as we are getting ready for another one of our shoot-up finals at the largest indoor archery tournament on the East Coast. I'm Craig White, sitting alongside Chuck Cooley, as we are going to be bringing you this action for this class, which is Bowhunter. Now, Chuck, let's talk a little bit about the weekend and how things have been here in Manheim, Pennsylvania.
What a fantastic weekend this year. We have a record turnout here again for the Lancaster Classic. More archers in every single division, growing every single year. I mentioned earlier that this year, with over 3,000 archers competing, this event is larger than Vegas used to be. You know, it's really, really becoming one of the premier events in the United States and the world when you take a look at all the people that are coming here from Europe and South America and things like that. What an amazing show that Lancaster Archery puts on.
And one of the things that obviously this tournament and other tournaments provide is, you know, depending on your class and what type of bow you want to shoot and your age, you can line up next to some of the best. I mean, if you signed up for Olympic recurve, you could find yourself on the line shooting next to Brady Ellison.
Yeah, or Casey, or any one of the world champions that you're going to see in any given divisions. You're going to see ASA champions here. You're going to see world archery champions here. The best archers in the world, right on down to kids, you know, that are 10, 12 years old, just getting started in the game.
All right, so for this one, we've had all the people in this category. They had a qualification round, then we had elimination matches, and we take the top 4. The rank ties are broken by 11. We're going to talk more about that, but it's a bottom-up format, so the number 4 qualifier is going to shoot against the number 3 qualifier. Whoever wins that match goes against 2, and whoever wins that match goes against number 1. Chuck, tell us about the scoring.
The scoring is pretty straightforward. It's a 11 ring in the middle, and then you have a bonus 12 ring that you can go for once every end. It's a tiny little 1.7 centimeter white dot. Maximum points for the match are 136. You have to call the 12 if you're going to go for it, and you only get 1 call per end.
And now we're ready to get going, so let's get PJ to welcome our athletes to the field of play.
All right, Bowhunter division, our first match. We're going to bring out our number 4 seed from Spotsylvania, Virginia, John Duvall. And our number 3 seed from Mullins, West Virginia, Alex Burrell.
Well, Chuck, this class so important with transitioning archers from hunting over to target archery, isn't it?
Yes, it is. You know, you see guys who are typically, you know, you'd see in the woods shooting 3D or something like that without doing the long stabilizers and the super fancy sights. But it's also progressed to a fairly technical division. Shorter stabilizers, can't move your sight, things like that. Have to use just a pin.
Yeah, no lens, no magnification.
Yep, but they can still run the larger arrow so that they can try to get a couple extra points and things like that. But don't let it sleep on you. These guys lay down some really, really powerful scores.
All right, so the target is 18 meters, just shy of 20 yards downrange to that 40-centimeter target face. And the one thing that we've seen over the last couple of years is the gap closing between your open categories with, like Chuck said, magnification, long stabilizers, all the bells and whistles. They have really closed the gap here in Bowhunter to those scores. But this still remains a massively competitive class.
What an incredible start. Now, Alex, who's up on the screen now, he was our number 7 qualifier. And to put himself here, he went up against Christopher Haycock, number 26. He won that match, 129-122. And then went up against Ken Morris, won that match, 130-125. And that put him here.
Yeah, and the thing that's so amazing about the Lancaster Archery Classic is that every arrow you shoot is cumulative over time. So you're talking about the qualification of, like, say, John Duvall, he qualified in the 22nd spot, but he had such great elimination matches that every arrow he had counts as points. So that's how they rank you. So the total points he scored this weekend, 1,001. And Alex's total points he scored so far before they shot this end is 1,020. And that's how they rank them 1 through 4. So pretty incredible. It's like, even for John Duvall, qualifying 28, 22nd, got him right here. Here's PJ.
Welcome to the Lancaster Archery Classic final stage. Have you been on the stage before?
Thank you, PJ. I have not. This is my second Classic, and this is my first in the shoot-up.
How's it feel to be up there?
Like everybody says.
This is the Bowhunter division. Is this easier than taking aim at a 160 class buck?
Well, how I feel right now is probably pretty equivalent.
All right, run through your equipment for us, Jonathan. We'd always like to see what you guys are shooting.
Got the Matthews Title 38, Hamsky Resk, Excel, and then Black Eagle 26s.
What strings you got on there?
Just a match.
Okay. And your Knocks.
This is going to be the Boning Blazers.
All right, release.
UV hinge 2.
All right, great setup there. Jonathan, thank you for coming to the Classic. Right now, Jonathan Duvall holds a 1-point lead, 31-30.
And, Chuck Cooley, the point is brought up, too, is that you more than likely wouldn't see a Title 38 in the woods. So you see a lot of these shooters are going to break out what would be a literally target-specific bow. I mean, I'm sure somebody hunts with one, for sure, but it's not something you're typically going to see in the woods. And so it's really a target bow with a Bowhunter setup.
But you'll see these manufacturers use this information, right? It's just like, top-tier auto racing. They're using something that might not necessarily be used in the hunting format, but they'll take the results and the technology and the experience and the feedback from these guys, and then they'll put that into their hunting equipment to make that equipment more successful and more comfortable and easier to shoot. See both of these guys running that ETAC light on there. Keep that pin nice and bright so they can see it in this format.
All right, so if Duvall can shoot 11 here, he'll go back to his 1-point lead.
10.
Just a little bit on the right side there. Really comfortable looking shot there. These guys falling into a little bit of a groove, getting a little more comfortable after the second in.
Strong.
Good, solid, strong shot.
Here's PJ.
Alex, I recognize your name. How many times have you been to the stage before? Never on the stage. How many times to the Classic?
I think this is the 9th.
9th time. All right, so you made it up here. Is this something you work for all year?
Absolutely. I look forward to this more than any other shoot.
All right, we appreciate your support. Alex, run through your equipment for us.
I've got an Elite Exalt 35, Beestinger microhex bars, Hamsky wrist, CB axis sight, and Scott release. And got gold tip 30Xs with biter Hunter Knox and boning vanes.
All right, 4 Fletch. Alex, congratulations on making it to the final stage. We appreciate you coming out all those years. And folks, we've got a tie match, 62-62 after 2 ends. 2 to go.
You know, for Alex, he really had put down a good second end. They're all just to the left side on the X ring and the 10 ring, where in the first it was up, down, a little bit to the right. Not a lot of variance there and cutting lines, but I can clearly see from, you know, what the target looks like that Alex really putting together a good solid second end.
And that may be getting used to that loading when they transfer from the practice range to this range. It's slightly different. We do a really good job of trying to recreate that look and feel. But that you may be seeing that adjustment that they make between that first and second.
Also, the other advantage, Chuck, that I noticed is that with all the matches we had yesterday, a lot of these shooters in the practice area where I was during the first match we had today were already talking about where they were going to be, what lane they wanted to be in, based on what they saw yesterday from shooters before them. And there is a monitor back there in the practice range, so they can look to see what's going on today. But it's been such great lighting here this year that we haven't seen a lot, like a blaring difference.
Yeah, it's very, very similar. And again, you know, that goes back to the tech team, you know, doing a really fantastic job of trying to recreate a practice area that feels like the shoot-off area. But then the gamesmanship of displacing a guy from where he is comfortable on the stage, moving him to the next block, so it looks a little different.
The other thing to note, too, as now Alex with a 31 on that end. Ooh, just off to the right. So that 10 line or that 10 asterisk is going to make a difference. But one of the things to note, too, is in this class you mentioned that you can't move your sight.
Right.
So there's 2 ways to approach this risk-reward 12 ring if you're shooting in the open category. And one of that is going to be just to aim at it, right, to aim directly at it. The other way is that people have a sight adjustment that they can make, so they can still aim in the center of the target, but it's basically going to move your sight where you're going to be, if you know, hitting that 12 ring. You practice that at home. There's only one option for these shooters because you can't move your sight, right? Which is if you are going to call that 12 ring, if you need it and you need to go for it, you're going to have to aim directly at it. So I hope you practice it at home.
Yeah, it's a completely different mindset than the freestyle or the open division where they can adjust that sight, just like you say, yeah. And you have to make sure you've got a pin small enough that you're not completely hiding it, you know, like we saw with Morgan in a match earlier. Morgan Lundeen had a really big dot, which was great for covering the yellow.
Yeah.
But it completely obliterated the 12 ring, made it really hard to aim at. So now you see here the official letting them know what order they're going to shoot in. Who's shooting first, who's shooting second, make sure they stay on track. Again, they have a 30-second clock here to get their arrow off.
1 point advantage for Alex Burnell from West Virginia in this final end. The winner of this match will shoot against the number 2 qualifier coming up after this.
Puts it right in that same series of holes that he's got just on the left side of the 10 ring there.
10.
And if you're watching at home, you can kind of look at that pattern, see what their target's looking like.
9.
Ooh, straight low. Big open door for him here if he can capitalize.
11.
He does. All right, so 12 is called.
12 is called.
And he needs it. He absolutely needs it.
You can see that bow just dip a little bit, trying to find that 1.5 centimeter dot.
Smoke it, 12.
Yes.
Smoked it.
Wow. And I know you can't tell from the camera angle at home, but from where I'm sitting, I've got a pair of binoculars here, and I can see he absolutely drilled that thing.
11.
He came back to answer with 11. He needed that for the win.
Yep.
He put the pressure on him to make him work for it. Wow, what a shot.
Confident execution and just center punched it, but unfortunately it's not going to be enough.
Look at that, inside out.
Wow.
That's
That'll win you 10,000 in Vegas. Is that the next Lancaster Archery Classic bonus? For anybody who shoots an inside out 12, they get an extra $1,000 or something. Yeah. Rob right now is cursing me. He's going, Greg, shut your mouth, please.
Stop spending my money.
Yeah.
Wow, what a great finish, though. Congratulations.
Yeah, it definitely hurts to not be on the podium, but at least you're walking away knowing you're the only one to do it so far this tournament this year.
I think did he say he was running 25s?
I'm not sure. Let's go to BJ.
All right, moving on to our number 2 seed from Upper Strasburg, Ethan Piper.
All right, so Ethan Piper coming in and, and looking at his reasons for competing with the Bowhunter setup. He wants to keep on top of hunting. And Chuck, that's something that's very interesting. We often see in the hunting community, especially people that are busy, they have jobs, they obviously don't hunt full time, is that it gets to be like 2 weeks before hunting season and all of a sudden they break their bow out. I saw a friend of mine was like, never cleaned his arrows off from last year, and he was like, uh-oh. And then they start practicing. So this...
Was it Marlowe?
No. It was a guy back home in North Carolina. But that's funny. But no, so I think that this is a good way for, it's a good lesson for a hunter. It's like come in, shoot indoor archery when things start to get cold and stay on top of it. So when hunting season hits, you're going to be fresh, you're going to be fit.
I think it's going to put a lot more confidence in your pocket when you get into the deer woods, right?
Yeah.
9.
Now, Ethan came in as your number 4 overall qualifier. Went up against Brett Partlow, our 29th qualifier. Won that match 129-116 pretty handily. And then went up against John Sailing. Beat him 127-120. And that put him here in this finals match.
Yeah, his total accumulated points was 1,025 to get him to the number 2 seed. That is some 12 points away, though, from our number 1 qualifier who will take the stage and face the winner of this match.
I think it's important for you archers at home, if you're wondering what it takes to get here, pay attention to that overall gross score. Hey, what do I need to be shooting for scores? Well, there's a benchmark there for you to make it to here. You got to be in that 1025. Kind of gives you, if you're paying attention, a little bit of a benchmark to measure it at home to see what it takes.
Here's PJ.
I recognize from the Bowhunter division through the years. I can't remember, though. Have you been on the final stage before?
Never made the final stage. This is first year.
How many years have you been coming to the Classic?
This is a 4th year.
4th year. All right. Welcome to the stage. Can you run through your gear for us?
I'm shooting a Darton Sequel 33, true ball sight, AAE rest, Conquest bars, Black Eagle arrows. That's about it.
All right, and you've got your Bowhunter die hat on. Both these guys do. We have a special contingency. We'll meet one of our Bowhunter die friends, but there's a special contingency offered by our partners at Bowhunter die. So these guys both have their hats on. We'll talk about that in a bit. But after one end, we have a 1-point lead for Ethan Piper, 30, Alex Burrell, 29.
All right, so just a single point difference.
Here's a good comparison to something that you brought up in the earlier match. Shooting a 33-inch bow, actually in a camo color, more of your traditional sized, quote, hunting bow. But still shooting it extremely well at a high level.
Oh, yeah. Ethan Piper, who we're watching now, has been an IBO shoot-off, so won the first leg of the Triple Crown in the Pro Hunter category. He's no stranger to high-level shooting. And 20 years that Piper's been doing it.
So he started shooting before he was born, by the way. It looks.
Don't forget Alex Burrell,
Burrell's-
who just smoked that
Yeah, I
one.
was gonna say, he
2024
piped
IBO World Champion in the Pro Hunter class.
11.
Starting to find a groove here.
Good shot.
He's tied up the match.
11.
Good looking arrow. These guys definitely starting to get into their rhythm here by the second end. Ooh. Big push left. Held on to that a little bit longer than his first two arrows. A little bit strong through that shot.
11, 11, 11.
Wow, 33. Woo.
Strong.
With Bowhunter.
Yep.
No lens, no magnification.
So Alex, first time up on the stage, just threw down a 33. Are you feeling more comfortable?
Not really. A little better after that, but still.
So back home in West Virginia, where do you shoot? What's your main practice area?
Our local club, the Wyoming County Bowhunter Association.
All right. Is there a good indoor scene down there?
At times. It's up and down.
And are you able to prepare for this in any way down there?
Some. We have some really good shooters. It's really good competition. You know, and we try to do a warm-up round every year before this. So.
All right, great. Well, that practice looks like it's paying off. We have a switch now, 2-point lead for Alex Burrell, 62-60 for Ethan Piper. 2 ends down, 2 ends to go. Don't forget
And he
that
said a
12
warm-up
button,
round.
guys.
And a lot of people will look at the Lancaster Archery Classic and do that. Clubs will have these warm-up rounds. And so basically what he's saying is that they'll bring these targets out, or they'll score, instead of a traditional Vegas score, they'll add that X-ring as 11 points. And then there's quite a few clubs, especially in this area, down in Virginia, like down to Virginia as well, that will basically have a shoot where every single person gets to shoot elimination matches. So they get to practice what an elimination match is like.
Get that feel.
Yeah, you can't simulate this. There's elevated platforms, there's TV cameras, there's a massive screen over the targets. There's a crowd here that continues to fill up this morning. And then, of course, you have the bright red button to push if you need that 12.
Ooh, an open door here. Possibly. Yeah, those practice matches are becoming more and more popular. Especially, we see them a lot in Pennsylvania, the New York area where I'm from. There's a lot of places that do these.
10.
Looks really comfortable there. No real shimmy
10.
shape, no nerves, it looks like.
And if you take a 12-inch bar and put weights on it, or you take a 30-inch bar and put weights on it, it definitely makes the bow feel different.
11.
Good shot from Burrell there.
It's also why you see younger shooters dominate this class, the Bowhunter class, because it does take a bit more strength, I think, you know, in order to really keep that bow as steady as possible with the short stabilizers on it. And there's a reason why people are shooting, 28 to 34-inch bars
They
in
still have
the
shoulders.
open category. Yeah,
Not like you and I have.
these guys, yeah, they still have shoulder strength. Yeah. So we're waiting to hear about the official score on Ethan's first arrow, that 9 asterisks. If you're new to archery, basically what happens is that our scores are coming in. Those are non-confirmed scores until the judge gets down there and has a really good look at it. And then the judge will call in from the bail to our scorers on inco.net if you want to follow along with the scores at any time. They have tons of tournaments on there. They're partnered with NFAA. They're partnered with this tournament. They're partnered with World Archery. So you can follow all kinds of matches. So we wait to see if this is a 1-point advantage or a 2-point advantage. So it's upgraded to an 11. Ooh. To an 11.
Wow.
All of a sudden, time match. That was a bit of a surprise.
Well, that's
of you call
we
as
that's
hit.
you know,
So I appreciate it.
our scoring team, you know, we've got to put something on the board there, right? So that's that 9 asterisk. That way we can kind of give you guys at home something to watch and something to pay attention to. We're not doing it for built-in drama. We're doing it to try to keep the match up to speed.
And that's why we have judges down there on the spot with magnifying glasses.
So going into the last end. Oh, man, here we're going to have a battle. They did change that target. No, they didn't. I'm sorry.
Oh, the target face.
Yeah.
They have the option.
9.
Ooh, Piper with a 2-point lead, 2 arrows to go. Now, right here is where I'd be hitting that 12 button. Try to get myself back into it. But if he hits an 11, he's going to bring it down to a 1-point match.
10.
Now he's got to go for it no matter what on the last arrow.
Gotta hit the button.
Yep, there it is. He goes, turns right around, reaches for it. He knows he's got to go for that 12. Let's see if that pin's going to cover that up nicely and we see a repeat.
Just to tie the match, they'll have to go to a shoot-off.
He got it.
He got it. Wow, what an amazing shot. These Bowhunter guys are really laying it down when it comes to a fine point.
And they look at each other like, oh, man, knock him on.
One more arrow.
Let's ask Alex.
Let's go to
What's
PJ.
that look like in your sight picture? Can you even see that thing?
No, it's non-existent.
All right, got to trust that shot process. You got it.
So we're waiting for confirmation on these scores from the judges just to make sure that our eyes don't deceive us, and we do have a 123 to 123 score.
If you're looking at the screen,
wait a second. Hold on a second. It looks like one of the arrows got upgraded, and for Piper. So even with that 12, it's going to be a 32. So it's going to be 124 to 123. No shoot off for Alex Burrell. His journey ends here. And he'll finish in 3rd place. So he comes in as the 3rd qualifier. So far, John Duvall in 4th and Burrell in 3rd place. And now it's time to welcome our #1 archer.
All right, let's bring out our #1 seed in Bowhunter from Franklin, Pennsylvania, the defending champ in this division, Ethan Conway.
'24 Classic Champ, 2024 IBO World Champ. And this young man is on a tear at the moment. Already behind the bow for 8 years is Ethan Conway. And what keeps him coming to archery is the people and the drive. That drive to get better. This is going to be some match because Ethan Conway, who came in as the #1 qualifier after 60 arrows.
Man,
now, Chuck, as you know,
down.
that with that 11 in play, the highest possible score you can shoot is a 660 point. This young athlete, 654, he only dropped 6 points in his qualification, and then a 128, 128, 127, 1,037 total points shot before this arrow. This kid's on fire.
He would have qualified in the top of the pack in the Open Pro division. Comes out of the gate with a 10. Played the game, moved Piper over. Has that Bowhunter die shirt, hat on.
Going for that contingency.
$250.
Hey, that's worth a hat.
And a really wide 9 there.
11.
Ooh, solid start. He's definitely going to need this. Up by 3 already.
11.
There we go. Starting to find the groove, but see how he's living on that left edge there.
Yeah.
Wow, out of the gate with a 33.
Making a statement. Here's PJ.
Ethan Conway, welcome back to the stage. Does it feel like you never left?
No.
So Ethan, before we get into your gear, I want to talk about your qualifying score of a 654 in Bowhunter. You would have qualified for eliminations in the Open Pro class. Tell us about your qualification round. That went really well for you.
Yeah, I mean, it's just flowing, so they went in the middle.
It went in the middle.
Just went in the middle.
All right, Ethan, tell us what you're shooting here today.
So I got the Matthews Title 34 with Excel sight and scope, bee stinger stabilizers, gold tip arrows, and a fulcrum flex release.
What strings you got there? They stock?
Yeah.
And your knocks?
I think they're Easton.
They are. All right. Ethan, welcome back to the final stage. You can see Ethan's picture on one of the 2024 banners there. There he is on the left side of the screen. So, we've got a 3-point lead for Ethan Piper, who shot a perfect 33. Ethan Conway with a 30.
All right, so a 3-point swing. And look, you know, we've seen Piper shoot 9s and 10s as well, so this is not over. You know, if this was the Open Pro category with, you know, open compound bows, you might take 3 points in the first end.
That's a mountain to climb, yeah.
But not necessarily in this class, even though these shooters are shooting lights out right now.
Yeah, so Piper dropped a 10 there. So here's a chance for Ethan to come back, grab one of those points that he needs.
10.
Just tall. Man, I'd love to have it just flowing where you shot a 654 Bowhunter. Can you imagine?
10.
Low 10. You could see it in his eyes there. He really had a question when that shot went off. There he is, back into the groove. Absolutely piped that one.
11.
31 for this end. Ethan really needs an 11 to stay tighter in the match here.
11.
There it is. That's what he needed.
Gets to build a little confidence too, and then you know, we know that those 12 rings are going to be in play. Let's go to PJ.
Contingency. Bowhunter Die has contributed $1,500 in contingency. To qualify, all you have to do is wear something. Bowhunter Die, both these guys have hats on, and then they got their partner tethered to kick in another $1,500. So the winner here in the Bowhunter class, well, they are going to take home because they got the Bowhunter Die gear, could take home $4,500 just from this tournament. That's the biggest payout for indoor that a bowhunter could win. Justin, we appreciate your support.
Thanks, PJ. We appreciate all these guys being here. It's great to see the battle of the Ethans today. Everybody clap for the Ethans up here. They're doing an awesome job. But, you know, thanks to you, PJ, to Lancaster Archery, Carol, Rob, the whole team. This is an event that we love coming to, love to support this division and these guys and gals out here. So thankfully, they're better at shooting than Todd and I are. So keep up the good work, boys.
All right, we appreciate your support, Todd. Currently, we have a 2-point lead for Ethan Piper, 64-62 with 2 ends to go.
Yeah, it's always good to see the support for classes like Bowhunter, and as we continue to see all these classes growing and growing, even longbow for next year is growing here at the Lancaster Archery Classic.
And when you have an organization like Bowhunter Die get
11.
that involved and that committed to it, you know, it says a lot about what's going on in the industry and what's going on for tournament archery, especially in this Bowhunter division.
11.
There we go, starting to match them up now. Still looks really comfortable. I'm not seeing any nerves in his hand. Just a tick low. Can you hear that click in his release?
11.
Both shooters using hinge style releases based on the rotation, using their back muscles to rotate and pull through the shot.
11.
See from our point of view, it's a great arrow flight, great release, strong bow arm.
Good look at him in his coaching box behind him. Great finish, 33. Chips away at it.
Does chip away. He's chipping away at the lead too that Piper's built over. So now another point back. So we only have 1 point difference heading into our fourth and final end. And keep in mind that they still have the 12 ring at play if they choose it. I don't know about that one.
It's close. She'll get in there with that magnifier and get a look at it. I can't tell.
The hard part is the line is pushed, right? So
Yeah.
just because the line is pushed, the judge is going to get in there and basically with their eye recreate that line and give us the information.
Yeah, mentally kind of recreate where that line should be and decide whether or not that arrow would have touched it.
Can't
And
touch
you don't
the
have to
arrow.
break it. It just has to touch the line.
Because
Yeah.
it's where the arrow is at rest, not necessarily the hole it punched. And that's where people get a bit confused. It's like, yeah, but the paper cut it. But it just depends
But
on where the
where
arrow
does
sits.
it lay?
Yeah.
And from our side, you know, when we'll see it in a camera angle here in a minute, but you can see Connor Caulfield over there. He's got a spotting scope, Zeiss spotting scope over there that he's trying to call the arrows as best he can from the line to give our officials. Oh, they downgraded. It is a 2-point lead.
Correct. Yeah. It's a 2-point lead. So for Conway, that 33 goes to a 32. So for Conway, he starts off with a 30, 32 in the second end, 33, 32 in the third end. For Ethan Piper, 33, 31, 32. And that's the difference, those 2 points.
I'm thinking he's probably going to have to hit that 12 button here, somewhere in this end, depending on how thing goes.
He's the first shooter, so, you know, he doesn't have the advantage. He's going to have to hit it probably on the third end. Third arrow, sorry.
Wow, stuffed that one.
Especially as he continues to build his confidence here.
So he's cut the lead, well, potentially.
10.
Yep, cut it by 1 there. Needs that 11 right here to build himself some comfort.
11.
Yep.
If Piper matches it, he holds on to his 1-point lead going into the final arrow. Oh,
see that big
11.
flinch?
Yeah, but he was able to hold on to it. All right, 12 is
Now,
called.
here's the 12. Yeah, this is what you said. He's probably going to have to call it on that last arrow. Now, if he hits this, it'll put him in a position to win. But Piper would have to hit an 11 to stay with him.
Got it. 12.
Wow, he hit it. He nailed the 12. So now
Piper has to hit the 11 to stay alive.
Right. So he's looking to tie this thing and not go for the 12 and win it. Oh.
Miss.
Big miss.
Oh, no.
I think there was just a little bit of anticipation and the release just didn't go off. And that's the
You
match.
saw that creep in on that last. Now, his last arrow, you saw that double clutch.
Yeah.
You saw a little bit of tremble in the hand. That's where those nerves come into play on that last arrow. You think it doesn't matter to these guys?
It matters.
Look at that.
So going from an outstanding shot, you can see the Bo Kwon Do trying to make sure that everything got there, but that arrow was long gone. But let's go to PJ.
$3,000 from us, $750 from Bowhunter Die, $700 from Tethered. Ethan Conway takes it again. Ethan, you needed that 12. Tell us about that.
Yeah, it was rough for sure. I mean, my paint covers that whole thing, so aiming pretty hard.
You couldn't see it at all?
No, not really.
How old are you, Ethan?
17.
17 years old, handling the pressure. How do you practice for this? Do you practice for this?
Oh yeah, sometimes, when I'm not fishing.
When I'm not fishing. All right, give it up for Ethan Conway, back-to-back champion here in Bowhunter.
We thought we were going to have a final shoot-off for the win in Bowhunter category, and unfortunately, well, we basically call that target panic, anticipation, whatever you want to call it.
Nerves.
It happens.
Yeah.
And that miss sealed it for him, but what a good match we had. And
17 years
17 years old, walking away with all that money. Maybe you'll buy a new fishing rod. Well, that'll do it for the Bowhunter category. Thanks so much, Chuck Cooley, for joining me here. The 2025 Lancaster Archery Classic Spooky Nook Sports Complex shoot-up finals continue after this. We're going to have some recurve action. Some of the biggest names in the world are here. Don't go anywhere.
In the past 20 years, LCA has been a game changer.
We shoot a lot different style bows now than we did 10 years ago, even 5 years ago.
Because they're archery people, they make products that we actually need, and it's not just a bunch of fluff and trash that sounds cool, but you don't really need.
The innovation of Last Chance Archery products has been incredible. Everything that a pro shop owner or a serious competitor or serious bow hunter would want, Last Chance Archery has been there for them.
Hey, nice shot.
Thanks.
Power, penetration, and higher velocity combine to make the new Easton 5.0, an ultra-lightweight, micro-diameter hunting shaft, perfect for bow hunters, engineered on a brand new 5mm AccuCarbon platform. It can be configured to offer maximum speed, or can be built with weight up front for extreme accuracy. Each 5.0 is guaranteed to have virtually perfect consistency. Punch your tag with the industry's most versatile arrow. Experience the all-new Easton 5.0 today.
My name is Casey Caulfield.
My name is Jack Williams.
My name is Danielle Woody, and you're watching the Lancaster Archery Classic.
What's special about the LAS Classic to me is kind of the sense of family I get.
The LAS Classic is really special to me because not only do I work for Lancaster Archery Supply, but I am also a pro, so I get the best of both worlds.
My favorite moment from the previous classics would be the first year I won. I had made the stage so many times, but I didn't win it until 2020. And so that was really special for me because I felt like I always came short. I was like second or third, and so it felt really good to finally win it.
One of my favorite moments was watching my brother make the stage last year and getting to fulfill his dreams.
Here in the final day of the 2025 Lancaster Archery Classic, looking at the schedule really quickly. We've already had Masters Open Pro and Bowhunter done and dusted, and now it's time for Women's Recurve, followed by Olympic Recurve. And then we had a couple of youth class, or we got Youth Open, followed by Open, the amateur category, and then the Women Open Pro coming out with their compound bows. And then we have the 8-position shoot-up. So Open and Open Pro both have 8 positions qualified, and we're going to shoot up to find out who's going to be the champion. And that schedule could be pretty close. I mean, we'll see. Regardless of that, we have another amazing shoot up on deck here at the 2025 Lancaster Archery Classic. In the booth, I'm Greg White, and Connor Caulfield joins me for the next couple of matches. How's the weekend going, man?
It's been great, yeah. There's been a lot of good matches. Even so far this morning in the Bowhunter class, I don't think anyone missed a 12 that was going for it. It's been great shooting all around, so it's been great to watch.
Yeah, we've even had an inside-out 12. And, of course, let's talk a little bit about how we got to this point and how this match actually unfolds. So in this particular category, the top 4 have qualified, and then the ranks are tied by 11s. It's a bottom-up format. So we're going to watch number 4 qualifier shoot off against number 3. Whoever wins that's going to shoot against 2. Whoever wins that against 1. Connor, tell us about the scoring.
Yeah, so we have a 12 ring in play for this. So that means the maximum amount of points can go to 136 because you can call 1 per end. So max for an end is 34, and it must be called for it to count.
So it's now time to bring in PJ and get women's Olympic recurve going.
All right, here we go. Women's recurve. We're going to start with our number 4 seed from Grosseto, Italy, Landi Vanessa. Vanessa Landi. Sorry, said it backwards. Vanessa Landi. And our number 3 seed from the Netherlands, Gabby Schlosser.
So these 2 archers coming to the stage, number 4 qualifier from Italy, and Gabby Schlusser, who lives in the Netherlands with her husband. This guy, he's pretty good, Mike Schlusser.
Yeah, might have heard of him before.
So for Gabby Schlusser, this has been a very interesting last couple months as Gabby comes in here 5 months pregnant. And in talking with her, yeah, I was actually in Europe with her husband Mike and Gabby for nearly a month in November for World Archery and Kings of Archery tournaments. And I remember she was pretty sick in the car when we were driving around, and I was a little suspicious. But in talking with her, there's something, Connor, called pregnant brain. And pregnant brain, apparently, as she said to me yesterday, is not a very focused brain. So the biggest thing that she's finding right now in archery is that she's really struggling with her focus, and that she can be in tournaments and the brain just kind of wanders. So it's been very trying for Gabby to stay focused, but obviously your number 3 qualifier, she's doing a good
she's
job.
done a great job to get up here.
Ten-9 liner for Schlusser. And of course, Vanessa Landi. So we're in the European Championships. Bronze in the Mixed World Championships. So Landi, no stranger to the stress of the stage. So Landi came in actually as after qualification, came in with a score of 588 points. That was her number 5 qualifier. And then through the 2 elimination matches, you add all those points into it, she comes in with 820 points. Where Schlusser, on the other hand, came as your number 3 qualifier at 604, and now has a total points of 841 as the number 3. So up top, it was relatively close. But in terms of total points scored on the weekend, there's been a bit of a gap between Landi and Schlusser. Let's go to PJ.
Vanessa Landi. My apologies for saying your name backwards. Welcome to the Lancaster Archery Classic final stage. Is this your first time here?
Yes, this is my first time here. I'm so excited. It's very beautiful and bigger.
First time at the tournament as well, or just on the stage?
Yeah.
First time overall, okay. What do you think of it? How does it feel to be up there? How are the nerves feeling?
Oh yeah, sure. And it's very particular shooting here on the inside. Upper the box, yeah.
Standing up on the platform, right.
Yeah, sorry.
All right, Vanessa, we appreciate you coming over to the Lancaster Archery Classic. Looks like after our first end, we have a 1-point lead for Gabby Schlosser, 30-29.
Yeah, there was a 9 asterisk, so that got upgraded to a 10, which means Gabby's rolling on 30 points. And of course, in terms of being on the stage. Gabby's been here before.
Yeah, plenty of times.
Right, so still there's got to be nerves. And, of course, this is Gabby's first time being on stage, being pregnant. So, and there's not a lot of archery left for Gabby, who's actually originally from Mexico and shot for the Mexican team. And that's obviously how her and her husband met, through archery and world archery events. But Gabby's only planning a couple more tournaments. I think she's planning on going to Chicago for NFA, and then that's going to be it.
Wow.
Possibly until August for this year. She's obviously going to stay home in Netherlands, have the baby. So I think wouldn't be surprised if she's putting a little bit more emphasis on this, kind of heading on out.
Yeah, go out with a bang for sure.
Now at this level, you know, to sit there and break down these shots is pretty interesting. You yourself have won this tournament with a recurve.
Yeah, that was quite a while ago, but yeah, youth recurve. I think that was back in like 2018, something like that.
Did we have the big stage back then? Did we have the TVs? Did we have all the lights back then?
Yes, it was the same concept as we have here, so it's the same feeling, but yeah, there's a lot more eyes on you now. It's grown a lot.
Let's get the PJ.
I feel really sick, but I'm still here trying to do archery and enjoy it.
All right, we see your picture up there, 2022 on the left side, past champion here. I won't make you talk too much. Can we run through your equipment real fast?
I'm shooting Hoyt XD with the Racine limbs, Duval, Axel, sorry, side, shoot stabilizers, baiter plunger, and Spigarelli aperture.
And we got?
Easton extends.
It looks like you got the biter knocks on the end there. All right, Gabby, that's all the talking we'll have you do. We appreciate you coming out. Gabby holds a 3-point lead going into our third end, 59-56.
I'm just gonna have to call it out right now. That's her husband's fault, Mike. He showed up here a couple days ago sick. He feels like he's better, and Gabby was fine. So I think it's a couple-day delay, and it sounds like she's got the cold. There's been something going around, especially for this couple. They travel all over the world. A good 10. The other thing to note too is that, like, when you shoot a world archery round, the 10 ring tends to be a little bit like you don't have 11 rings in play.
Yeah, so just catching the outside of the 10 is all you need. But here, there's an extra level of precision that you're rewarded for with that 11. And the people who can find it, especially in the recurve class, have a big advantage because there's a lot of points on the table with that 11 ring in there.
And you can see how close Landy is. Just a couple of those 9s just right around the edge of that 10 ring. And of course, so that's only the second 9 for Gabby. Although it looks like
10.
So 29 points each. So let's see where it goes. Let's go to PJ.
Here, your riser. That's the only one I don't recognize. What kind of riser is she? Oh, there we go. Vivix, yes. And your limbs?
2. Vivix 2, yeah.
It looks like we got the Excel sight here. Stabilizers?
Always Vivix.
Always Vivix, all right. And plunger?
It's biter.
It is biter, okay.
And the clicker 2.
And the clicker 2. Your arrows were shooting X10s with biter knocks.
Always better. And the wings are Jet 6.
All right. Thank you for that. We'd like folks at home to know what equipment we're using out here. So through 3 ends, we have a 2-point lead for Gabby Schlosser, 88-86.
All right, so a 2-point advantage here to the final end. And of course, Connor, for some people that may be tuning in for the first time, do you think they're a little stunned that we're not doing set scoring system here?
Yeah, usually World Archery stuff, it's set system, but at the Classic, everything is total score and 4 ends where in World Archery total score matches, you'd normally see 5. So a little bit of a different format here, but works out well for these matches. And with 2 points in it, while it's recurve, we might see a 12, and that's a big swing for Vanessa there with picking up 2 points, leveling the match. And she has another opportunity here to take the lead.
That's 2 11s in a row so far for the Italian. There is a 30-second shot clock.
Yeah, plenty of time. In other World Archery tournaments, it's 20 seconds. Here at the Classic, it's 30. So you do have plenty of time if you do let down.
10.
And with 7 seconds on the clock, a 10. So Gabby needs an 11 here to bring it back to tie.
10.
All right, so this means 10 to win for Vanessa.
Nine ties. 9 ties. So we're going to wait for the official score. So we could go into a shoot-off here. That'd be nice, entertaining for us.
Yeah, good start to the recurve session here. Yeah, and while we're speaking of how different the format is, the shoot-off format is quite different as well. We'll get to that with our judge here in a minute, but it's a cool format and very exciting to watch.
So let me ask you this question. We have a 12 that's in play, so it's official. We have a tie. All right, so what they're going to do is they're going to replace those targets, and then we're going to have the shoot-off rules. Let's actually go, yeah, so here it is. So it's a sudden death, high score wins. 12 ring is in play for the first 2 arrows. Archer must call the 12 ring. If the 3rd arrow is needed, closest to the center, X11 wins. So that's where we are. So basically what this means is if Connor shoots an 11 and I shoot a 9, Connor's going to win. If we both shoot 10s, we're going to go to a 2nd arrow. If we both shoot 10s, then we're going to go to a 3rd arrow closest to the center. That's pretty simple, right?
Yep. Yeah, pretty simple, pretty straightforward. There's a little bit of strategy that goes into it. With recurve, it might be a little different because of you might not see as many 11s as in the compound divisions, but there's always a back and forth kind of, is it better to shoot first, better to shoot second? You know,
Yeah.
Second you get to see what you need to do to take the match, and going first you get to set the pace.
All right, so Schlusser's going to shoot first, and she did ask the judge, can she shoot any target?
11.
What a shot.
And I think that the preference of that top middle target paid off for Gabby. An 11 to tie,
9.
and a 9. So Schlusser on that 11, and an outstanding shot, is going to advance to shoot against the number 2 shooter. Here's PJ.
Vanessa Landi from Italy. She's going to finish in 4th place, take home $500 for us. Let's give it up for Vanessa Landi. And how about Gabby Schlosser? Perfect, dead center 11. Looks like we're ready for our number 2 seed from College Station, Texas, 2024 Olympian Catalina G. Noriega.
So for Catalina coming in here, interesting match. Schlusser and G. Noriega, they're best friends. They hang out, they love archery. Catalina, of course, born in the U.S., but also has residency in Mexico. And so she speaks fluent Spanish, and they're really good friends. These top 3 that we have here are all intertwined with each other. Of course, Catalina, an Olympian was at the last Olympics, and then made the decision to go back to Texas A&M, your alma mater.
Yeah, so yeah, we're teammates at Texas A&M. It's been great to add her to the team. She's a great shooter, and she's earned her way up here, and it's awesome to see her up here. This is her first time up at the Classic stage. So
good strong shot right out of the gate, just a little bit low for Catalina. Here comes Gabby, fighting this sickness, trying to stay strong in these shots. And of course, let's talk about on the daily, what do recurve archers generally practice? What's their arrow volume like?
yeah, recurve, it's a lot higher volume than compound. Normally you see 200, maybe even up to 300 or more arrows a day. And yeah, it's what it takes to be as good as they are in this class. So
good shot. About a year ago, Gabby Schlusser and I went down to Chile for the Pan Am Games to commentate. Of course, you know, she resides now in the Netherlands, so she wasn't qualified to compete in the Pan Am Games. But it brought her down for that. And when we were down there, she brought her bow. And at any opportunity, not on the field, she would blank bail too, just to stay fit. Here's PJ.
Final stage. I can't remember if you've been up here before.
No, this is my first time.
First time. How does it feel?
I'm pretty excited.
How does it feel compared to the Paris Olympics?
I don't know, it's different because it's indoor, I think.
All right, can you run through your equipment for me, Catalina?
I'm shooting the Hoy XD with Axia limbs, medium 42 pounds foam, Axel sight, biter plunger, gas bowstring, ramrod stabilizers.
Arrows?
Oh, Easton arrows, and angel quiver.
All right, very good. Well, welcome for your first time to the Classic stage, the final stage. After our first end, we have 31-27 lead for Gabrielle Schloesser.
She mentioned that her limbs were medium.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean?
yeah, so there's a lot of customization in how long your bow is. Normally, most of these Olympic recurve archers are shooting a 25-inch riser, and then the limbs is kind of what changes your overall length. So short would give you a 66-inch bow, medium would give you a 68-inch bow, and long would give you a 70-inch bow. So she has a 68-inch bow with those medium limbs, kind of the standard for kind of the middle of the road, like average height person. So.
Okay. A lot of times that'll. So you were obviously large.
Yeah, I shot long limbs pretty much my whole time shooting recurve. Casey experiments between shooting long and medium. She kind of has tried both. I'm not exactly sure what she's shooting right now. But
we're going to find out because she's the #1 qualifier.
Mm-hmm.
The shoot that we're watching right now is the #2 seed against the #3 seed, and whoever wins this is going to go shoot against our #1 qualifier, Casey Caulfield. That's coming up. But right now, it is just a battle as Gabby Schlusser starts out 11-10, possibly a 32, a 31.
Yeah,
and that's,
so
and
two
that's
31s in a row. Yeah, she's shooting great.
So Catalina Jean-Nordier went to Paris, and I will say Catalina had an unbelievable first elimination match when she was in Paris.
Against Katarina Bauer.
Yeah.
I was able to be there in the stands watching that match, and it was cool. It was cool to watch. She went up to her level and shot great, and just took it, and it was awesome to watch. And
then the second match,
very happy for her.
Very, very close.
So close.
And it would have completely changed her trajectory inside of the matches. And so a lot of potential for Catalina Jean-Noriega moving forward, part of the USA Archery team. So although it's so weird too, because it doesn't feel like the LA Olympics are that far along, even though they're still, what, 3 years away, 3.5 years away. But it'll be here sooner than you think. So for Schlusser, who's been shooting 19 years, you know, the impact of Gabby Schlusser on the team, Netherlands team, it had been such a long time. I don't remember the exact number, but it had been a number of years that the Netherlands had qualified a team to go into the Olympics. And you know, she being the veteran leader of that team has really elevated the women's recurve in the Netherlands as well. right, so going into our third end, again, this is women's Olympic recurve, cumulative scoring. So Gabby Schlusser, who's shooting right now, 62 points. Catalina G. Noriega at 57 points. Catalina, of course, originally from California, now living in College Station, Texas. So that's why you'll see on her name placard, you'll see the California flag, because that's where she's originally from.
8.
Ooh, that one got away from her, but I can tell you this from being around Gabby and shooting with her and Mike for 3 weeks. Gabby has got, she loves indoor. There's just something about it, she just gravitates towards it. She puts a lot of work into it, and she can really explode.
Yeah, she's one of those people that we consistently see up here at the stage at the Classic. So she puts a lot of emphasis on it, and she's great at it. That caps off a third 31 in a row.
All right, I will introduce Gabby's coach back here.
Here's PJ.
But Mike Schlosser is Gabby's coach and husband. You'll see him on the 2020 banner. Mike has won this tournament several times. Welcome back to the stage, Mike.
And speaking of Mike, later on today, if you're a huge Mike fan, he didn't make it. He didn't make the final 8 for the Open Pro category, but not making excuses for him, but dude was pretty sick. He was pretty under the weather. And I mean, have you shot with a cold before?
Yeah, it's not good. Everything's moving, you know, sight pins moving and achy, and just as soon as you're off the line, you're just like want to fall asleep in your chair, and when
your body's fighting it, it's just taking energy from certain things, and you feel weaker, you shaky. Yeah, it's not the look. People have done it for sure, and they plowed through it, and that's what Gabby's doing right now. But it is not the most comfortable way to shoot a bow ever. All right, here we go. Final end of competition. Now it's 93 to 85. So we'll see if Catalina decides that she just wants to hit that 12 button just for giggles. I can't imagine that 1.5 centimeter dot nuzzled down there. The 8-7 line is like an easy thing to do in Olympic recurve, especially with these skinny arrows they're shooting. Both of them are shooting probably X10s, I would think.
Yeah, both are shooting X10s, and yeah, that's something with female recurve. We don't see a lot of those big arrows like we do in men's recurve, just because of a lot of it's draw length, and some of it is also draw weight. It's just tough to get a thicker, stiff arrow to tune well, and so we see a lot more X10s. And yeah, I believe everyone in the field for the recurve women's shoot up here is going to be shooting those X10s. Catalina calls a 12 here for her last arrow.
Cat G going for the 1-2. Let's see what she's got. And she got a 10. Hey, you got to hit the button. I mean, you got to hit the button just for the crowd. Here's PJ.
12 button for her last arrow. Our judges are going to do the official score, but we know that Catalina G. Noriega is going to finish in 3rd place. She's going to take home $1,000 from us, $500 from Hoyt. Let's give it up for Catalina G. Noriega.
I'll give her a cold. Good thinking. That's what a best friend's for.
All right, Gabby is going to move on to face our #1 seed from Lancaster, Pennsylvania, Casey Caulfield.
Is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah, he's got it down.
Lancaster? That's my bad.
Lancaster.
I've been saying Lancaster this whole time.
Yeah, no, it's like there's an I in there.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay. I think they do the same thing with South Carolina. Lancaster,
Yeah.
South Carolina, I'm pretty sure. Well, all right. So Hoyt's nominating the podium in this one. Casey Koffel, the local favorite. So we have two Olympians squaring off against each other. Center stage, 2025 Lancaster Archery Classic here at the Spooky Nook Sports Complex. This is women's Olympic recurve, the final match. Who is going to stand victorious? Who's going to be the #1? Who's going to win all the ducats? We're getting ready to find out. Cumulative scoring. The targets are 18 meters, just about 20 yards downrange. It's a 40-centimeter target face. Both archers shooting 3-spot targets. And Koffel starts off with a high 10. The innermost ring is 11 if you're just joining us. And that one was kind of a long hold for Gabby.
Yeah, got just a little stuck. Went a little long. This one going a little long too.
Worked out.
Yeah, that's something that Casey's coach Heather has been working with her through this whole tournament, through qualifying. I was behind her watching, and that was something that it was all about pace. It's all about keeping a swift pace, moving through the shot, staying smooth.
Interesting. You can see her coach talking to her while she's at full draw. I don't know if she was clock counting, maybe? There's a 30-second shot clock. You can see it right there in green. Plenty of time to get an arrow
Yeah,
off.
plenty of time. It was most likely just guiding her through, knowing that, that you need to stay smooth, pull, relax, let everything go.
Here's PJ.
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
What you been up to?
Oh, a lot of working, a lot of shooting. This is the first time I've actually worked the whole event and shot it, so it's been a busy weekend, but I've been having fun.
Yes, we appreciate everything you've been doing this weekend. You know the drill. Let's run through your gear.
All right, so I'm shooting the Hoyt XD riser, the foam Axia limbs, the Achieve XP Pro sight from Excel bars, biter plunger, slicker clicker, gas bowstrings, DXT tab, Easton arrows, biter nocks, and top hat points.
Perfect. All right, Casey. Welcome back to the Lancaster Archery Classic Finals stage. After our first end, we have a 1-point match. Casey leading 30-29.
All right, so 30-29. I'm sorry, is that like the coolest product name in archery? Slicker clicker?
Yeah, it's a cool one. Yeah, that's it's an idea that I think that was started. My dad stuck those normal like magnetic clickers that swing down like the whole way. He machined one of those to fit a biter plunger, and eventually it became the slicker clicker, and they became a manufactured product instead of just something we put together. So
look at the very tip of the arrow. Once you see that thing, that's the clicker. It's going to slam back into place once the arrow pulls through, and it's a way that recurve archers kind of regulate their draw length.
Yeah, it keeps everything consistent, indicator of when to fire, and yeah, it helps a lot. And the blade clickers like we see here are the quickest, most consistent indicator, so that's what everyone's using.
Oh yeah, so it's got to like once that tip clears it, it's got to go hit that and give you that sound. So it's an audio cue too, right?
Yep.
Nice shot by Gabby.
Good finish there, Gabby. Thumbs up. How the nerves feeling?
PJ's asking her about nerves, and she's kind of giving him the thumbs up. I don't think PJ wants to get in there with that microphone now that Gabby. I'm telling you, man, I think she got sick overnight. She was fine most of the tournament when I got to see her. PJ's talking about her coach. Let's see what Casey's having to say. Oh.
Responsible for a lot of what you see here at the Classic, organizing it. Heather, this is your favorite weekend of the year, isn't it?
coming together, and we see great archery all weekend long at all different levels.
All right, we thank Heather for everything she does here. A lot of what you see wouldn't happen without her. After 2 ends, we have a 4-point.
Everybody knows Heather. Whether you know it, whether you know her or not, you know her.
Yeah, she's a great asset for us and for Casey. You know, she's a great coach, and she does so much for organizing these events. And she's also a great shot. She shot this tournament before in Women's Open. Was, I believe, one of the top seeds one year when she shot. And
yeah, she's been on stage.
Yeah, it's so tough with working this tournament as much as she does. Like she said, it was about 2.5 hours of sleep before she went into that elimination day, and she wasn't able to make the shoot up. But she's a great shot herself. She knows she knows what it takes to be at this level, and I feel like that's a great thing to have in a coach. For both of these archers behind them, Mikey obviously knows all there is about being at this level. So
he certainly does. And he actually has a lot of input into like her shot, to Gabby's shot, and he helps her with equipment. Gabby is so experienced though and so confident. It's what I've found is that when she needs something, he's there. And Mike likes to learn, you know, so it's not like he's in his lane of only knows compound. He definitely understands what his wife goes through competitively. Imagine what this girl, the daughter they're gonna have is gonna be super archer maybe?
Yeah.
So looks like unofficially we have 93 for Casey Kaufhold, 87 for Gabby Schlusser with 1 end to go. I will say that in the years I've known Gabby, she definitely is feeling it. She's taking big gasps of air trying to get in there. So I know she's pregnant and she has a cold at the same time.
Yeah,
and still performing. Yeah, tough situation. Yeah, she's shooting through it though.
Yeah, she's done great her entire time up on this stage. Last match, I believe she shot over a 30 average for her ends. So I mean, it's awesome to see her pushing through and still performing at this level.
We have Casey, 93, Gabby, 87.
All right, so it's in the books as 93-87. There is a 12 ring at play if someone chooses to hit the button, which I would imagine if Gabby finds herself in this points deficit by the last arrow of this last end, that she's just going to go for it. Trying to put her face up on the banner again, Casey Kaufhold. I remember the year she won it, right? For when she went the first year, 2020?
Yeah, 2020.
The relief, though, right? From being the
Yeah,
rising star, the daughter of the, you know. It was, now she just comes up on stage so much more composed, relaxed, obviously. A medalist in the Olympics, the Paris Olympics.
10.
Long hold, a lot of movement in that one.
Now we'll put it out of reach.
Yep. Come on, Gabby, hit the button. She's not doing it. She's going to put an arrow down there. Second place for Schlusser. So it looks like the final end got to be 29-29. So the gap we had coming in. And here's PJ.
She's going to finish in second place. $2,000 from us, $1,000 from Hoyt. Give it up for Gabby Schlusser. And our champion, $4,000 from us, $2,000 from Hoyt, Casey Kaufhold. How you feeling now?
Oh, I feel really good. Had a rough time here last year, so to come back with a win feels really good.
Well, excellent job up there, and now you get to go to work.
Can't wait.
Casey Kaufhold, 2025 Lancaster Archery Classic champ.
Good way to get it done.
Yeah, she shot a great match. Always like the standard, like above 30 average, and she did it this match. It's great shooting.
Coming off of an amazing summer, continuing to roll. Casey Koffold, your winner in women's Olympic recurve. As the 2025 Lancaster Archery Classic from the Spooky Nook Sports Complex rolls on in the shoot-up finals. Stay with us after this break when we come back to the largest indoor archery tournament on the East Coast, Olympic recurve. And yes, one of the biggest names in the sport, Brady Ellison, is our #1 qualifier. Can anyone knock him off the spot? We'll find out when we come back.
Imagine a target rest that could significantly increase forgiveness and make the arrow hit the same spot, even if the bow is torqued. The next revolution in target rest design is here. Ultra Rest TRI was designed to provide the target archer an extremely robust rest with maximum forgiveness, precision tuning, repeatable settings, the highest level of quality, and the type of accuracy that puts shooters on the podium. The Ultra Rest TRI from Quality Archery Design.
I'm Brady Ellison.
My name is Toya Ellison.
My name is Mike Schlosser.
And you're watching the Lancaster Archery Classic.
The format of this tournament is different. In the finals, we get to shoot the 12 ring, which is super cool and exciting.
I have a lot of moments, like I come here every single year, so one of my favorite moments is probably 2017 or 18, that me and my wife both won it that same year, so that was really a unique moment to share.
The LAS Classic is so special because it's really the only shoot that we get to attend where every arrow actually matters in the tournament. From the first arrow that we shoot in our qualification round to the finals.
It's the 2025 Lancaster Archery Classic for Manheim, Pennsylvania, and that massive facility is the Spooky Nook Sports Complex. It's our shoot-up finals of the largest indoor archery tournament on the East Coast. And it might be chilly outside, but it is nice and warm in here, and it's starting to heat up because we are getting ready to set the stage for Olympic recurve. And some of the biggest names in the sport came to Pennsylvania and are here to shoot. I'm Greg White, and welcome to the booth. This is Connor Koffold, who won this with a recurve in his hand as a youth. I know it's been a couple years, but you still won this tournament. So how are things going? How's your weekend been, and how has the shooting been?
Yeah, my weekend's been good. I'm over to shooting Bowhunter now, so I was in the cut. Didn't make it through eliminations, so I'm here and got to call some arrows, got to talk to some people on the stage, and now I'm in here with you. So it's been great so far, and we've seen some great matches today. Women's recurve was great, and now we're on to men's.
And this is a unique format. We have qualification rounds followed by elimination rounds, and then all of your points you shoot for the entire weekend they get divvied up and you sit as the number 1 or number 4 seed, and it's a bottom-up format. So you're going to shoot 4 to 3. Whoever wins that's going to advance to face number 2, and whoever wins that goes to face the number 1 qualifier on those entire points accumulated through the weekend. But look at the scoring. Connor, tell us about it.
Yeah, so we have the 12 ring in here. It's located on the 7-8 line low on each spot. Maximum points is 136 now because you can call that once per end. So the maximum score for each end is 34, and you can call, you need to call it for it to count. So we might see that today.
Yeah, we might, but it's now time to get our archers to center stage. Here's PJ Riley.
All right, let's get things started with Olympic recurve. We're going to bring out our number 4 seed from Gallerate, Italy, Michele Frangili. And our number 3 seed from Brampton, Ontario, Canada, Devang Gupta.
It's going to be interesting to talk to Gupta about his accomplishments, and we talked to him. It's like he'll keep us posted, but Frangili, we know, is an absolute superstar in this sport. Gold team in the Olympics in 2012, world champion in 23. I mean, 2003. I mean, there's just so many accomplishments that this Italian archer has. This is going to be quite the matchup.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, both great shooters. It's great to see them both up here, and we'll see how it goes from here.
Gupta, of course, picking up archery in high school. Now, we talked about how you get to this point. You have to get through elimination matches, but once you do, your qualification score, which is based off of 660 points, so there's 60 arrows shot in qualification, but that innermost ring is worth 11 points, so 660 total. So for Frangili, he was our 6th place qualifier at 618 points. Then there are 3 elimination matches where he scored 123, 120, 125. Those points get added to a total accumulation. So for Frangili, he came in here at 986. Gupta came in, our 5th place seed was 622 after elimination matches, 988. So only 2 points total for the entire weekend until we got to this point. And of course, we'll talk about Brady Ellison, and he was the only archer in Olympic recurve to score over 1,000 points, and he sits in the number 1 spot. But so far for Frangili, boy, that arrow kicked a little bit weird. We'll see how that score looks like. It's going to be a 10, so far 11-10 now.
We have plenty of time, 30-second clock here, so he's down to 12 at the moment, so he'll get reset, draw, and if he makes a quick shot, he'll have plenty of time. And he makes a great shot, 11. Good recovery.
I mean, and to let down, it's not an easy thing to do under this pressure, is it?
Yeah, to know that things aren't going quite right, and it'll be better if you reset and get back at it. It's tough to make that call.
10. Nice shot by Frangili. So you can see at the end of Frangili's stabilizer, not the very end, but he's got a string hanging off. We'll talk more about that after PJ gets his deal done.
Shooting. Devang, am I pronouncing that correctly?
Close enough.
Close enough. Thank you. Appreciate that. Is this your first time on the Classic Finals stage?
No, I was here last year.
Here last year. All right. How's it feel? Nerves feel the same? You ready to go?
Yeah, I'm shooting.
Can you run through your gear for me?
Sure. I'm shooting a win-and-win bow, A2FTX MXTXB limbs, XL sight, XL stabilizers, Fairweather tab, Easton arrows, biter plunger. Yeah.
And you know which nocks you got on there?
Biter nocks. They're the
Biter nocks. All right. Well, welcome back then to the Lancaster Archery Classic Finals stage. And as we mentioned, we have a 1-point lead. Michele Frangili, 31-30.
Yeah, so I was talking about Frangili's shots, and you can see that string hanging off the front of his stabilizer, generally that's going to be used to indicate wind
Yeah, we don't have much of that in here today.
We don't. But why mess with what you got, right?
Yeah, yeah. It's everything. A lot of stuff is carried over from outdoor. That's why we see so much of the X10s, especially on the women's side, because it's tough to take time away from practicing outdoor when, like, a lot of these shooters don't spend a whole lot of time indoor. And because of tournaments like this, we start to see more of the large diameter arrows like we see in this match, both archers shooting large diameter arrows, and even with that little string to indicate wind is still carrying over from outdoor.
Good shot. Do you think that someone who kind of leads the way, like a Brady Ellison, when he started shooting these larger diameter arrows, probably what, like 6 or 7 years ago?
Yeah, it's been a.
Do you think that people recognize that and then started to try it themselves in practice, and that's why we see more?
Yeah, I think what you see winning, people take note of that, and that's definitely, a leader of. He's definitely a leader of change, and it's working out for Frangili here. He's shooting great so far.
A 32.
Hasn't left the 10.
I know, hasn't left the 10. Great shot there as well. Let's get to PJ.
Here for these archers, Michele Frangili following up a 31 with a 32. Welcome back to the Lancaster Archery Classic stage.
Thank you. Hello, everybody.
All right, Michele, run through your equipment for us.
I shoot a Gillo GF riser, 25 inch, limbs Gillo GTL 88, also Gillo stabilizer, axial sight, Whiffler plunger button, Nook, biter Nook, and Easton arrow.
All right, Frangili, Michele, how many times have you been on the final stage?
I think 3.
3 times. All right. I know we see him here many times, him and his father, Vittorio, owners of Gilo Archery. We appreciate all their support here at the Lancaster Archery Classic, longtime sponsors of the Classic. After 2 ends, we have a 63-60 lead for Michele Frangili.
All right, so Frangili coming in here as the number 4 seed. He's in a good position, but we're only halfway through this match with 6 arrows apiece to go. There's a lot of points left. Plus, don't forget, there's the 12 ring that's available. And with these larger diameter arrows that they're shooting, I would think it would be...
Yeah, it's a bit easier to grab that line.
Yeah. Gupta really just, on that shot, just got back and just blew right through that.
Yeah, that was a really
clicker.
quick shot. That landed well, got him a point or 2 back, depending on that line call.
What?
All right, so that sound that you heard was actually him just kind of tapping the end of his front stabilizer bar onto the platform, just in disappointment.
Yeah, that hollow box, the platform made quite a sound.
Just a little tap of, I don't know, probably has at least 5
he
ounces
knew,
up front.
Yeah, he knew that shot wasn't his best, and now he has a chance to recover from it and make a good one here.
10.
All right, so it looks like for Frangili, we are sitting on that 9 asterisk, so we'll see if that gets upgraded to a 10 or an 11 at this point. And then so for Frangili, he's at least sitting on a 30. It could be a 31, or, we saw an arrow earlier today get upgraded from a 9 asterisk to an 11. So it was quite a big jump when that happened. And for Gupta, a 30, 11, 9, 10. There's 1 and left to go. 3 arrows each, obviously. We haven't seen anyone in this Olympic recurve category here at the 21st Lancaster Archery Classic hit that 12 button yet, but I have a feeling. I mean, if you're Gupta.
Yeah, it's about 12 time.
I'm just saying.
4 points is tough to make because Frangili in these ends so far hasn't left 3 points on the table. So you're going to need that extra point from that 12, and you're going to need to make some 11s as well to catch up to him. So.
For Frangili, of the 9 arrow shots so far, 4 11s and 5 10s. An interesting stance too, I think, from Gupta. If you look at his position actually on the platform.
Yeah, he's almost got his heels on the edge of the platform there. I noticed someone doing something similar yesterday. They were actually moving per spot they were shooting at. So if he starts on the left, it might be interesting to see if he, as he's shooting, moves slowly more to the right.
Yeah, so if he goes lower left target, number 1 first. Yep. For Gupta, he hasn't moved yet, so it looks like he's going to stay in that position.
Yeah, it seems like he just prefers that location.
I've seen compound shooters actually do that, the feet shuffling thing. If they're not quite comfortable, if they think their alignment's perfect, it happens. Similarly, when you shoot on bales where you have target, like in a qualification round where you go from top target to bottom target, you'll see people make click adjustments if they need to.
Yeah.
9.
Another little tap.
And he shuffled his feet, so you can see he's got another couple inches off the edge of the box. He's just trying to find it, but this is the final end, and right now Gupta's trailing by 3 points.
11.
Ooh, and that's a dagger. So he's going for
Devon
the 12.
calls the 12.
Why not? Go out in a blaze of glory. Let's go. Wake this crowd up at 10:27 a.m. East Coast time.
7.
Just right.
A bit right, yeah.
Perfect. BJ.
To the classic final stage. You're going to finish in 4th place. Take home $800 from us. Give it up for Devang Gupta. All right, Michele Frangili is going to move on to take on our number 2 seed from Voghera, Italy, Mauro Nespoli.
And for Nespoli, he brings out Vanessa Landy, who was just up on stage competing in the coach's box. And for Nespoli, how we got into archery was he tried archery on a vacation one day. And that was 27 years ago.
Yeah, lots of experience shooting in this match between these two. What, combined 67 years from our scouting card here.
67 years of archery between these two. Of course, for Nespoli, gold medal in team competition in the 2012 Olympics, silver medalist individual Tokyo 2020. Just so much skill and one of the most recognizable faces in the sport. With that hat, am I going to say it? Do I say it? Eminem? And, we talk to these archers and we ask them questions. One of the questions is what motivates you to keeps you in the sport. From Frangili's point of view, he's like, it's his life. Obviously, we heard PJ say with Gilo, but for Nespoli, the glory.
All about the glory.
All about that glory. Love that answer. And for Nespoli, in terms of adding up all the points that you accumulated during the course of the weekend in your qualification elimination matches. 999 points was his total haul before getting to the stage as the number 2 seed. So for Nespoli, the first arrow is a 9 asterisk, but before we get the official score, it looks like it's all tied up after 3, and that one's going to go right in the 9 ring. So an opportunity for Frangili to jump on it and possibly take a 2-point lead. Maybe if that 9 asterisk gets upgraded to a 10, to a 1-point lead.
11.
And the 11 got it.
Great shooting between
Here's
these
PJ.
Italians here. Mauro, welcome to the Classic final stage.
Thank you, thank you.
Have you been up on the stage before?
No, this is my first time here. I fight a lot of time with Michele, but this is my first time in this type of competition.
You get to compete a lot, I would imagine, against Michele.
Yeah, maybe since 2006 we start competing together, so it's a lot of time.
All right, well, can you run through your setup for me here? What kind of equipment are you shooting?
Oh, I'm using 5X bow, both riser, limbs, and stabilizer, axle sight, biter plunger, and Easton arrows with Jet 6 vanes.
Knox you got there?
Biter Knox.
Yep, Biter Knox. I thought I saw that correctly. Okay, well, welcome, Mauro, to the final stage. After our first end, we have a 2-point lead, Michele Frangili, 31-29.
All right, so that 2-point lead now for Frangili. Nespoli trying to find his footing on this stage, deal with the nerves. He's got plenty of experience, but, you know, you show up to someplace new, you're on a platform, you have a 12 ring.
Lights, cameras everywhere.
Yeah, at least when you're in the Olympics, you're still at least in your environment, right? You're outdoors and the wind is blowing, but here we go. Trying to make up that gap. Got one.
Yep, gain 1 back.
A little high.
Now Mauro has an opportunity to even take the lead with an 11 here.
10.
Okay.
Ties it up.
Yeah. When you shot, did you use anything like a nose button, or like if you look at, you know, Frangili, he's got what we call a kisser button.
Yeah, I for a short time did when I was struggling with moving my head or something like that. But for long term, I wouldn't have it on. Generally, I would just have the string touching the tip of my nose. But if I was having other issues that I was working on, I would put one on, and it would help to stay more consistent.
All right, I believe we have a lead change.
So it looks like the lead is going to change, 59-60. And that's based off of a 31. So far what we've seen is Frangili came right out of the gate with 2 11s and a 9 for 31. And Nespoli, finding his feet, goes 29 with 9, 11, 9. But then the tides change a little bit. 10, 9, 9 for 28 for Frangili in this second end. And Nespoli starting to settle in with 11, 10, 10 for 31. And as that score comes in, we have officials that are downrange that are going to double check all the scores. We have volunteer runners that are grabbing those arrows. So each archer has an agent that's down on the target. They're responsible for making sure that the scores are called correctly. They can argue, you know, on behalf of the archer.
Yeah,
if
they can fight for fight for the points. So.
Yep. But then they also are the ones that pull the arrows, and they give them to. We have some young volunteers that are running those arrows back. So by the rules here in Lancaster Archery Classic, if you're planning on coming to shoot this competition in any category, just be mindful that one of the rules is you got to have at least 6 arrows if you're going to make these shoot up. And that's the reason why. 3 of your arrows are going to be in limbo in between ends. All right, 30-second shot clock, like we remind you. So a little bit of a letdown. Didn't quite go to full draw, but still 10 seconds to go. You can see that shot clock.
Gets it off with 2 to go. 9.
So right now, that's 3 9s in a row for Frangili, looking to try to get back into those middle rings.
11.
As for Nespoli, the last 5 arrows shot, 3 of those have been 11s.
Yeah, he's really found it here.
9.
Okay. Thought maybe he was going to put his foot on the gas on that 1 arrow.
Yeah, opportunity to get back in it for Frangili here.
An 11 could close the gap to 3 points.
9.
So a 27 end for our number 4 seed. Now to keep in mind, this is the shoot-up format, so these archers that are in this match currently guaranteed a podium spot will be no less than 3rd place. And then the winner is going to go shoot against our number 1 qualifier. This guy who lives in Montana, Ellison or something. I think he's a new face on the scene.
Yeah.
Yeah. We've stormed onto the scene.
He's definitely not on like half of the banners that are up right now.
Yeah, exactly. Half the banners, exactly. Yeah, I wonder. So basically, if you look to PJ's right, down target, we have the actual target sitting there. You have a big screen, and then the Lancaster Archery Classic has these banners. You can see them hanging there that are from basically the last 4 years. And, you know, even if you had banners that went from 19, you know, or 18, 17, you're still going to see Brady Ellison's face on those banners. It's kind of a cool thing. If you're a winner, you get that recognition. Final end to decide who's going to advance to shoot against the number 1 or who's going to be 3rd place in Olympic Recurve, the 2025 Lancaster Archery Classic here in Manheim, Pennsylvania. These archers shooting at a 40-centimeter target face that is 18 meters, just shy, like literally like an inch or something, shy of 20 yards. And it has been an outstanding run. This is day 4 of this tournament with a record turnout in terms of attendance.
10.
And behind us right now, they're still shooting outside of our arena. They're still shooting collegiate.
Yeah, there's a combination here. We have the classic, the money shoot, and then we also have a Easton youth and collegiate shoot for the young up-and-coming archers to get their experience in a large tournament setting.
And we still have youth classes here as well.
Yeah.
So, you know, the next class coming up after this is going to be one of our youth classes. But as this match continues to roll on,
Frangili calls a 12 here for his last arrow.
as it's starting to get standing room only with this crowd. Can he wake this crowd up with this shot? Just high.
Oh.
Just a little high, but you got to take that risk. So Frangili's going to finish third. Nespoli's going to move on. Here's PJ.
32. So Michele Frangili's going to finish in third place here at the Classic. Take home $2,000 from us, $350 from himself at Gilo. Let's give it up for Michele Frangili.
Congrats.
All right, let's bring out our #1 seed, 5-time Olympic medalist from Billings, Montana, Brady Ellison.
I wonder, I haven't asked him this, Brady Ellison, but I wonder, Connor Koffold, as we get ready for this final match for Olympic recurve in the 21st annual Lancaster Archery Classic. 5 medals in the Olympics or a perfect 900 in Vegas with a recurve? What he's more proud of?
I would have to think those 5 medals, but
I
would
don't know.
have to think
I
so.
would
but
think
that's
so
both
too, but
incredible accomplishment. 900 at the Vegas shoot.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
So here's Brady Ellison. He's going to start off. Oh
Great
boy.
start.
Now we talked about Brady Ellison. He was the #1 qualifier. Now for Nespoli, he was the #2 qualifier. So Nespoli was able to shoot a 630 out of 660. Brady Ellison beat him by 1 single point at 631. And with their elimination matches, though, the 3 elimination matches they had, the 116, 1/8, and 1/4, Ellison scored just 8 points more during that run than Mauro Nespoli did, and that's why he's the #1 seed.
It's cool that every arrow counts. If you know that 1 point gap from qualification could easily go the other way, but it's great that all these arrows count, and it really can change things, especially in these pro classes where everything can be so close.
All right, Nespoli has a chance to jump on Brady, and he does. So 33 to 31. I'll tell you what, Brady will hit that 12 button if he needs to anytime.
Yeah, we've seen it before.
Here's PJ.
Back to the stage.
Thank you.
I won't ask you how many times you've been there. I think you're on 3 of those banners up there. It's been a bunch. Let's run through your gear.
Yeah, shooting a 25-inch GMX 3 series this year with Axia wood limbs, Shrewd stabilizers, Excel sights and tabs, and Shrewd flex scope. Super sweet old X7 Cobalts, Easton arrows. They were Butch's, so that tells you how old they are.
I was gonna say you had to dig those out of a basement somewhere, but Butch Johnson, you got his arrows.
Yeah.
Awesome. Butch Johnson was a long-time competitor here at the Classic, passed away within the past year. We all remember Butch fondly. After our first end, Mauro with a perfect 33 to Brady Ellison's 31. Let's hear it for these guys. That's some shooting.
That certainly is. A 33 with any bow is quite an accomplishment here. Keep in mind, that's based on what we call the X-ring if you're looking at a normal Vegas face. We're at that 11 points. So Connor, you mentioned it, this tournament has so many elements of it that are good, and when you combine them all, the fact that every single arrow you shoot is accumulated and it makes a difference, then you get to the finals and you have the ability, if you're behind a point or two, to try to come back with that 12 ring. This is definitely, for indoor archery especially, the risk reward, it's so tantalizing.
Yeah, it's an awesome game. It's cool that there's become the strategy that there is, and I'm so excited to see what we have for recurve here and what we have later for compound, because that's developed into a whole different strategy with 12 ring in play.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to miss that. And that comes in both categories. In the open category, which is the amateur category, coming up here in a couple matches, we have 8 that shoot up, and then we're going to have the women's pro open category for compound. We have 4 that shoot up, and then the last match of 2025 will be the men's open pro category, where we'll have 8 shooters, and that's where things got crazy last year. So you'll definitely want to settle into that lazy boy, start popping that popcorn as you're watching one of the best in the world do it. This guy was 50% responsible for one of the best gold medal matches in Olympic history. And then, after defeat at the Olympics, put on one of the highest displays of sportsmanship we've seen at the Olympics. Let's go to PJ. He's going to talk to Mel, his coach.
How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. How you doing?
You had a lot of archers doing well this weekend.
Yeah, we're doing all right.
Doing all right. What are you telling Brady up there?
We just try to make sure it's his process. That's all that matters, and have fun.
All right, Mel Nichols coaches a lot of archers here at the Classic.
Yeah, coached a lot of archers here at the Classic, and I believe he has 4 of his archers across all categories that I think it's at least 4 that made the shoot-ups. That's quite an accomplishment for one coach. Yeah. And for that old Pineapple group down there in Phoenix, Arizona area. Here, he's going to have a lot of his athletes are going to shift around to other disciplines within archery too. So we're going to see when he gets on the ASA scene how well he's able to do down there with his athletes. All right, but we have 2 ends of competition left. So Nespoli right now has a healthy lead over Ellis.
10.
You can see right now it's at 4 points.
Yeah, and with how this match has gone so far, the scores are so high, we might see a third end 12 call, depending on how these next 2 arrows go for Nespoli.
11.
Nespoli's only dropped one. He's only dropped 1 point now in 8
and you
arrows.
see it here. Brady's called the 12.
So he knows what's going on. He's got to start making some points up.
Just a bit high.
Just a bit high. Well, at least it wasn't a 7. This is an
Great
incredible
shooting
target.
Morrow.
Incredible target. Yeah, something's just not clicking right now for Brady Ellison. We have 1 end to go. And now I'm really focused on Nespoli and what he's able to accomplish, because Nespoli, depending on this arrow call, that 10 asterisk, may have only dropped 1 point so far in 9 arrows, which is incredible. And of course, PJ's talking to him right now to try to get him out of his rhythm. Hey, you've only missed 1 point. How you feeling? It's like, I'd be like, I don't want to talk to you right now.
Yeah.
But that's actually, it's interesting because when your dad started to do that, and people were kind of surprised about it, especially like the amateur division. There was a shooter a few years ago who was in 7th place in the open category, who was not a talker in general. And he shot his way all the way up to 1st place, and every end had to talk. And we got to, I don't even know, he was probably like shooting against 3rd place. And Dad was like, so how's it going? He goes, I'm hungry. Like, he was literally out of things to say. But I think there were people that were like, oh, I don't know if that's fair to archers or whatever. But over the years, it's become one of those signature things that happens in archery. And people want to do it. They prepare for it.
It's cool to hear about what all, what all everyone's shooting, what all goes into their practice schedule, and what they're like. It's cool to hear from the archers, because often it's just you see them up there and you see the shooting, but you don't get to know anything else about the archer. It's cool to get a little look into what all goes into it. And Brady, before the timer even starts, calls the 12 here.
I've said this before, started talking about it last year. I think there should be a slight format change in that you get 4 12s and you can use them anytime you want, meaning add them up, wait till shoot for 3 12s in the final end. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Got the 12. I'm just saying,
12 with a recurve.
Think about if he had two more 12s he could shoot.
Yeah,
but right now the rules are you only get 1 per end.
And that would definitely change how the strategy goes for the other classes we see, like for compound. Like right now, you see some that are very early, like
first arrow.
Yeah, and with that change, we might not see that. We might see like people, save them up for the last 4 arrows.
I'm just saying, you might know somebody on the rules committee. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I may have an in, but yeah, it's.
I love the way it's done now. I'm just saying, If you were like, okay, I'm going to save my 12s. I have 4 12s total per match, and you could pick and choose where you wanted to anywhere, that would add a different wrinkle to it.
Yeah, it definitely would.
Wow. So Brady on the back of that 12, tried everything he could, but Nespoli looks like it's going to be a 5-point win. Here's PJ.
He's going to finish second here at the Classic. Take home 4,000 from us, 1,000 from Hoyt, and 300 from Gas Bowstrings. Give it up for Brady Ellison. And our champion with a score of 126, $8,000 from us. Let's hear it for Mauro Nespoli. Mauro, how's that feel? First time here, you're the champ.
Oh, it's amazing. I need to improve my English for next year, but I'm very happy. I'm very happy, and I should very well. Against Brady, I need to be perfect. I know, and he's a legend. He's my legend, and next time will be different.
All right, Mauro, we appreciate you coming out here. Your champion once again, Mauro Nespoli.
Always a class act, and we'll have his face on the 2025 banner for next year's Lancaster Archery Classic. But the 21st edition Spooky Nook Sports Complex here in Manheim, Pennsylvania, Olympic Recurve is in the books. It's done and dusted. And we have more shoot-up finals coming at you. Don't forget, we're a couple matches away from seeing the compound pro shooters, both men and women. We're at the largest indoor archery tournament on the East Coast, and after this, we'll bring you more shoot-up finals from Manheim, Pennsylvania. This bow here is a really good bow to get started. What do you think?
I like it.
And you're going to draw to your aim.
Great job.
This limit be a good step up from what you had. Maybe a little bit higher draw.
Hey, nice shot.
Thanks.
In the past 20 years, LCA has been a game changer.
We shoot a lot different style bows now than we did 10 years ago, even 5 years ago.
Because they're archery people, they make products that we actually need, and it's not just a bunch of fluff and trash that sounds cool, but you don't really need.
The innovation of Last Chance Archery products has been incredible. Everything that a pro shop owner or a serious competitor or serious bow hunter would want, Last Chance Archery has been there for them.
Penetration and higher velocity combine to make the new Easton 5.0, an ultra-lightweight, micro-diameter hunting shaft, perfect for bow hunters, engineered on a brand new 5mm AccuCarbon platform. It can be configured to offer maximum speed, or can be built with weight up front for extreme accuracy. Each 5.0 is guaranteed to have virtually perfect consistency. Punch your tag with the industry's most versatile arrow. Experience the all-new Easton 5.0 today.
Imagine a target rest that could significantly increase forgiveness and make the arrow hit the same spot, even if the bow is torqued. The next revolution in target rest design is here. Ultra Rest TRI was designed to provide the target archer an extremely robust rest with maximum forgiveness, precision tuning, repeatable settings, the highest level of quality, and the type of accuracy that puts shooters on the podium. The Ultra Rest TRI from Quality Archery Designs.
All right, welcome back everyone to the 2025 Lancaster Archery Classic here at Spooky Nook Sports in Manheim, Pennsylvania. We are here in the broadcast booth. I'm PJ Riley sitting alongside Connor Caulfield. And Connor, we've had some excellent competition this weekend. Just hoping for some more here in a bit.
Yeah, and it looks like it's going to be good. We got a lot of great shooters here. We're getting to the open compound classes now, so it'll be exciting to see.
Absolutely. This is our youth open class coming up here. That means 17 and under. And Connor, let's run through the rules about how we got here, you know, how we whittled down the field to this 4.
Yeah, so we take the top 4 for the shoot up. The archers are ranked and ties are broken by 11, so we'll go for a bottom up format. So 4 against 3, winner faces 2, winner of that faces 1.
And we have a special unique circumstance for this finals in that we have a 12 ring. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so it's a 1.5 centimeter white dot located on the 7-8 line low. You can call it once per end, and so that brings your maximum points for the match to 136, and it must be called for it to count.
Right, and Connor, that is what we call high risk, high reward 7-8 line. You miss that, you get a big drop in your points there. All right, but Youth Open, we want to get right to the action, so we're going to go out there to Josh Grind.
All right, let's get back to the action with the Young Guns Youth Male Open, your 4th place qualifier. And Levi Harkey from Port Lavaca, Texas. And your 3rd place qualifier, Gavin Haney from Brewston Mills, West Virginia.
All right, Connor. So we have Levi Harkey, Gavin Haney. Gonna start off our match here. And, you know, Connor, how they got here was every archer shot 60 arrows for score. We ranked them based on that score. Then they went into eliminations. We set up like a NCAA basketball style bracket, 1 versus 32, etc., till we whittled down the field to the final 4. And so their ranking is based on every arrow they shot in competition. So these guys, the top 4, they earned it to get here.
Yeah, they had to fight their way through. So these are our top 4 archers that made it through eliminations. Levi Harkey coming from 17th in qualifying, so he had to shoot his way up here to make it on the stage. And Gavin Haney, 12th qualifying. So it's a battle to get on this stage, and they made it through. So here we go.
Gavin Haney up first. Rocking the Dodgers hat. Nice. So, Levi we're looking at there. That's the, besides Tim Gillingham, that's only the second archer I've seen shooting a wrist strap index finger release. We'll see that when we come back to Levi, but here's Gavin.
11.
There's a look at Levi. Bowhunters are probably very familiar with that style release, but we just don't see it a ton in target archery.
Yeah, definitely a lot more people favor the handheld release like Gavin has here.
And his is activated by a trigger that's under his thumb. All right, we're going to go out to Josh Grind.
Stop over here and see Gavin. Gavin, is this your first time here?
Yeah, this is my first time here.
First time at the Classic and you're on the stage. How's it feel?
It feels good. This is my second time at the Classic.
Second time at the Classic, first time on the stage. Walk through your equipment for us.
I have a Matthews Title 38, True Ball XL scope and sight. I got a Hamsky Trinity, Phantom bowstrings, TK stabilizers, and that's it. Super Drive 25s and Biter Knocks.
All right, seems to be working well for you. Second time here, first time on the stage. How are those nerves?
Pretty bad.
Pretty bad? You look cool as a cucumber, man. Just like you're at Dodger Stadium.
Yeah.
Good luck.
All right. Yeah, Connor, the nerves are real out there.
Yeah, definitely. It's a different stage than we see in all the tournaments, and it's definitely a lot different than being on, a line with a bunch of people, having all these eyes on you, all the lights. Makes for a exciting.
Even head-to-head archery just doesn't, you just don't see that a lot in the States here. Over in Europe, it's big, but we don't see it much of one versus one. See Levi there, he's wearing the chest pouch there that's popular, especially among bow hunters, 3D archers as well. He's got his binoculars in the center. I'm guessing his rangefinder's in the other one, although he doesn't need it
pouch,
here.
Yeah. Yeah, we know how far this target is, 18 meters, shooting at a 40-centimeter 3-spot face for these archers.
10.
So for folks who don't know, the 11 ring is like a little bit bigger than a quarter is what they're shooting at. A nickel, excuse me, nickel.
11.
Not quite the size of a quarter.
Solid in the shooting. Let's go over here and say good morning to Levi. Levi, how are you feeling? A little nervous. How do you prepare for this in Texas?
I don't know. We just shoot. That's about it.
Just shoot. Well, what are you shooting there this morning?
Matthews TRX 38, Excel sight, UV scope, Hamsky rest, Conquest bars, gas bowstrings.
What do you have in your quiver back there?
PS 23s, Black Eagle.
Awesome. You're shooting well. We'll wait for official scores here. We'll update you on the score. Still have a close match. We've got Gavin with a 64 and Levi with a 64, so still head-to-head.
All right, tie match there, Connor, after 2 ends. And 66 is perfect, so these guys are shooting pretty good. They've only dropped 2 points each.
Yeah.
Interesting that Levi is talking about shooting 23 diameter. Often 27 is the max.
Yeah,
but
and that's what you tend to see in the compound classes, everyone going for the most you can. But 23s for him.
Yeah, he might feel comfortable with that, or it might be a
Yeah,
spine
might
issue.
tune better, yeah.
He's pretty tall, so
yeah.
I don't think poundage is an issue for him. But, you know, if he shoots any of the USAT stuff, that's 23 is the max they allow, so maybe he's got that.
Yeah, maybe from USA Archery, World Archery stuff, he's just carrying over that setup.
11.
He's getting them to work for him, though.
Yeah, I also don't see a light kit on his bow, so it might be that his whole setup is just kind of catered to the... Oh, no, he does have that Ultra View with the built-in light kit.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah.
Yeah, it's got that built-in.
It's built, yeah. Gavin has the ETAC light on there on his side. So it's a box on the outside, whereas you mentioned Levi's is built into his scope. So that's a great way to follow up. But we're still tied here at 95-95.
Who's your favorite pro archer to watch? Jeff Ray, Jeff's a good one. He's been on the stage. Great shooter. Let's wait for scores. I think still neck and neck. Who's going to hit that 12 button first? We do have final scores in. It is 95-95, still a head-to-head match.
All right.
Tie game, last end.
Last end.
Might see a 12 here. I like the strategy, and we might see something like it. That, you know, in that situation where it's 11 to tie, 12 to win, we might see a situation like that with how close this match has been so far.
Yeah.
And it's always cool to see the kind of the decision, because aiming at that 12 it's in an unusual spot, not used to going for it.
And Gavin's up first, which gives Levi the last shot.
Oh, and an open door here.
There it was. That's a 9.
11.
Takes advantage.
2-point swing. So now, Gavin, he's going to have to reach for that 12 if it keeps going.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see 2 points available here, but he keeps at it, recovers with an 11.
What's Levi do?
11, 10 line.
I think that's an 11. I think that'll catch.
I think it is.
No call yet,
There
and
you
he
go.
goes for it. Calls the 12.
Got it.
Missed it.
Just missed it low right. So now Levi knows he just has to.
Yeah, he just needs what it'd be.
I mean,
yeah, just
yeah.
about anything.
Yeah.
Just about anything to take it, and he does. He got it.
All right.
Levi, how you feeling up there?
A little better now.
A little better?
Yes, sir.
Where do you shoot out of, Levi?
I shoot out of leading edge archery, mostly.
Leading edge archery out of Bernie, Texas. A lot of great archers out there. Is the indoor shooting pretty strong down there? Pretty competitive?
It is, yes, sir.
What shows in your shooting here? We're waiting on final scores for this match. All right, it's official. Gavin, for your 4th place finish, you get $350. Congratulations, Gavin. Let's hear it for Gavin. All right, let's get your 2nd place qualifier out here. We have Jacob Markle from Rochester, New York. Jacob is a 2-time USAT team member. And Jacob's gonna bump Levi to the next podium.
All right, so Connor, we bring in Jacob Merkel from Rochester, New York. NFAA Outdoor Target Nationals record score for young adult. Of course, that's 50 meters. We're in here at 18 meters. He's been on the USAT team for under 18 the past 2 years. All right.
Yeah, big name in the outdoor scene, and now is on the stage here.
Here's what I like, Connor. Why did you start archery? Because it's fun.
Yeah, that's
straight and to the point.
That's what it's about.
I can't argue with that. All right, Levi Harkey's up first. Let's see how Jacob comes out. Fresh from the practice range.
Great start.
Look pretty strong.
11.
Looks like it's going to catch, Connor.
Yeah, it's tough to tell with shadows and stuff coming straight down.
10.
There's some Bojitsu that
worked.
He
didn't look like he liked where his sight was when that went off.
Let's go out to Josh.
Thank you.
Is this your first time up here?
It is.
You're not nervous, are you?
A little.
All right, well, let's talk about something you're familiar with. Let's talk about your equipment. Run us through your bow, stabilizers, and quiver.
I'm shooting the Hoyt Concept X with the Excel bars, Excel sight, Shrewd scope, X27 Easton arrows, and then a True Ball Abyss Flex.
Awesome. Seems to be working well for you this week. So good luck up there.
Thank you.
Just like your backyard.
All right. So, first time here up on the Classic Final stage. He looks pretty comfortable, but
yeah,
I like that last end there. It must have caught because he's got a 32.
Yep.
33 would have been
That line
perfect.
must have went his way.
Yeah. He had another one.
Yeah, he had two that were close. But I guess he got one and not the other.
That's when you know your equipment is working, Connor, when you have a crazy shot go off like that. It goes in the middle.
Yeah, still on the line. So, yeah, always good to have that.
11.
Levi, he's found a zone. He seems to be able to pull the 11s when he needs one.
11.
We see Jacob. We see him sweating a little bit out there. It is, I'm sure some of it's nerves, but I will say the spotlights that are on you, there is a couple degree difference there. It is a little bit warm.
Yeah, it's bright and it's hot out there.
You have one get away from him there, dipped a little low. But he matched Levi, so that's all he's got to do.
Caught that one.
Levi finishes with an 11. Jacob.
There's a chance to keep his lead from last end here.
9.
Oh,
and now it'll swing in Levi's favor.
Going to be a 1-point swing, 62-61.
Jacob, where do you shoot out of New York?
Let's go to Josh.
Heritage Archery Academy.
Heritage Archery Academy, and you have a face behind you that people might recognize. Who's in your coach's box back there?
Mike Price.
Coach Mike Price. Are you nervous?
I'm always nervous, but he's ready. He's been working hard.
You're always nervous. What do you tell your shooters before they come out here to combat the nerves?
We don't try to combat the nerves. We just have them shoot through it. Keep the pressure.
Keep the pressure. That's great advice from coach that many recognize, Mike Price. We've got official scores down there. We've got Levi with a 62 and Jacob with a 61. Just a reminder, guys, that 12 ring is always in play.
All right, Coach Mike Price We know him, Connor. Been around a long time on the archery scene. His son Louis is one of the pros, open pros out here. Mike Price has coached a lot of archers, including now Jacob Merkel. So we see those platforms that they're on, Connor, elevated about a foot higher. And, you know, some of the archers were saying just that elevation, they're used to standing on the floor, but just that elevation kind of throws them off a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, the target's elevated as well. Just gets you and the target in view of everyone in the room, and you feel like you can look out and you see everyone because you're above them all. You look out there, and it's a sea of people. So
yeah,
it can be overwhelming.
Good call out there. Yes, the target is on a platform of the same thickness, so they're not shooting down at it. It's raised to their level as well. But there's a red button behind them. That the floor under their feet glows red when they hit it. That signifies that they're calling for that 12.
Jacob wasn't able to move that one with the bow jitsu. Fell a little low. See if Levi can capitalize here. And he does.
There we go. 33 for Levi Harkey. That's a good finish there. Let's go to Josh.
Getting a little more comfortable up there?
A little bit, but it's still not great.
Still not great. Well, talk to us about the man behind you with the greatest beard in the room. Who is that, and what is he, and who is he to you?
He's my coach, Chris Ellison, one of the best.
Chris, we see you around at a lot of events, ASAs here. What's it like, and what's it mean to you to be able to be out here coaching people?
It's incredible, man. These kids are amazing.
What's the last thing you say to him before you walk out here?
I don't say nothing to him. I'm not trying to make it worse.
You're just along for the ride. How do you combat your nerves?
I don't. I haven't figured it out yet. That's why I'm not up there.
Well, when you figure that out, let us know.
All right. There you go, the nerves. Just deal with them. So, we got our last end coming up here. Three-point lead for Levi, 95-92.
Yep, so Levi can just keep poking away at 11s, and if he's hitting them, he's out of reach, so.
Yeah,
Jacob will need some help here.
He's going to have
get back in it.
Go for that 12 at some point. Comes out from 11. What are you saying? More pressure on the leader?
Yeah, I'd say so. To just finish it off and keep everything on, because, I mean,
if you're not familiar with this situation, especially.
Yeah. So
like
this arrow's a big one.
Yeah. A
this
9 right now
one.
could. Oh, there we go.
And he does it, smokes it. So.
Yep. So it looks like Jacob's just going to go for a strong finish.
11.
Hey, end with a 33, why not?
11.
There we go. 2 33s to end it there.
Jacob, I asked Levi, I don't think I got to ask you, but who's your favorite pro to watch? Might be setting you up here.
My favorite pro to watch is probably Mike Schlosser.
Yeah, Mike is a fun one to watch. I notice you don't have quite as much weight on. Have you ever tried to pick his bow up?
I have not.
That's probably a good thing. Well, we're going to wait for those final scores. And Jacob, you, for your third place finish, will be getting $600. Congratulations, Jacob. Let's give it up for Levi. All right, in your first place qualifier, we've got Iftah Kadar. He is a 2023 Youth Cup champion.
All right, here we go. Iftak Hadar comes in as our #1 seed. So Connor, they have the choice to knock their competitor from one side to the other, and he chose to leave Levi where he was standing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, not sure if it really makes a difference in the end, but it's like it's something to knock them off the platform that they've gotten comfortable in and have shot a few matches on. So
yeah, for
just
sure.
a small part of it.
Just
Game within the game.
With the compound, with the magnifications and the scopes and all, the lighting may not be any different, but like you said, just get in his head, maybe.
Yeah.
Archery is like 99.9% mental and 0.1% physical. All right, here we go. Final match.
10.
Iftak, the higher seeded archer, gets to choose whether he shoots first or second. He chooses to shoot second here.
Yeah. Looks like he has competed in ASAs in the past, which is 3D, or that's Levi, excuse me. Levi Harkey has shot at ASAs. But makes sense. He's from Texas. He shoots for Leading Edge, owned by Kenneth Stevens and her dad, well-known ASA competitors. I'm not surprised that Levi's in the 3D game.
10.
Well, I'm looking at Iftak's stabilizer. It's just not moving. Did he just throw down a 33?
33, came out of the gates with a 33.
Let's meet him.
Is this your first time on this podium?
Yes, first time on the stage, yes.
First time on the stages? Are you nervous?
Yes, of course.
Can't tell with that 33, that's great shooting. Can you tell us about your bow?
Yes, PSC Supra SC cams and Excel sight, ramrod stabilizers, gas bowstrings high octane, Easton X27s, and True Ball full chrome flex.
All seems to be working well for you this weekend. I don't know if people realize how hard it is to come out of that back room onto the podium and shoot a 33. Congratulations.
Here's a look, Connor. Yeah, as Josh mentioned, your first time on the stage, come out of the practice room and step up and throw down a 33.
Yeah, that's great because there's so much going on once you get out here. It's tough to settle in, and he already has it dialed. So
yeah, our practice range in the back there, we try and recreate the lighting as best we can, but it's a low ceiling. This is a high ceiling, so it's not going to be identical. And then you're back there by yourself. Then you walk out here, and there's, I don't know how many people, but it's more than 3. Lights, cameras, people putting microphones in your face. He handled it well.
11-10 high.
It's going to be a close one. Meanwhile, Levi over there just...
9.
Oh, there's a 9. Just took a deep breath there. He didn't like that.
yeah, Iftak has a big opportunity here, and he takes advantage of it.
And that
increases his lead.
Yeah, he just looked like he was super comfortable with that. Let's see how Levi comes back.
11-10 high. We need 10 just out.
Yeah, they're gonna have to give that one a look. That one's very close. That's one of those ones where if he had 27s in his quiver, that one would catch.
He would have caught that for sure.
Got the 23s, and Iftak shoots another 11 to finish that end off.
A 32 potential.
Potential 33. There's a liner in there, so
man,
what a start.
Yeah.
And yeah, you're already in the territory of needing a 12 to get back in this for Levi. So
for sure, you know, Connor, if you're, as the score shows up there, 4 points, he can only call that 12 ring 2 times left in the match. I mean, 4 points is a lot.
Yeah, you need those 12s and you need some help too. And so far, Iftak's shown that he means business and he's not leaving anything on the table here. So,
and he's not missing. So you got to be thinking, if you're Levi, boy, I better apply some pressure here. Yeah, look at that. It was upgraded to an 11.
Yeah, perfect so far.
66 from Iftak. That's incredible. So 5-point lead, 2 ends to go.
We've got Iftak with 66, Levi with 61, 1 into the third end.
All right, here we go. And so Iftak elected to shoot second that time.
And Levi already calls the 12 here on the first arrow, trying to, like you said, apply some pressure if he gets a 12 down there.
Come on, get it. Got it. Got it.
Doesn't affect Iftak. He's got it. 11.
Just keeps rolling. I bet Levi wishes he could call it again right now.
Yeah.
He did knock 1 point off. I mean,
Yep, got one back. That one's going to be close. Maybe just out.
let's see if Iftak can keep it rolling.
11.
Man.
And he does. Perfect through 8 arrows.
11, 10, 9.
Got it. Perfect through 3 ends. Iftak.
11s. That is a 99. That is a perfect score so far officially. How do you prepare for this? How do you handle the pressure to come out and continue to pound those 11s?
Here's that 12 we're going to look at from Levi.
Breathing all the time.
Let's see his reaction.
Watched this event before on YouTube?
Yes, it's my second time here.
And checked his sight.
I wonder if he dialed his sight. He's dialing his sight right now. I wonder if he's aiming center and just dialing down to the level that would be a 12. Because we've seen that before. I believe it was Nick Cappers did that in the year he won. Developed, just at home, spent time shooting at the 12. Figured out, hey, I need this many clicks if I'm going to do it. And then you don't have to aim at that awkward 8-7 line area. You can aim center like you're used to doing all the time. And it worked out for him there. He hit that 12, so.
Yeah. Yeah, there's 2 strategies. You either aim at it or you just keep aiming at the center, but adjust your sight. But
Yeah,
man, you better be on.
Yeah. Yeah, he dialed his sight again while they were pulling those arrows, so I think he's gearing up to go for that 12 again.
Yeah. Good eyes. Good eyes spotting that. Yeah, as you mentioned, and we heard from some of the bow hunters earlier, depending on what size pin you're shooting, you may not be able to
sometimes
see
it gets
it.
covered up. He's calling the 12. He's going for it here.
Here we go.
12.
Got it. 2 for 2. Let's see if
he's dialing it back up.
Let's see if we can do anything to make Iftak flinch.
10.
The first point left out by Iftak. Still has a great handle on this match.
Still 4 points, and now Levi can't do anything else except shoot 11s.
11.
Gets that one.
Which he did. Another point, down to 3. All he can do is shoot an 11.
10.
10.
So with the gold, Iftak will take this one.
Yeah, anything in the yellow, he's good. He hasn't been anywhere close to the reds.
10.
And he gets it.
And he gets it. Iftak Hadar comes in here. Nearly flawless match, but Levi Harkey, 2 12s.
Feeling good, for sure.
That's one of the great things about this format. You can come in and shoot your way up regardless of where you qualify. We're going to wait for those scores, but incredible shooting here this morning. All right, we have our champion. Iftalk is our Youth Open champion. Levi, for your second place finish, you get $1,000 from LAS. Congratulations, Levi. And Iftalk, your champion, you get $2,000 for first place from Lancaster Archery. How does it feel?
It feels amazing. I have no words, and thank you to everyone who made it possible.
Well, thank you for coming, and we really enjoyed your shooting this morning. What are you going to do for the rest of the day?
Spend the money.
Spend the money. What are you buying?
Probably a new bow.
A new bow. There's an archer for you, folks. All right, we're going to take a short break.
All right, Connor, great win there for Iftalk Hadar. Nearly flawless match there. Levi Harkey gave him everything he had. 2 12s there in the final. That's going to do it for Youth Male Open. Folks, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back at the 2025 Lancaster Archery Classic with our biggest division, Men's Open. You don't want to miss that one. We'll be back here at Spooky Nook. Oh yeah, he got it.
Man.
Oh yeah.
466. Wow. That's pretty good.
That's why people call him the GOAT right there.
I really feel like this is where I need to be.
Trusted name in releases, Scott Archery has been proudly made in America for over 40 years. High-quality materials, target-inspired design, and tight tolerances allows you to release with confidence with Scott Archery.
The X10 is the most successful arrow in competitive archery history, accounting for far more medals than any other individual piece of sporting equipment in Olympic history. Easton introduces the latest innovation of the X10 lineup, the 4mm Parallel Pro. Parallel Pro offers legendary X10 precision for all forms of archery. Elevate your precision. Your journey to the podium begins with Easton X10.
And our champion, Tanya Galantine.
And it's going to be Bodie Turner, your 2024 Open Pro champion.
Our champion, Duna Lim. 2024 Olympic recurve champ, Brady Ellison.
You're up next.
Go from rags to riches. If you would only say you care. And though my pocket may be empty, I'd be a millionaire. It's everything. So open your arms and you'll open the door to every treasure that I'm hoping for. Tell me you're mine evermore.
It's a 2025 Lancaster Archery Classic. We're at the Spooky Nook Sports Complex here in Manheim, Pennsylvania. And yeah, the Lancaster Archery Supply trailer is in the middle of the complex. So when you come here, you get to buy all the stuff you want. And there's even a shuttle that'll take you to the actual store a little ways down the road. But this is the shoot-up finals in the largest indoor archery tournament on the East Coast. It is chilly outside, but it is nice and warm inside. And as the day continues to roll on, the crowd continues to fill up here in the finals arena. Hello, everyone. I'm Greg White, sitting alongside world champion Steve Anderson, as we're going to bring you these final matches for the next couple of hours and have a good time. Steve, how has your weekend been here? We've been here since, what, Wednesday, Thursday time frame?
Yeah, and I'm a spectator only this weekend, but we won't go into that. But it's fun to watch. It's fun to be a spectator here. There's a lot happening. Whether you want to shoot or not, you should come out here and enjoy the Lancaster Archery Classic.
Yeah, and on deck right now is our open category. It's amateur open. It's our largest category, and we're going to have 8 shooters. But here's the way it works. In this particular class, 8 qualified. The rank ties are broken by 11s, and it's a bottom-up format. And this is where it gets super exciting. So the 8th and 7th seed are going to shoot off against each other. Whoever wins, going to go shoot against the number 6. Whoever wins that against 5, and so on. And we've seen it before where the number 8 seed has marched their way all the way up to number 1. It's a lot of arrows. But, Steve, there's special scoring here in the finals.
Right, so we do have the 12 ring that comes into play. The standard scoring at the Lancaster Classic, your X ring in the very center of the target is an 11. And you've got 10, 9, 8, 7, and so forth. And then here in the finals, we've got the 12 ring, which is a 1.5 centimeter white dot. It sits, intersects the 7 and 8 line down in the red there. You got to call it, and you can call it once per end.
But now it's time to welcome the archers to the field of play. For our open category, here is PJ Riley.
All right, here we go with our open division. This is our biggest division here at the Classic. Starting off with our number 8 seed from Dundee, Michigan, Ryan Locke. And our number 7 seed from Brookfield, Ohio, William O'Brien.
All right, Steve Anderson, one of my favorite things about the Lancaster Archery Classic is the fact that every arrow you shoot makes a difference. It's an accumulation of your qualification score with your elimination matches, and they shot 3 elimination matches each to get to this point. And so for Ryan Locke, your number 8 seed, he qualified in the 56th position with 641 points, but he was able to shoot 129, 129, 126 in his victories. So he has a total of 1,025, where William O'Brien was your 55th qualifier who shot his way, shot a little bit better. So he has a total points accumulated of 1,033, and that's what makes him the 7th seed.
Yeah, that's for Ryan, you know, squeaking in that last match specifically, 125, that need a little bit of help from your competitor to get in there, or 126 rather.
Yep.
Ryan has been a guy who is always flirting with being one of the top pros for a long time. I think he's, had to move into a career and things like that. So now competing as an amateur.
Yeah, and you have the ability to do that in this tournament, but still, so for this class, it's so massive in the open category that they cut the top 64. But the fact that you're the 56th seed and you're able to shoot your way up, and you know what, we see that sometimes with people.
Yeah,
they may not be the best qualifiers, but when they get to the head-on, the head-to-head competition.
Ryan's a really good shooter. He'll make the most of this, I think. I would not be surprised if he made a pretty big run.
From 7th place. And we'll try to keep track of how many arrows these archers are going to shoot if we do see someone from this bottom half start to rip their way up towards the #1 seed.
11.
All right, so like Steve mentioned, it's a 40-centimeter target. The innermost ring is worth 11 points. There is a 12 at play. There's a button behind the archers on the platform they stand if they choose to call it.
11.
There's only 1 per end allowed. I'm lobbying trying to get that changed, Steve, but we'll talk about that in a second.
Yeah, it'd be cool to see each and every arrow.
Like save up the 4 and then be able to pick and choose when you use them. 4 ends. Let's go to PJ.
Coming out here in men's open, William O'Brien, welcome to the Classic Finals stage. Have you been up here before?
No, I have not.
Have you been to the tournament before?
Yes.
How many times?
This is my third.
Third time. All right, this is what you've been trying to do. How's it feel now that you're up there?
It feels great.
All right, I like the positivity. Run through your gear for us if you can.
Shooting the PSE Dominator Duo, Hamsky Trinity, Excel Sight, Shrewd Scope, Easton Arrows, Biter Knocks, Tack Vanes.
Bowstring?
Whatever PSE has on them.
Factory strings. All right. Well, William, we appreciate you coming out here over the years. It's looking like we have...
So it looked like for O'Brien, he had a 9 asterisk on his arrow #2. And judge had a look at it, and it was indeed a 9, so it didn't get upgraded. So 32 to 31 after the first end of 4. And of course, if we're tied after 4 ends, then we're going to a tiebreaker, and we'll explain that when we get there. Chances are, with the matches we have coming up, so we have open category right now. We just kicked that off. There's 8 matches to go through. Then we're going to go to the Women's Open Pro category where they have 4 that have qualified. And then we go to the Men's Open Pro category where we also have 8. So there's only 3 categories remaining, but we have a ton of archery to get through.
A lot of stuff to happen, a lot of excitement. I hope we get some real barn burners out of this.
Oh yeah, I want to see people start hitting that 12 button.
So you mentioned, maybe changing it up. What if there was a mandatory 12 shot? You had to shoot at the 12 once, and it's either a 12 or a 9 or worse.
I like that. Why don't you comment, if you're watching this, you got to comment. What do you think? Do you like the 1 12 per end? Do you think it should be just 4 12s and you can use them anywhere? Or do you like Steve's idea that it's got to be mandatory that you have to shoot at the 12? Let us know in the comment section below.
I guess you could do it mandatory 12 if you just shot center at the yellow. It would score 9 no matter what, and then if you went for that 12, you could, you run the risk of a 7 or an 8.
Yeah.
But it would be fun to see.
Definitely would be.
11.
He's found his stride here.
He has.
Got one that's close. They've marked it with an asterisk. I think he's probably going to get it, but there's a judge who's going to walk right up to it, and I'm looking at it from about 18 yards away, so we'll let them make the call.
11.
All right, let's hear it for these archers. Ryan Locke, 65, only dropped 1 point. Ryan.
All right, let's get to PJ.
How many times have you been on the Classic stage?
3 times.
3 times. So I saw you were 2017 second place finisher, which I believe was our first year here. So you've been there in between. Have you been in this setup since we've had it?
No.
What do you think of it? What's the difference?
I like the lighting and stuff better.
You like the lighting better. All right. Well, Ryan, run through your equipment for us if you could.
Dominator Duo, Excel Sight, Freak Show Rust, AE, B Stinger stabilizers, Podium Plus bowstrings, Stan, Onyx release, Easton arrows.
And you got biter knocks, looks like there?
Yep.
All right, Ryan. Well, it is definitely working for you. After 2 ends, we have a 1-point difference still in favor of Ryan Locke, 65-64. Don't forget that 12 button.
All right, so 2 ends to go, 1-point difference. PJ reminded them, don't forget that 12 button as he's trying to encourage these archers to come on out. I think you know, you're a little far away from the podium on this one.
Ryan with a chance to push the lead does not get it. Remains a 1-point deficit for O'Brien. He's going to need to get going.
When you see those shots from behind the archers, you get a good look at what they're looking at. There's a 30-second shot clock per arrow. Once the competitor's arrow impacts the target, the 30 seconds starts for the next competitor. Plenty of time, 30 seconds to let down. And we've seen compound, barebow, and Olympic recurve all let down and have good shots after.
So if I'm O'Brien, I would shoot at the 12 here. I think he has 2 10s. I don't think the second one is in. And he's running the risk of being trailing by 2 points. Just feel like you got to go get it. Compound guys are too precise these days.
All right, great shooting, guys. You know, I mentioned that Open is our biggest class. There's 3 divisions at the Classic where we run through 8 finalists. One is barebow, one is Open Pro, and Open is the 3rd one. This is our biggest class. These finalists here, our final 8, they were competing in a class of 383 this weekend. So these guys on the final stage, they earned it. Let's hear it for them.
And really, when we look at the finals cut, so in this particular case, they go the top 8 that are in the shoot-up. It is based on class, and that's why the class size itself. That's why you see barebow, open barebow, or men's barebow, I guess you could say, that has 8. This class has 8, and then the men's open pro, which is compound, go 8. All the rest of the classes are sitting at the top 4. But Steve, the reality is that people look at making the cut here at Lancaster Archery Classic as just win number 1, don't they?
Yeah, there's an accomplishment in that. And, you know, for everybody, you've got, you know, maybe a different set of goals or a different score goal that you're working towards. And then everyone wants to watch what a projected cut line will be throughout the weekend. You know, in Open Pro, it's typically around that, I want to say it's been like 648-ish, but it moves up and down a little bit every year. So I didn't see what it is here for the amateur open class, but you know, it is an accomplishment just to make the cut and get in and get to compete in the head-to-head matches.
All right, so final end of this match.
Yeah, and O'Brien's was his last end. He did have that one that was close. It was called a 10, so he's got a 2-point deficit to make up and only 1 opportunity at a 12 ring.
And his competitor, Ryan Locke from Michigan, has only dropped 2 points this whole match.
Yeah, Ryan's got a chance to make it a 3-point match and then effectively end it with a pretty easy arrow to finish it out. This is a critical one for Ryan.
All right, we know that O'Brien has called for the 12.
11.
Yep, there it is for Ryan. They've got it. There we go.
Yeah, a little update.
Yeah.
All right, so going for the 12 ring, 1.5 centimeter dot that Steve was talking about. A lot of movement right now.
Yeah, that's going to be tough to get.
Yeah.
So now Ryan's got a pretty easy finish here. Basically score an arrow and he's good to go.
11-10-9.
Wow, what a great way to finish. It's hard for us to see with the shadows there, but here's PJ.
At that 12, that thing is very tiny. William, before you run out there, men's open, so you guys are largely amateurs. Where do you shoot back home? Oh, I know where you shoot.
Yeah, I shoot at Golden Grain Archery.
Golden Grain Archery, great program up there. How long have you been shooting there?
I've been shooting about 4 years competitively.
All right. We love the folks at Golden Grain. William O'Brien is going to finish in 8th place here at the Classic. $500 he's going to take from us. Let's give it up for William O'Brien II. All right. So Ryan Locke is going to move on to face our number 6 seed from Zanesville, Ohio, Nate Harper. '24 runner-up last year in Bowhunter.
And there's always an interesting conversation about what journey each archer has taken to come into archery. And a lot of times we find with compound archery that at least the first 3 that we've seen so far in this category, each one of them has come into competitive archery through hunting.
Yeah, pretty common here in the U.S. You know, you get into it with a parent, uncle, somebody like that, and then you eventually find your way into enjoying the shooting side of it the most, and you start competing a lot.
And of course, for Nate Harper, comes in as 2024 Vegas Bowhunter champion, and he was runner-up here last year at this one.
In the Bowhunter class, so yeah, he's made some moves.
Now for Nate, he was actually the number 3 qualifier. He came in with 651 points scored after qualification. However, he had a couple of low-scoring matches at 126, 126. So after all the points accumulated for the entire weekend were added up, it moved Nate down from their 3rd place 660 round qualifier down to 6th place.
And we're seeing Ryan, he's still on a good roll here. He's sighted in, and I think I predicted he might make a run here.
Yeah, he's
a
certainly
good shooter. Knows what he's doing.
11.
See, in our previous match, we talked about
11.
William potentially should have shot for the 12, the 3rd end, rather than waiting for the 4th. There's some risk to that, obviously. There's some guys who want to just continue to try to plug away at the 11 ring and hope that the other guy falters. There's some guys who are going to chase it, be more aggressive, and try to make it happen for themselves. And you know, if you could hit a 12 in that 3rd ring, you get a big, or that 3rd end, you get a big momentum shift out of it. But you could also just end your match really quick.
And let's get to PJ.
Nate, how you doing?
I'm doing great. How about yourself?
I'm just fine, thanks. So, Bowhunter last year, open this year. Why the switch?
Just trying something new. It's exciting.
Why not? Well, hey, listen, run through your equipment for us.
So I'm shooting a Hoyt Invicta. I got True Ball Excel, sight and scope, Widowmaker bars. We got Rogue bowstring, specialty peeps. Easton arrows are the best. And that's all.
And your nocks?
I don't know.
Because I don't recognize them either. All right. Nate Harper, welcome back to the Lancaster Archery Classic final stage. It looks like after one end, okay, that is confirmed. Ryan Locke with a 1-point lead, 32-31.
It's 32-31, and this is what you're going to see out of this category, even though this is amateur shooting. Each one of these athletes, especially as we get closer and closer to the top, you're going to start seeing some 33s per end. we could definitely be on our way to some shoot-offs. In this open category, too, a lot of people have asked over the years with this particular tournament, if people are shooting the exact same way, how do you determine your ranking after your 660 round? And the thing is one of the rules when you're at your qualification round that you don't have to do in the finals is you need to number your targets. So let's say that I like to shoot top, just like that shot. Then I want to go bottom left. That would be my number 2, and number 3 is going to be on the right. You have to mark those, and so you score them as you shoot them. So one of the differentiators between, say, William O'Brien, who got knocked out, and Nate Harper, who's on the stage right now, they both shot, you know, like the same, like a similar score in terms of the amount of points accumulated. But it was the first X miss that they had all the way back in qualifying that determined who was the different rank. And so that's another different way that a lot of different tournaments that we have around the country don't do.
Right. Yeah, it's entirely different. And it's kind of weird for some people when you're calling score because you might just look at the arrows and call them. But in this one, you need to, you know, be mindful of the order of operations for how each person
So not
shoots.
only does every single arrow count, as that one drops low 9, but every arrow point value counts, but also every arrow in the order of which you shot.
The win.
Yep. The wind?
The when.
Oh.
W-H-E-N.
Yeah.
When you miss that arrow.
Yeah, when
so-
you do, yeah.
Yep.
I was like, well, you think that 9 was the air conditioning?
That 9 is going to haunt him there, but I do think it's only going to cost him 1 point.
Yeah, but here's this. But this is what we're talking about, though, right? If you shoot a 9 here, now he's got an option the next end to jump on the
Go
12.
get a 12, yeah.
Go get a 12.
Get it back.
Go get those points back. That's one of those weird gambling things.
Yeah.
You know, it's like I go to the slot machine in Vegas. You know, I drop $10 in and I'm down. So I'm going to go, all right, I'm going to go put $20 in and win it back.
Right.
It's like, is that really a good strategy?
Depends on how much money you got.
Right, but at least in this situation, you have a lot more control.
Yeah.
Because, you know, you're aiming at it. So
If you feel confident in the 12 ring, then I think you go after it earlier and you try to get the momentum back or, you know, flip the script on them and get the lead. It's just a matter of if the other guy's pretty solid and he's not really, like Ryan's been solid, he's not leaving the 10 ring thus far. I'm not counting on him to shoot a big 9. So I'm assuming I got to go get it on my own, you know.
But also maybe, like especially if you don't really know Ryan like you have over the years, taking the risk of shooting a 12 down there, that they know you're capable of it. And I think that there's the possibility, depending on how the archer reacts, that you're putting some pressure on him early ends.
Yes.
That's what we saw in the last year when we were doing this in
the pro class, they feel like they have to.
Yeah.
Like there's almost no choice because they know that everyone can shoot a clean score, so I better go get it. And the first guy who doesn't shoot a 12 might be the guy who goes home.
Yeah. So for Ryan Locke, 311, 310 so far for 63 points in our first 2 ends. There's 4 total ends. As he draws that bow back. Dude, I'm just loving that stabilizer wrap, I have to say.
11.
There he goes. He's doing it. You got it. All right, now you gotta turn around and shoot an 11 now. You know, if you're Nate, you can't give one back. You gotta capitalize on it.
11.
So Ryan maintains a 1-point lead with that. Oh, see, that's where, yeah, you gotta. I think you want to save that 12 for the last arrow.
I see what you're saying.
That way, it gives them something. You hit it, gives them something to chew on through the next end. You know, so if you hit it, you get a little energy bump, a little adrenaline rush, and then that next arrow's hard. But he might just want to shoot at target 1 or bottom left.
But you have to give Ryan Locke credit. He heard, he literally was going to full draw when the crowd erupted on that 12, was able to hold his composure and then drop his best end so far of this match, 33. The max points you can get per end would be a 34, right? 2 11s and a 12, but the typical normal is going to be the 33.
Yep.
That's a good looking. So we saw a competitor earlier today, piped it inside out.
Oof.
Inside out with a 27 on that 1.5 centimeter 12 ring. So I had said, Steve, I just, it's a lot of time to kill here on the broadcast, and I was just thinking, wouldn't it be nice if Lancaster maybe offered a little, the first person to pipe it inside out 12 gets an extra $1,000 or something?
I mean, I don't want to spend their money.
Me either.
Yeah, let's incentivize more 12 ring shots.
I'm just saying, gift card or something maybe. I don't know.
There you go.
This tournament's amazing as it is anyway, and to be honest, Lancaster Archery Supply, they put out a lot of prize money, and then all the sponsors here jump on board as well. Like I tell you, I saw something that I was really surprised about was, Hoyt pays contingency in the Masters class. I was like, wow, that's really cool.
Yeah, and giveaway bows. There was a bow giveaway.
Yes,
during
that's right.
A girl from Sweden won the bow.
I think you guys are going to make out on that deal. That is an up-and-coming talent who made the stage and was shooting the Final Four yesterday, and she won a Hoyt bow.
I'm very excited for it.
Yeah,
so,
good.
All right, let's see if Nate, I'm assuming he's going to call 12 here again.
You think he'll do it this time, or
Yeah,
wait till the end?
I think he likes to shoot at that target, is what it is. Ooh.
Okay, so now that the
Now it's a
conversation
1
opens up,
point.
do I call for it or don't I call for it? He does. Now, the one thing I will say is
I don't think I would have yet.
Tim Gillingham, who won on a 12, made the comment that he likes aiming at something smaller. It makes him more focused.
Yeah, Tim is. See, now the game's over. That's why I think you gotta wait till the very last one. If you need it.
Yeah, because if Ryan shoots another 9 here, if he got
It doesn't
rattled,
matter,
then you wouldn't
yeah.
have had to shoot at it.
Yeah, Ryan can shoot an 8 and still have a 2-point lead. Yep, that's it's a strategy error. Is what I'm gonna go with there.
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, I think if he had hit that, now this arrow's tougher, Nate. Now he's gonna be hyped up, psyched.
Yeah.
He's got to go shoot another 11, but now it's kind of a moot point.
11.
So Ryan, another match win if he just puts it in the target effectively. I mean, he's got to shoot a 7 to tie. You don't see a lot of arrows in the red from the compound group.
11.
Boy, I like Ryan's shot. Got a good, strong bow arm. He's got a nice, relaxed, bow hand. It's good. Let's get to PJ.
Nate Harper is going to finish 6th here at the Lancaster Archery Classic. Take home $800 from us. Let's give it up for Nate Harper. All right. That brings us to our number 4 seed from Milan, Michigan, Blake Ballou.
So Blake Ballou coming in here off of a 12th place qualifier, 648 points. Oh, we're going to do Hunter. Yeah, we're going to do Hunter Garrison. Yeah, let's do Hunter from Pennsylvania.
Well, Hunter and Blake knew what was up. They sent the right person out.
Of course they did. You were like, he's wearing somebody else's shirt. So Hunter Garrison comes in here, our 15th place qualifier after our 660 round with a 648 and a couple good elimination matches, giving him a total points of 1,034 to place him in the number 5 seed. But right now, the hot ticket, as we all know, is Ryan Locke, our 8th place qualifier. Marching his way up. Keep in mind that Ryan Locke qualified 56th, and was able to squeak in as the bottom seed into this shoot-up final for our 21st Lancaster Archery Classic. And right now, as Steve Anderson predicted, he's on a bit of a tear. And he's got an opportunity to go up 1 point after the first arrow.
Smoked it too. Yeah, he's got a good roll. Sighted in well, comfortable. All is good. Just gonna keep trucking towards the podium.
11.
Shoot-ups are tough, man. It's tough to be at the top because, you know, especially those 4-person shoot-ups. I think those you almost want to be 3rd or 4th. Get the first match, second match, third match, be done. The 8-person, there's a little bit of a longevity. It'll wear you out. There's, you know, a lot of adrenaline running. No matter what, you're gonna find it at some point, and that's just gonna make you tired. So like Ryan's, I think he's gonna get to the podium, but you'll run into somebody who comes out hot, and you'll hit your wall a little bit, and then it gets really tough.
11.
The other thing too.
Benefit there. Start at 11, 11.
Here we go. Let's get to PJ.
On this side. Apologies for your introduction there. Ruined your big walkout. But you're up here anyway.
Yep.
So, Annville, Pennsylvania, right down the road. I got to start. What club do you shoot out of?
Palmyra Sportsman's.
Palmyra Sportsman, great local club. Turned out a lot of archers. Hunter, let's go through your equipment here.
I'm shooting Bowtech Reckoning Gen 2, Shrewd Scope with a CB sight, Freak Show Rest, Dead Center Bars, Triple X arrows.
What strings and what knocks you got there?
There are strings from Sotira Creek Archers.
And your knocks, you're shooting pin knocks. I think they're gold tips. Gotcha. All right, Hunter, welcome to the Lancaster Archery Classic final stage. After our first end, Ryan Locke shot a perfect 33, Hunter Garrison 31.
All right, so 2 points. Now, Steve, we were kind of talking right before that end wrapped up about what position to be in. Now, the thing I want to kind of bring up, too, is a couple of things. Number one, when you're Ryan Locke and you're the 8th seed, you're the one who starts your warm-up, starts practicing a little bit early. So there needs to be some discipline to understand how many arrows I need to shoot to warm up, because if you make the run from 8th place to the #1 seed, any guess on how many arrows you're going to have to shoot if there's no tiebreakers?
So if you go through 7 matches, 12, you know, I mean, the math on that says 84 arrows.
Yeah, math on that's correct.
Yeah.
84 arrows. That's quite a bit.
I'm glad I got the math right.
You nailed it.
Right there, yeah.
Yeah. Not me, I'm writing it down on paper, you know.
Ryan has given one up here. I'm not sure what it is. They're saying 9 asterisks, so we'll get the call on that later, but might be a sign of some fatigue or something. I still think he's going to probably pull this match win.
11.
There he goes, back on track.
Nice surprise shot from Garrison in the 11 ring. This arrow pretty critical to keep it where he needs to have it.
Okay, so we could have tied match.
All right, let's hear it for these guys putting on a show for us in the open division. Ryan, what club do you shoot for back home, or where do you shoot?
Yeah, Steve, looking at that arrow, I mean, it looks like it's...
I think he's going to get it. I didn't get the light on enough, you know, but I think he's going to get it. That one's solid.
Let's talk about something that you were involved with a couple of years ago, adding a little bit of color to aluminum arrows, because there was a long time there where Easton had aluminums that were all silver, and then somebody came up with a great idea looking at carbon arrows and how it looks to the eye.
Kind of expands the whole.
When you made those arrows two-tone, because you used to work at Easton and you made the bottom half of those 27s black, Was that because you wanted a marketing thing, or was that because you really understood that more arrow calls tend to go the way of the archer if the shaft is?
You know, you get the feedback from guys that they think that. The cool thing about the aluminums that are silver is you have a distinction of that arrow. Like, those are some old aluminums. They haven't been made in 12 years or so, but it's an X7 Eclipse that is, or an X7 Cobalt that is blue, obviously. So it's a, you know, when you see an aluminum arrow, it's distinct in the quiver, and that's cool. But yeah, guys did kind of request, hey, we like the black, so it's cool. You can do two-tone. It's easy enough. Occasionally get some splashing from the anodize that
I just
blends a few arrows.
I think my scores have gone up a little bit since I switched to that. Get those line calls every now and then.
There you go.
I'm just saying.
There's argument to be made that the all silver ones reflected the line a little bit too. So
okay.
It's hard to.
Yeah, it is hard to say.
I think if you're lobbying on, or if you're banking on your arrow getting you a call, you're probably not the guy who's going to win anyways. So Ryan did not get that 10 or that 9 in last in. They did call it out, but he has possibly evened it up. Now Hunter has a close arrow that they're going to need to get a judge on. But a good tight match here.
And the 12 in his back pocket, if he needs it, which he's gonna need it, potentially.
There's also the opportunity to go for the 12 for the win, too.
Yeah, that's always pressure packed.
I don't think I aim it at that. I don't aim in the red well enough to do that.
So there's two ways to aim at that 12 too.
Yes.
So tell us a little bit about those ways, the two different ways to aim, and what would you do?
So we saw a young man in the youth class who moved his sight. You know, he knew he needed to move X number of clicks so he could still aim in the center of the yellow, but impact down in the 12. There in the red. Other people, most of the pros, they're just aiming at the 12. You know, and that's what I have historically done. I have not been on the Lancaster stage since they introduced this, but some of our local events have introduced this 12 ring as a part of our tournament. So, yeah, I think you're better off just aiming at it, but you need a reticle to work with you. You need to be comfortable with aiming in the red.
Would you shoot a fiber pin, or would you shoot a dot?
I'd still shoot a dot just because I need to shoot good enough to get in. You know, and I'd worry about the 12 ring after the fact. So,
see, I think for me, because I shoot a dot, I would probably go to the clicks, because the dot that I would use would cover that 12.
It's just too big to aim at that fine.
Yeah, I think so.
The reason why, you know, you can get away with a big dot aiming in the center, because you've got a concentric circle of the yellow. So you're not necessarily aiming at the middle, you're aiming at the middle of the yellow. So a lot of times you're using the exterior of the yellow to gauge your status or your sight picture within the center of the target there. So it's different when all of a sudden you go down and you aim in the center of a U-shaped red, right?
Yeah, it definitely will mess with your brain.
Yeah, that's why you see guys barely miss the X ring and miss the 12 ring really big. It's just creates a different sight picture. A lot of times your subconscious is what's actually finishing it, and your subconscious is not accustomed to the sight picture that the 12 ring gives you.
And for Ryan Locke right now, going 11-11, he's going to choose, if he needs that 12 for the last arrow. This is the final end. This is your number 8 seed shooting off against your number 5 seed. So he's done his job in terms of 11s to this point. Now, this arrow is going to determine what Locke is going to do. If this is an 11, got it. So the 12 is called. This is to tie the match and send us into our shoot-off. He got it.
Yeah, he smoked it too.
Wow, he nailed it. It's not over yet, though, so now we wait for the official. So he gets the maximum points scored. There's no doubt about that one. Oh, that's so close to inside out, too. So for Ryan Locke, your 8th place qualifier, right now we look like we're going to be all tied. That's on the back of a maximum score 34. Here's what the tiebreakers look like. Sudden death, higher scoring ring. 12 ring is in play for the first 2 arrows. Archer must call that 12 ring. If a 3rd arrow is needed closest to the center, X wins. So basically, we're just going score. So if Steve shoots, he shoots an 11, I shoot a 10, Steve wins. If we both shoot 10s, we go to another arrow. If we shoot 11s apiece in the 2nd arrow, then we go to that 3rd arrow closest to the center wins. So score first, and then sudden death.
I really like this as a tiebreaker. I think World Archery should adopt something like this. You know, the 1 arrow closest to center anymore, 2 guys can. There's an argument to be made about what is center and how it's measured.
Yeah.
And in indoor archery, it can become problematic as well. So this is a good way to do it. You still decide it off score with, you know, almost, you can run almost a full end of play once more. Or you can run a full end of play, just a little different with that final arrow.
He's calling 12.
This is interesting. He's trying to win it.
Hunter Garrison is going straight for the jugular.
It's an all or nothing move. Ooh, man, this is tough.
That's a close call,
now
too.
Ryan doesn't know. He doesn't know, and he's got the clock ticking.
Yeah.
His coach thinks it's in.
Okay.
So he's called 12.
Casey Kaufhold is there on the microphone on the spotting scope, and
Yeah.
she said close. She didn't make a call.
She's at the wrong angle to really see. He got it.
Oh,
for
he got
sure.
it. So now we wait for an arrow call.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if they're both 12s, we're going to go to another arrow. I'm sorry. I love what Hunter Garrison just did. He went straight after it.
There's Ryan's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They both got it. Dude, if you're Hunter right now, you're going like, come on, man. Like, what do I got to do to win this thing?
Leave me alone. He's like a barnacle that just won't break away.
There you go. Okay, so off we go to arrow number 2. And Hunter Garrison.
He's, man, I don't know about this.
Yeah, this is like statistically, this is a tough shot.
I think I would shoot at the 11, and I would just try to keep it, you know.
But on the other hand, Steve,
you got it. If you get it,
but
you're the man.
he already knows though that Ryan's able to, capable of shooting 12. So if you
But
shot
still,
the 11 and Ryan had the advantage.
I mean, Ryan is 2 for 2.
2 for 2. He's
But
going for 3.
yeah, I like the odds that he's not going to smoke 3 in a row. If I'm Hunter, I'm about ready to cash some checks right here.
Got a lot of shooting to go. We need to zoom in on that one.
Just with
Casey didn't even say anything. Oh.
It is.
Oh.
Just
no,
off,
I see some red. I see some red.
I think it's just off.
What an effort, though. If this ends the 8th place seed's run, he did it in the best way possible.
You can see that arrow quivering in the target just because maybe the volleyball girls outside are creating a little floor shake.
It's true, yeah, there's a lot of volleyball going on. Yeah,
There's
so
the
that's
call.
it. This isn't 3D, folks. You can't pull a line, all right, in target archery.
It's pretty clear cut,
All of our
right?
3D people are going, no, that definitely pulled it. It
Yeah,
pulled it, right?
You're the enemy now.
No. So, yeah, what an effort
Wow,
from Ryan
Hunter.
Locke.
Hunter is going for it, man.
All right, let's get to PJ.
Now, is Blake really coming out this time? Okay. All right. Our number 4 seed from Milan, Michigan, Blake Ballou.
All right, so for Blake, he makes note that all the way back in 2019, when this tournament made a legend, you all remember the CEO. Blake was top 8 here in 2019, and it was the CEO who took him out on his march up to the top.
I always love the CEO call. Like, the guy had a button-down shirt, and everyone, it's like, oh, he looks like a CEO. I'm like, Okay, you know.
Yeah, that was the internet
That
named
was
him.
the- yeah.
I was saying, he was a president, he was whatever, and the internet said he's the CEO, Tim Hanley. So I haven't seen Tim in a little while, but always a good dude, big fan, and he definitely brought so much prestige to the open category.
It was a big run that year.
Huge.
8-1.
Mm-hmm.
And he went on to compete as a pro after that, and he was pretty competitive.
Yep.
He's a good dude.
11.
All right, if you're just tuning in, this is the open class. This is the amateur category, the largest category here at the Lancaster Archery Classic. This is the 2025 edition. I'm Greg White, sitting next to world champ Steve Anderson. By the way, I just want to clear that up. I don't think that anybody's a former world champ. You're just not current world champ. That's why I don't say former world champ.
Yeah, they can't take it away from him.
That's all I'm saying.
I passed the drug test. So.
Yeah, that's what happened. So they're shooting 18 meters, just shy of 20 yards downrange at a 40-centimeter target. The innermost ring is worth 11 points, and they have this wild card 12. That ring that's sitting right there in between the 8 and the 7. You have to call it, and you're only allowed to call it once per end. The maximum points you can score in a single end is 34 points. And if you're new to archery, what we mean by end is each game has a certain amount of arrows that you shoot per end. In this case, it's 3. Outdoor could be 6, could be 4 in field. But we shoot an end of arrows, a group of arrows, then we go down and score them. So out of the gate, it looks like 32-31, but we'll have judges that'll go down. A judge will go down, take a look closely, and then we'll get the official score. But here's PJ.
Yeah, this is my second time. 2019 was my first time up here.
Gotcha. Now that I see your name spelling, I recognize that. Run through your equipment for us.
Yeah, I have Excel sight, Shrewd scope housing, Hoyt Stratos 40, bee stinger bars, gold tip arrows, Hamsky rests, UV button, yeah, gas strings.
And arrows and nocks.
Yep, shooting pin knocks, tack vanes, and gold tip X cutters, triple X's.
All right. Well, Blake, thanks for coming back to the Lancaster Archery Classic. We have a 1-point lead right now. Garrison Hunter 32, Blake Blue 31.
All right, so after the first end, single point. 3 arrows per end, 4 ends total. If we end up in a tie at the end of that, we go to a tiebreaker. And for Blake, 15 years shooting. Hunter Garrison's been at it for 13 years in archery. And for this shooter right here, his parents coach at a local club. That's how he ended up starting in archery. He's the 19 outdoor national champ, 4th at the Classic in 2024. If he wins this match, he's guaranteed to at least match that. So the winner of this match will advance to the number 3 seed and guarantee themselves at least the top 4 position. And the loser of this match will be 5th place.
What kind of scratch is this paying out? Say you're 5th place. What's that pay? Do you know?
I don't know, but I know who knows.
Maybe PJ will say.
PJ knows. Here's a pocket guide. You want to look in the pocket guide?
I'll take a look in the pocket guide.
Yeah, you take a look at the pocket guide. All right, so it looks like a 32 for Garrison in this end number 2, coming off of a gutsy 12 call in the shoot-off. Gets him back to back.
So win or lose, everyone's going home with at least $1,000 for now. So 5th place is $1,000.
That's awesome.
4th, $1,250. 3rd, $1,650. 2nd, $2,500, and the winner, 5 G's, baby.
5 G's. And look, if you're watching this live, or maybe you're watching this on down the road sometime in the middle of the summer on YouTube, this is an accessible tournament for everyone. There's so many classes. There's youth classes, but at the same time, there's another tournament going on as we speak. Out of where this tournament qualified, there's Easton Youth Championships going on, and this is just an amazing event. It continues to grow. This facility here at Spooky Nook Sports Complex can handle the growth And it's got plenty of room for shooters, and it's just a lot of fun. Not to mention the fact, Steve, that vendor row, that area where the vendors are, continues to grow and be packed. And you get access to people like Steve Anderson, who up until about this broadcast started, spent most of his time in the Hoyt booth all weekend long.
Yeah, didn't get out of there much. And I would have shot, but I'm recovering from a dry fire.
It's tough recovering from a dry fire.
That was a joke.
I get that part. That was like yesterday when Kenneth Bronco got an interview and he's like, "Oh, you didn't know what to say. I like turtles." Like, yeah.
Who did that?
Kenneth Bronco.
Okay, was that in the barebow class?
No. Bronco's a master's compound shooter.
Oh, okay.
And he was on stage here. Mel Nichols' is coach. He's part of the Pineapple crew. Yeah. And they went to interview him, and he kind of froze up. He totally locked up. He seized the piston, and he was like, just sitting there, and he goes, "I like turtles."
That's the classic YouTube kid.
Yeah.
And then, you know, like, I mean, he could have told him he loved corn, I guess, would have been the next one or something.
Guess so.
Yeah. We got a Hunter looking good. He doesn't want to have to shoot 12s to win this one anymore. You know, he's going to probably get out of this with a decent lead this end. 3 or 4 points right now.
He's feeling the flow.
Working it.
11, 10, 9.
Close one there on top. We'll wait for that call to see what the point swing is. But I think, you know, looking at the qualifications, and the qualification is a 60 arrow round. And of course, the innermost ring is worth 11 points, so it's a total of 660, Steve. But if you look at this class, I think the thing to note is that in the top 8, there were only 3 archers that were in the top 8 after qualification seeding. It was those elimination rounds and the total points they scored that got them into the top 8.
So 3 of the top 8 qualifiers advanced to the top 8 shoot up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at, you know, a couple of the scores. They're not as high as I've seen in the past. There was a couple of years where those amateur scores were ridiculous. Like Brad Baker one year, he's our second place qualifier. He shot a 659, I think. He was 1 point off. You know, I had people calling for his head. It's like the dude's he's an amateur shooter. He's not.
Yeah, he's got a full-time job.
He's not doesn't get to do this as a pro. And I think he won that year. He's a guy who I could see win this. I'm not surprised he's in the shoot-up, and I'm not surprised he took his 649 qualifier and backed it up with really good match scores to get himself in that second place overall.
Yep.
I didn't see what the high qualification score was. 653, is that our top? Yep, okay, I got it.
Yeah,
so
but you're
653
absolutely right.
tops. But
there's been some
years
59s, 58s.
Yeah, 55 or better is pretty common. I guess those guys they want to compete in the pro class now. You know, that's if you can shoot a 55, you're pretty capable.
Which 12 is called.
I think he went to push it and he missed it. PJ gave him an assist there, made sure it was
just off to the right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so that, I mean, he had to go for it. Again, I probably would have went for it an end earlier. He was trailing by 3 or 4.
Ooh. Hunter was really surprised by that shot. Gave it a little Bo Kwon Do. Still hit the 11 ring, though.
11.
I've got a new name for the Bo Kwon Do. Calling it the gourmet hamburger from now on.
The gourmet hamburger?
Yeah.
Hey, what's the thought behind that?
You're tossing it up.
Okay, I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could have gone with the salad, but that seems a little weird.
Gourmet salad. You know, that probably makes more sense.
No, I like the gourmet. Well,
I don't know why I went with gourmet hamburger.
We'll go for it.
There was some other stuff that was thrown out in the back of the day.
So it looks like Hunter Garrison going to continue his romp. Looks like it's going to be a 130 to at least 123, maybe 124 victory.
Let's hear it for Blake Ballou.
Of course, Steve mentioned his prize. Let's get to PJ.
All right. Hunter Garrison moves on, and he will take on our number 3 seed from Loganville, Georgia, Matthew Russell.
He's got 2 guys backing him.
Matthew Russell has got a huge fan club here.
Look at that. He's got like 2 guys walking out with him. Very
gangster.
Yeah, pretty hyped entrance. The crowd had a flamboyant reaction.
I didn't realize this was wrestling.
I think it's his hair.
Think so?
Look at that. He's got a nice little flare coming out. He's got a little cheddar.
Little cheddar.
Yeah, the lettuce, as they call it.
The kids, is that what the kids call it?
That's my understanding.
All right. 9 years shooting.
That's the flamboyant, or the gourmet hamburger is the
hair.
lettuce, right? He's got the cheddar and the lettuce, so there it is.
I mean,
Boom.
there it is.
Yep. Stacking it up.
And this guy, 2 cadet world records to his credit, Matthew Russell. He's going to get after it straight away. Part of the University of Rio Grande team.
11.
Ooh, good start. Yeah, look at that. Matt's got a crowd here. He smoked that one, too.
10.
Yeah, when that bow went off, he was not, his dot was not where he wanted it to be. That'll give him 1 point up on this final arrow of our first end. Hunter Garrison, your number 5 qualifier. Now up to our number 3 qualifier. The winner of this match guarantees themselves a podium finish here.
Not only a podium finish, which is an honor in and of itself, but also a payout of at least $16.50. Third place, $16.50.
That's not even wrapping up contingency available. Let's go to PJ.
This match, Matt Russell, welcome back to the Lancaster Archery Classic stage. How many times have you been up here?
I've been up here, this will make my 2nd time.
2nd time, all right. Before we talk about, well, first let's talk about who you shoot for, because I see you got Hornets up there, Red Storm here, you shoot for everybody.
Yes, sir, I do.
And you got quite a crowd. Who's with you here in the crowd?
The University of Rio Grande archery team's behind me.
All right, shout out to those guys. Matt, run through your equipment for me.
I'm shooting a Hoyt Stratos, Hamsky Trinity Rest, Shibuya sight. I'm running a UltraView scope, UltraView bars, and UltraView Hinge 2 release.
And your arrows?
Easton Super Drive 27s.
All right, looks like you got biter pin knocks as well.
Yes, sir.
All right, shooting all that UV stuff, can't see the George Riles influence at all. After our first end, we're gonna have a 1-point lead for Hunter Garrison, 32-31.
Well, if I've been saying the University of Rio Grande incorrectly this whole time, I didn't realize it was the University of Rio Grande.
I didn't realize that the one he's at is in Ohio. Yeah.
So my apologies if that's really the case to all the people in Ohio.
11-10 line.
The collegiate archery thing's interesting. A lot of these colleges have kind of adopted it as a sport because they realize it's a niche thing, but it can help them get a little bit of a variety in their enrollees. So you see a lot of these smaller schools that are putting together archery teams and getting competitive and offering scholarships, and you know, it does something for them, obviously.
You know, there's quite a few teams that would come to events like this one, the Lancaster Archery Classic, and set up a booth. And the reality is I've probably learned more new colleges by being involved in archery and saying, oh, I didn't even realize that Rio Grande or Rio Grande in Ohio existed. So it's definitely a good marketing tool for them as well.
Right, yep. All right, so does, now Matt's going to go for an 11 here, right? He could possibly make it a 1-point match. Okay.
Yeah. 33 apiece.
So what you can't have happen there is go down another point.
Matt, why don't you introduce us to your coach?
My coach at University of Rio Grande is Jonathan Clemens.
And that's who you got in your box here?
Oh, in the
I meant this coach.
My bad. This is our GA, Jacob Suffrage. He was my teammate and one of my best friends at University of Pikeville. Then we transferred over to University of Rio to follow Jonathan Clemens. And now he's our GA, and I've had him in my box as long as I could remember shooting for U-Pike, so.
What kind of advice did you give him? What'd you tell him before you came out here, Coach?
He knows how to shoot that bow. Nobody knows it better than him. He's worked really hard to get here, so super excited to see him up here again.
All right. Great shooting. We are still holding on to a 1-point match. Hunter Garrison leads 65-64. 2 ends to go. 12s are in play.
And PJ really summed that up nice. 12s are still in play. They have 1 each per end.
How do they, is it you select if you go first or second if you're the top seed?
Correct.
Yeah, you gotta want it's. I've always been a fan of going second. For some reason, there was this wisdom in World Archery to go first, and all the coaches continue to teach that, and they're wrong. But here they figured it out that going second with the 12 ring in play is the way. At the deck there, there's a bow stand, I think.
Yeah.
All is well.
We have microphones that are facing each archer, so we get to pick up some of the stuff that happens. Yeah, it was just a bow stand.
Ooh, he
again with the
yeah, he may have got it.
The tossed what?
The, well, I don't
Bo
know.
Kwando.
Gourmet salad.
The gourmet, no.
Bo Kwando.
Gourmet burger.
Well, that's the hair now.
Oh, all right.
With the lettuce and the cheddar.
Yeah. The gourmet salad. Hashtag gourmet salad.
Yeah, he didn't get it there. And it was a much smaller reaction. So I think that second one is going to be an 11. I think Matt might think about a 12 here, but he did not. Yeah, we'll see what happens. But, yeah, I think Hunter's going to have maybe 7. I didn't see Matt's arrows.
Can you imagine like having to have that the pre-match scenario talk? All right, well, if this happens, we're going to do this, this, this. I'm not sure how many archers have done it, but over the years moving forward, there's going to be a lot of chatter because this is what year of the 12 ring? Our 3rd year of the 12 ring?
3rd or 4th, yeah.
Yeah, because I think it was the first year, and then last year everyone was stunned when Open Pro came out and did some stuff and started going for 12s right out of the gate.
Yeah, they knew they had to.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, that's what I'm saying. After you take a little bit of time and think about it from that perspective, it'll be interesting to talk to some of these archers after the fact. Now, from like a bow company perspective, Steve, whether it's an actual manufacturer bow or like an Easton, or how important is a class like this class, open category, especially if you produce a compound bow product, that you see the size of this class between the Vegases and this tournament and some of the. How important is it?
The size of this class is a reflection of the industry, I think, and the market that we're building for. So this is where you want to grow it, You want a way for people to be competitive at all levels throughout, which is why, like, the Vegas flights are a great way to do it. A lot of people can win money, whether they're flight 1 or flight 37, yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, this is the class that you need to be healthy. You need to have the highest attendance in, and it's also very competitive. Guys need to have a way to feed out of this into the professional category, and do so you know, in a, I would say, an organized way. But right now, that's not necessarily the case. And I don't know that it ever will be.
Hopefully. There's always room for improvement. Just take some leadership, I figure.
And money.
And money. By the way, Matthew Russell from Georgia has called the 12 already.
Yep. Which is, yeah.
This is the last arrow.
He's got to have it to tie.
That's right. This to stay alive for a shoot-off arrow. A lot of movement.
Just left, I
Just
think.
left. Yeah. I think where Casey's sitting with the spotting scope. Casey Koppel, she's off to the left a little bit, so her view's going to be obstruct. Oh, he got it.
He got it.
I think he got it.
That's in.
Yep. Oh. Where? He got it. Yeah, they just announced he got it.
His hype man's hyped.
Yeah. He is. He's going to rip those arrows right out of the bail. He's trying to stay calm.
Yeah. There's, you got to ride an even keel in this game.
Mm-hmm.
You can't get down. You can't get up. You just got to be right in the middle somewhere.
So let's see. I think this is our second shoot-off of this tournament, and
Yes.
Hunter Garrison has been involved in both of them.
Hunter just.
Let's go rules.
What's he do?
Let's go to the stick mic.
Break the tie by a single arrow each for score. If score is still tied, we'll do a second arrow for score. If we're still tied after that, we'll do a third arrow measured closest to the center. Okay, so one arrow at a time. You still have choice first, second.
Oh, boy. And he's back at it. Hunter Garrison already hit the 12. First arrow, we're going for score. Highest score wins. Tie score pushes us to a second scoring arrow. Third arrow will be closest to the center.
12.
And he hit the 12. Hunter Garrison goes for it right out of the gate. He's forcing Matthew Russell. Just shot a 12.
Just getting it.
This has got to be back-to-back 12s for Matthew Russell if he hits it. Last time
Big
was
bobble.
the closest.
Just out.
Yeah.
Oh, just out low. So the strategy for Hunter Garrison, hashtag I'm not scared, pays off.
He's controlling his own destiny, that is for sure.
He's gutsy. He's got a lot of grit.
Look at that.
Oh, ouch, that millimeter and a half, right?
Yeah.
Here's PJ.
$1,250 from us. Let's give it up for Matt Russell. Thanks, guys. Hunter Garrison survives again with a clutch 12 to take on our number 2 seed from Chesapeake, Virginia, Brad Baker Jr.
And this is a bad man behind a bow. This guy can flat out shoot. He is incredible. And yeah, I know what you're talking about, Steve. A lot of people think one tournament, one score. Turn pro. But when you turn pro, you add a lot of different elements to it. You imagine this guy's got a full-time job, and people were a couple years ago, turn pro, and it's like, wait a second, I get to go up against guys like Mike Schlusser, Fullerton, guys that have full-time jobs as archers that can do anything they want. Well, meanwhile, this guy's at a 10-hour-a-day job. And then you add the expense to it because shooting pro is a bit more expensive.
You gotta, yeah. I mean, your registration fees are significantly higher.
Yeah. You have more fees in terms of like being a pro, like your dues.
Yeah. Then
So-
think about this. Like when he shot the big score, 659. You know, there's like 5 guys a year who shoot that in the pro class or better.
Yeah.
It just makes you one of the bunch there. Brad Baker, though, very talented shooter, always has been.
11, 10, 9.
If he can get rolling here early, I think he probably wins this match, and I think he wins this tournament.
Okay.
And Brad Baker Jr., that's a good NASCAR name.
Is it though? Like 100%.
Brad Baker Jr. the third. That's
I
what
see what you did there.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's clever.
It's a Dan Patrick joke.
Yeah.
He'd always call everybody who's a junior
a third.
Yeah, junior the third.
Yeah.
It's not an original from me.
As we look at Garrison shoot, I saw off camera that Brad Baker made a little bit of an adjustment on his sight. The up and down.
Giving it another toss.
Yeah, he's going for another click.
Yeah, he went a couple up and a couple left.
All right, so both archers have some arrow calls that we're going to have to find out, but here's PJ.
Welcome back to the Lancaster Archery Classic final stage. How many times have you been up here?
This is the 5th time.
5th time. I know we've seen you up here pretty regularly. 5 times. Does it get any easier?
No, not even a little bit.
All right, Brad, let's run through your equipment setup.
All right, so I'm running a new Hoyt Concept X, bee stinger bars, bowfinger sight, bowfinger scope, ultra view button, gold tip arrows, triple X's.
Pin knocks, which?
Gold tip pin knocks.
All right, Brad, congratulations on making it back to the stage. We got our judges making some close calls down there. But Hunter Garrison put down a 33, perfect first end.
So both of those got upgraded. Both those arrows upgraded. So it's 2 points after the first end of 4. Now the shooter who wins this match going to advance to shoot against our #1 qualifier. The person who doesn't win, guaranteed 3rd spot. Podium appearance.
Really long hold here for Hunter. Made the most of it.
Yeah. Now when you look at these shoot-up finals, regulation is 12 arrows, and Hunter Garrison has yet to shoot 12. He shot 14, and he shot 13 so far to get to this point.
Yeah, he's jumping right on Brad, though. Brad's just not quite finding it right now. That's the thing we mentioned, you know, the guy's been up here a while, gets a few matches in, gets comfortable, and the next guy comes up and they need to have a fast start every time because they're at a disadvantage having not been shooting on this stage and warmed up on this stage. Brad's he's just going left. So a lot of times that can be like a peep sight lens combo. You get a light refracting somewhere that, you know, can cause you a little bit of issues. So it just depends. It might have been a great setup for out there in the bright lights or in the normal lighting conditions, and it might be something struggles here where you have the darkness around you. And then it just wasn't a good shot there.
Brad Baker on the struggle bus at the moment for him. But the other thing, too, is you're talking about a right-handed shooter and a left-handed shooter. Steve, if you were in this situation, it's because Garrison started on the position he's in. Then he got moved off the spot. But would you want to face him? Would you want to face that left-handed shooter and try to give him some winks and some nods and intimidate him? Or would you just rather be in your own zone, your own focus like Baker is and has his back to his competitor's back?
I don't know that I would care. I'm not going to look over at the guy and, you know, look at his face, stare at him longingly or anything like that. But I might let him go stare at the crowd. But I don't, you know, for Hunter's out here, he's been smoking 12s. He's comfy.
Yep.
All is good. You know, I called Brad for the win here, and I might have, I had no disrespect to Hunter. I just, you know, he's proven me wrong big time. So.
Yeah, but also, you know, like.
I called Brad for the win with a caveat if he came out fast.
Well,
so
if he came out fast, and he hasn't, and that's the thing. It's when Brad, I remember Brad being the #1 qualifier and came out here, and he was shooting against someone who had worked their way up from the 8-7 position. and he jumped on him early, and Brad was just pound, pound, pound. And so I think it's different when you come in as the number 2 versus the number 1. But regardless of that, it's a different year. It's a couple of years later. You know, those nerves, the different lighting from the practice range makes a difference.
Yeah. I mean, you could come in tomorrow and do the same thing and have a vastly different outcome. It's just sometimes archery is like what side of the bed you woke up on makes the determination.
You're not kidding.
It can be that finite. How much water you drink the night before, that's a bigger factor than people think.
Yeah.
You know, staying hydrated and.
Or drinking caffeine in the morning, or.
Yeah, just getting out of your routine, or blood sugar change, stuff like that can make a huge difference. And then, you know, your attitude about going into a high pressure match too. Some people, they talk about being nervous, and like the mental coaches would tell you to flip that into excitement. Excitement is positive, nervousness is negative. They're very much the same feelings though.
Yes.
So if you can even tell yourself it's excitement, you take a positive approach to that shaky, uncomfortable scenario where you're just not feeling like you normally do when you're trying to be stable at full draw.
12 called for Baker.
Yeah, he knows he's got to go jump on him here.
11-10 line, but really delivers. 12 has been called.
Brad's got to have this one. He's going to need some help, and he's going to need another one. Just high.
Just high.
Darn it.
Went for that 12.
It's just one of those things, right? You're just going to grab a couple clicks just because.
Yeah. He's been chasing it the whole time.
Let's hear what PJ has to say with him.
12. Do you practice those at home?
No.
No. And what do you see when you're looking down there?
A lot of shaking.
You're covering up the dot totally as well?
No, I'm running a 10 thousandths pin, so I'm fit just inside the 12 ring.
All right. Brad went for it on that end.
Can you tell us a little bit more about 10,000 pin? Like, are there varying sizes that you can get with a fiber pin?
Yeah, so in a pin, what he's looking at in his scope is it's a little post sticking up. They would call it a pin sight. And it's got a fiber optic in there, and that fiber optic is 10 thousandths of an inch, so pretty fine, very small. Oftentimes you need to light that up artificially, or find a color that will light itself up and you like looking at on a yellow target face. Most people will run that pin with the post from the bottom up, and 10 thou is really fine, so it's really fine aim. He would be able to see that 12 ring with a 10 thou pin. Other people will use a dot. We talked about that. A dot, you might do that around 60, 80, 100 thousandths of an inch, so it's pretty big, and you're using that to cover the entirety of the 10 ring or more in the yellow. I'd say that's the two most common. They're kind of opposites, but it just depends on what guys are accustomed to.
And they make bigger fiber pins too?
Yeah, you could get a fiber pin 15 thou, 19 thou, 29, 39 thou. So that's an option, and I don't know if any of the guys this afternoon are going to have that, but like I want to say Mike Schlosser has always shot a pin around 29 thou.
That's pretty big.
I've seen Stefan Hansen shoot a pin that's 39 or 49 thou, like a really big pin.
Wow.
I have shot a pin for some field archery stuff, and I always went a little bigger, just out of preference. But all right, Brad's going for the 12
for the glory of it.
Yeah.
Yep.
See him get one, and
not enough points on the board for him to.
No, but he's still going to walk off the stage with third place, $1,650, and he got a 12 out of Endeavor.
Great way to finish there, Brad.
Here's PJ.
We just said one good shot. We'll hear our judge, Curtis, though, call it out. We like the excitement.
Yeah, that expression on his face says everything, even though he hits the 12. You know, so a 130 to 124 victory for Hunter Garrison in his first regulation match so far this tournament. So he's had 14 arrows in a shoot-off, 13 arrows in a shoot-off, and now 12 for the victory. Here's PJ.
All right, Hunter Garrison again moves on to take on our #1 seed from Williamsport, Pennsylvania, Eli Bartran.
Oh, Eli. This kid has been working his way up through the ranks. He's a good shooter, big personality. Love to see him as a #1 qualifier. Let's talk a little bit about how he got here. He was your #1 seeded qualifier after the 660 round. He shot a 653. And then in his first elimination round, he dropped a 131 out of a possible, what, 133? No,
132.
132.
Yep.
Then a 130 and then a 128. That gave him, he was actually tied in points with Brad Baker at 1,042 total points. But it was when he dropped his first X that was the differentiator. So Eli comes right out of the gate, shoots a half shaft 10. But this
guys have been low.
Yeah, this guy's nice and warm. He's been moved from side to side to side.
11.
Knows exactly what he's looking at.
I mean, that could be the match already. You know what I mean? Like
Could be, yeah.
You get in a hole, and now you're going to be forced to go for a 12. And yeah, Hunter's have been solid.
9.
Ooh, and I say that, and the script flips. Hunter with a 9. We are all square. Eli got a shot at it here. There he goes, front center, perfect center.
Confidence.
All right, Eli.
Here's PJ.
You've been up here before.
No, I have not.
No, you haven't. Okay, but you've shot the Classic before.
Yeah,
Okay. How many times have you shot the Classic?
a lot.
A lot. I thought so. I recognized your name. So how's it feel finally getting up here to the stage and as the #1 seed?
Pretty good. I mean, feel like we had business to handle this weekend, and that's what we're doing now.
All right, I like that. All business. Well, Eli, run through your setup for us here. What do you got?
Well, if you just want to read the tags are on the bow.
I didn't notice that. Well, all right. He's got the PSE Duo X38 with SE2 cams. Is that for good luck, or did you just buy it like 10 minutes ago?
Bought it a couple weeks ago, and I said I'd leave the tags on it, and I did, and now we're up here. It was a joke. Then it actually happened. So, yeah.
Well, perfect. What do you get? You got a Shibuya sight. What's your scope there?
It's a Shrewd, Optimum 29, Easton Halcyon stabilizers, Shrewd mounts, Freak Show rest, got an HBC release.
What are your arrows?
They're Easton, 2712s.
And strings?
Factory.
Factory strings came with those cards there, the bow cards. All right, so after our first end, Eli holds a 1-point lead, 31-30.
Look, Steve, okay, I have left a tag on my bow for the last 5-6 years, all I'm saying.
You're the OG of this.
Apparently.
Yeah.
There
now
was
all the
there
kids
was
are gonna
there
do
was
it.
one guy, I was in Vegas and I had the tag on my bow, and this dude reached down and ripped the tag off. Said, "Hey man, you left the tag on." I was so ripped. I was like, dude, what are you doing? By the way, for Eli, when asked if he had any family in attendance here in the shoot-up, he put down no clue. He's really a funny kid. He's really a funny dude. Would you get him off the stage and off the nerves? Yeah, he'll get after it.
No clue.
But I can tell you one thing about Eli Bartron. He loves archery. He is so passionate about it.
Always been around it.
His family got him into it, and he just loves the thrill of shooting.
They got him into it, then they left him here alone, maybe.
Apparently.
Maybe.
He doesn't know.
Dang, he's he's had a couple of bad arrows, but you know, he's been able to work his way back in. Trailing by 1 now. See if Hunter can capitalize and work his way back out of this end and pick up another point, maybe. Hunter's shots are looking less and less comfortable. Some of these he's holding long. You know, that long hold really tests the tensile strength of your bowstring chords.
It certainly does. Whatever that means, if you heard that, don't rack your brain trying to figure that out. Even Steve doesn't know. All right, so 10, 61, 62. And let's hear a little bit more from Eli.
He's been probably one of my best friends for the past 5-6 years now. So shot with him a lot when he lived here and he moved back home. So, and he's been out here, so I have someone here that knows what's going on, that can kind of guide me through what I'm going through, because right now my legs are not cooperating with me. So yeah.
All right, Jared, yes, you've been up on this stage before. How's he looking?
He's sitting pretty solid. It's one of those things you don't know what it is until you're up on it. You can try to tell him how everything's going to go, but it's a unique experience. Once you're on this stage, it's like you wouldn't think a foot up in the air makes any bit of difference, but you'd be surprised.
All right, Jared. Appreciate you, man. So going into our third inning, we now have a 1-point lead for Hunter Garrison, 62-61. Let's hear it for these guys.
Halfway through this match to decide who's going to be 2025 Lancaster Archery Classic champion in the open category. And we have a 1-point difference. Both shooters, I think, starting to feel the pressure of these last 2 ends.
We're shooting for $5 grand out here.
Shooting for 5 G's.
That's a close one. We don't have a good view of it, so I'm not gonna guess.
No question on that one. I bind those.
Yeah.
You wanna look from where you're at?
Yeah, I'll take a look. Eli's shot right there. When he's got a strong, confident shot, it's quick and it's piped middle. Hunter looked good on that one. Yeah, you can see kind of a difference in Hunter's shot from one where he's holding too long and one where he's in his more natural state of timing, and you know, he doesn't have to give it the bow kwando or give it the toss, any of that. But so we got a couple of tight ones. Hunter closes with an 11. Eli really needs to finish with 11 here. And I hope he's got one in. I'm gonna say Hunter's first one is in.
Good one. Okay.
I'm looking through your. These are nice. These are Zeiss. Wow. Yeah. Zeiss, man.
And they're only 10 by 40.
Yeah, but stable.
Yeah.
Good image, clear.
Yeah. The SFLs.
Right?
Yeah. Big fan. Been great. And they're small and light. They're great, unbelievable indoor. And I've used them for field. Okay. 93, 94 potentially.
I think Hunter's going to get that. So he's going to go to 95. Okay.
Yeah.
Eli went to 94. Here's the, let's see.
11, 11, 11
yeah, there it is. So 1 point.
33 apiece. So still 1 point in this final end.
All right, so Jared and Eli are going over the strategy. I'm pretty sure Eli just said, I'm going to wait till the last arrow, you know. And
yeah.
That's the way.
I mean, he's young. He was probably listening to the commentary on the phone, on his phone.
It's
third screen, probably getting advice from Steve Anderson.
He's a smart kid. I think he would know what to do.
Yeah. We know what Hunter Garrison's going to do if he gets to a shoot-off, that's for sure. He's just going to tag that 12.
11.
That's all we needed. Don't give up any points. He's in the hot seat right here where he's got to lead the way.
10.
And that's the tough part there. Now Eli just took a lot of the pressure away. You got to keep it on him until that last arrow. Then you go blast 12 and tie things up.
11.
Good ninja kick.
That's right. Hunter Garrison trying to go from 5th place to 1st.
11.
So 11 wins it right here.
Oh,
here we go.
12.
Gotta do 12.
12 lit. Come on. Okay, here we go. It's gonna tie it up. We're gonna go to a shoot off.
I would love it.
Oh, that was so quick.
See, it's so hard to aim at that.
And it's so quick. I just have to think some of the nerves. But still, great to see Eli up here as the #1 qualifier. But how about Hunter Garrison from 5th to the win and the 2025 Lancaster Archery Classic champion. Let's go to PJ.
And our champion, running from the #5 seed all the way through the rest of the field, $5,000 from us, $1,500 from Bowtech. Hunter Garrison is your champion. Hunter, how does that feel?
Amazing.
Were you feeling fatigued at all through that? You seemed to hold it all the way through.
No, I think just the nervousness got me through that one.
Tell us about the last arrow, 11, 11, 10. Were you feeling it on that last shot?
I was shaking.
So where's this rank in your, all your victories? Does this compare to Thursday night winning the beer money?
That's where we're headed now. So pretty good.
All right, Hunter, congratulations. You are our 2025 Men's Open champion.
Feels amazing.
Wow, incredible match, and he had to do it in a couple of shoot-offs. It wasn't an easy road for the 5th place seed to go to the #1, but he gets it done. Our new 2025 Lancaster Archery Classic Open champion here from the Spooky Nook Sports Complex in Manheim, Pennsylvania. It's the largest indoor archery tournament on the East Coast, and coming up after this break, Women's Open Pro, and it is surprising who's going to be there, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back.
And our champion, Tanya Galantine.
And it's going to be Bodie Turner, your 2024 Open Pro champion.
Our champion, Duna Lim. 2024 Olympic recurve champ, Brady Ellison.
At the Lancaster Archery Foundation, it's our mission to get as many people as possible involved in the sport of archery. One way we do that is by providing grants to local clubs in need of equipment, for collegiate scholarships, and to elite athletes traveling abroad.
We thank Lancaster Archery Foundation for supporting our collegiate athletes who bring the sport to different communities in northwestern Pennsylvania.
You can help us in our mission by donating today at lancasterarcheryfoundation.org.
How do you take archery's flagship arrow to a whole new level? Introducing the all-new Easton 5mm FMJ Max. It allows faster speeds to your target and features a seamless AccuCarbon core fused with a precision aluminum jacket overlay, delivering higher energy at impact and increased momentum, making it the ultimate shaft for taking down big game. FMJ Max, the go-to arrow for today's most serious bow hunters. To learn more, visit your Easton dealer now or go to eastonarchery.com.
This bow's packed with new features and technology. Next in the evolution of carbon bows. I like it, dude. Shooting IBO speeds of up to 340 feet per second. This bow will reach draw lengths of out to 32 inches.
Right where he sits, shut down.
What does it mean to be unrivaled? To be unrivaled isn't about winning a trophy. It's about putting in the hours that nobody else sees. To be unrivaled isn't just a choice, it's a lifestyle. It's to push yourself to be your best day in and day out. Gas Bowstrings. Be unrivaled.
At HHA, bow hunting is in our blood. At the moment of truth, there are no shortcuts, no excuses. It's just you and your bow. So when we build a site for these moments that take your breath away. For the past 40 years, we've been setting the tempo for bow sites in the hunting industry, and this year we did it yet again. New for 2025, the Nitrix from HHA.
All eyes on me. All eyes on me. All eyes on me. All eyes on me.
Turner.
My name is Gabby Schlosser.
Hi, my name is Paige Pierce.
And you're watching the LAS Classic.
What's special to me about the Lancaster Archery Classic is that it shows who we are as archers, and it shows a lot of about our shooting, but also about who we are as a person.
So I think my favorite part about the LAS Classic is the shoot-up format. There's no other tournament that we get to shoot that, and there's no other feeling like being up there on that stage.
Favorite memories, definitely all the 12s last year. That was fun. I enjoy shooting 12s. I was able to do it well last year. It worked out in my favor, but that's probably my favorite one.
Welcome to Manheim, Pennsylvania, and the Spooky Nook Sports Complex for the 21st Annual Lancaster Archery Classic 2025 edition. It's shoot-up finals time at the largest indoor archery tournament on the East Coast. And this house is packed for what's coming up next. It's the Women's Open Pro category. This is compound archery at the highest level. And we have had some of the best archers in the world here on the women's side. And they have been bounced out of this tournament. And we'll talk to you more about that in a moment. But welcome to the broadcast and welcome to the broadcast booth. I'm Craig White, sitting alongside Steve Anderson, world champion in his years of shooting archery. And we're going to bring you this tournament. Now, Steve, this is the Lancaster Archery Classic. It's a very unique tournament in terms of how we get to where we are with our shoot-ups and how we score. So how has the weekend been for you so far?
It's been great as a spectator here, watching just the talent that gets trucked through this tournament every year. And, right now we're about to see a big international flair, too. So we could have kept this category and just shot it in Italy. 3 of the 4 women are going to be from Italy here. We got one girl, I think, from Virginia. So it's just cool to see it. It's cool to see that it's continuing to grow. I will say this about it. When we first came to the Spooky Nook Center, I thought this is a massive facility. And this year I thought, where's the next one going to be? Because this tournament's about to burst at the seams once more. It just keeps growing.
It keeps growing. And it grows on the back of this, the shoot up. So you have the top 4 in this class have qualified, and that's based on the back of a qualification and elimination rounds. We'll tell you more about that. But it's a bottom-up format, so number 4 is going to shoot number 3. Whoever wins that's going to go shoot against the number 2 qualifier, and then whoever wins that against number 1. But Steve, it's about this scoring in the finals. The 12 ring is in play. Tell us about it.
Right. So our standard scoring throughout the matches and throughout the qualification round is an 11, 10, 9, and so forth. Here when we get into the finals, we've got this wonderful little 12 ring that sits down along the 7 and 8 line, and it's a big risk, big reward. It's a tiny little 1.5 centimeter dot. You can call it once each end. You got to call it for it to count, and it really adds a lot of excitement to those close matches.
Now it's time to get to it. So here's PJ Riley welcoming our athletes to the field of play.
All right, let's get started with our Women's Open Pro class. Our number 4 seed from Richmond, Virginia, Carson Cray. She will be taking on our number 3 seed from Italy, Irene Franchini.
All right, so Carson Cray coming in here as the lone representative from the United States of America in our 4th place position. Now, how we got here, relatively simple. We had a qualification round. The total points are 660. And for Carson Cray, she came in here our 14th seed. And then we had 2 elimination matches, the 1/8 and 1/4. And on the backs of a 130 and 128, able to shoot her way into the top 4. And then you take every point that you shot and you put it all together. And that's how we seed them from 1 to 4. And in terms of Irene Franchini, she was able to shoot 643, our 10th place qualifier. And on her elimination matches, when she added them up, 900 total points. So here we are, 18 meters downrange, just about 20 yards at a 40 centimeter target face. And we're going to get going.
Carson Cray opens up with an 11, just catching that on the left side. I've noticed a number of the archers have been left to start their matches here. And that's just kind of a change in lighting from the practice range into the finals range. So something you got to get on quick. You want to have a fast start, get comfortable as quickly as possible, and then just get in a groove. That's much easier said than done.
Certainly is. Carson Cray, outdoor shooter, Buckeye Classic Gold, U.S. Target Nationals Silver, the shooter World 3D Champion in 2024 for the Italian.
And Irene has got some bow arm shake going right now, and she's got 2 solid 11s. It shows you the good shooters they trust the shot, they work through it, and then a lot of it is based off of timing, right? They see the visual, they fire the shot kind of subconsciously. So you can see her left arm just got a little bit of quiver there. She's trying to get comfortable. This is not a fun position to be in. So she gave 1 up there, shot a 9, gave 2 up.
All right, let's hear.
All right, here's PJ.
This is our Women's Open Pro division. Irene, welcome to the Classics final stage. Have you been up here before?
No, never. I was here 2 times, but never on the stage.
How does it feel?
Pretty nervous.
Yeah, in Italy, you play a lot more head-to-head than we do. Are you used to this format?
Not this format. It's a bit different, but I prefer this one.
All right, very good. We appreciate you coming. Can you run through your equipment for us?
Yes. I have a PSP Dominator, B-Singer Stabilizer, Black Gold sight, Shrewd lens, Cross-X Foreman XXL with boning vanes and baiter knock.
Strings, factory strings?
Yeah, J Strings. It's an Italian manufacturer.
All right, well, we appreciate you coming all the way over here to the Lancaster Archery Classic. And after our first end, looks like we have a 32-31 lead for Carson.
All right, so just that single point lead. And for the Italian, Franchini, You know, her father was a PE teacher, and he made her try archery along with a bunch of other sports, and she fell in love with it. And it's her job. It's her passion, and it's her job, and it's what keeps her going. And she is no stranger to indoor success, indoor world champ in 2016. As for Cray, starting off with a good 11.
So sometimes when you get that shake going out of nerves, it's all right if it's in like the bow arm. Usually that's okay, and you wouldn't think that, but when it gets in the release hand, that when you're shaking on that side, it really starts to mess with your timing, mess with your execution, makes it hard to fire a good shot. You can hit the middle with shake as long as you're executing well, and executing with the correct timing.
Yeah, and timing. It's Franchitti just had a very quick shot and then sent it high 9. 33.
Yeah, I think that's going to score on 11. They've got it marked 10 asterisk, but should get there.
Carson Cray could be on the back after 6 arrows of 5 11s and a 10. Good shot there. Here's PJ.
Carson, welcome to Lancaster Archery Classic stage. Have you been up here before?
I've never been up here before.
Okay, but you've been to the tournament.
Yeah, a couple times.
All right, how's it feel to come out here and be on the big stage?
Feels real good.
No nerves? Yeah, it's just like shooting at home, right?
A little bit of nerves, but we're good. We're getting through.
All right, can you run through your setup for us, Carson?
Alrighty, I have a PSE Supra X with gas bow strings. I have pretty much everything else True Ball Excel with a clear targets lens. And then my arrows are Easton with flex fletching.
And your nocks there?
Also Easton.
Strings, factory strings or custom?
Gas bow strings.
Gas bow strings, all right, very good. One of our sponsors here at the Classic. After 2 ends.
So let's see, after 2 ends of competition, it's a 3-point lead for the American versus the Italian. And keep in mind, Carson Cray in this top 4, the only American in the bunch. The other top 3 women qualifying 1, 2, and 3 are from Italy, including one of the biggest rising stars in the sport of archery, our #1 seed, Elisa Roner. Cray, right back to that comfortable middle spot.
She's looking really good.
Franchini's been shooting since 1990. Steve, do math.
It's a long time.
35 years?
It's, yeah, coming up on that, depending on when. Yeah, she must have started pretty young. And as you said, you know, probably something she did in early grade school maybe with her PE teacher father.
Yep.
Who I believe is here in the crowd, right?
Yeah, her father's here, so is her boyfriend.
Yep, boyfriend's coaching her. One of the top barebow guys. You know, she's got a lot of shake in that bow arm, but she's working through it really well. It's kind of a, you know, minus those couple big misses, she's been pretty solid. She's shooting good shots. Just when you got that much shake, eventually it's going to get to you.
Yeah.
You can't get through all of them.
It's a different environment being up here on this stage.
Yep.
So far, out of 3 ends, there's 1 end to go in this match after this one scored. Carson Cray has only dropped 2 points for 97. And no one has jumped on that 12 button yet.
I'll tell you, I think Carson shoots like this, she's going to be tough for everybody to beat. Like, that's, you know, if you can get out, push the pace around 130-ish or so in this category, you're going to be tough.
Of course, she has Mel Nichols in the coaching box. I think this is his 4th or 5th appearance in the coaching box for this tournament, the 21st Annual Lancaster Archery Classic. That's pretty incredible. I would think that probably I've seen him in the coach's box more than anyone else repeat.
Yeah, that sounds about accurate. You know, Mel's been around a while, been in the coach's box for a lot of people at a lot of tournaments at a lot of places of the world.
Yeah, he's known to help out this one guy on the recurve side of things.
Sure.
The Brady Ellison fella.
That fella.
Yeah. It's his stepdad, too. So there you go.
Yeah.
All right, for Carson Cray, been shooting 6.5 years. And for Cray, she shot at Girl Scout camp, and she fell in love with it. So Girl Scout camp doing the job and creating a superstar on stage right now. It's going to be a 10, only her 3rd point dropped this match. So a single point back. Now it's a 2-point deficit. Whoa, they're calling for the 12 now. I'm not sure. I would probably take that 12 button off.
She's got to get it at some point.
Okay.
You know, she's trailing. Maybe not. Yeah, I don't know.
11 would have tied things up.
Okay.
Okay.
So she went away from it. So she can't call it again. There's a pivot.
Okay, if that's called as an 11, then in order to tie us up and go into a shoot-off, Rakiti with that 11 here. 20-second shot clock, 10 seconds left on the clock.
10.
Oh, it's just out wide, 10.
Carson's going to sneak through, assuming everything is as it appears to be.
All right, we're going to wait for our official scores, but I think we're going to have a 1-point victory. Carson Gray.
So we're waiting for those official calls. 126 and 127 is what we expect. They're changing target faces anyway. So even if there is a shoot off, it's not. So the official score is 126, 127. Carson Cray advances. And so far, Cray able to advance from the 4th seed, now guaranteed podium spot for the American from Virginia. So Franchini's gone, but here's PJ.
All right, so Carson advances to take on our number 2 seed from Turin, Italy, Giulia DiNardo.
Giulia DiNardo, named after my favorite Alfa Romeo. No, I don't know if that's true. I do love the Giulia Alfa Romeo, though. But DiNardo coming in here from Italy, your number 2 seed, on the back of a 12th place qualification with a 642, but a 132-131 elimination match, is able to accumulate a total weekend points total of 905, just 10 points behind our number 1 qualifier. So DiNardo, it was her dad that got her into archery. 2nd in field, 2nd in Switzerland, 3rd in Berlin. So DiNardo has been a familiar face. I was shooting in Europe, actually, during the month of November, and I saw her perform quite well. Been 13 years shooting from the famed Turin, Italy. What a great place. All right, so Giulia's going to kick us off. Moved Carson Cray off of her spot. I think that's just kind of the standard move these days.
Yeah. There's another one left, as we mentioned in the previous match. It tends to be where they start out hitting.
Does it look like maybe she's shooting 23s?
Get a good look here. They both have, I think they're both close. I thought Carson's might have been an 11, and I thought Giulia's might have been a 10.
11.
Seems to be a 23 size ball.
Now, of course, Giulia DiNardo, one of the world's best archers, currently in her coaching box. You'll see a shot of him in a moment. looking at the shot process. You can see her pulling through the shot. You can see that pinky really moving off of that release and then wrapping around. Okay, she needed that 11. This first arrow from Donardo gets called. Here's PJ.
Julia, welcome to the Lancaster Archery Classic final stage. How's it feel up there?
Well, pretty nervous. It's my first time here, so
First time at the tournament and on the stage.
yeah, exactly.
How was the experience so far? Qualifications and getting up here, how was the whole experience?
It was amazing. I mean, maybe like it's the people here, like they're so like exciting. It's a good ambient. I mean, it's not it's totally different from World Archery tournaments. It's more fun and exciting.
Hey, we'd like to hear that. Good advertisement there. Julia, can you run through your equipment for us?
Yeah, I'm shooting with a PSE bow and Gilo stabilizer and true ball release, cross 6 arrow, and Bader Knox, and I'm gonna shoot with also like slash. I'm shooting Shibuya, but I'm gonna shoot true ball also.
Your strings, factory strings or?
Bowstring. Gas bowstring, yeah.
Gas bowstrings. All right. Well, Julia, welcome to the Lancaster Archery Classic. Congrats on making the final stage. After our first end, we have a 1-point lead for Carson Cray, 32-31.
And I think it's safe to say that you and I have both experienced World Archery events. I have shot World Archery events, the round 1 or round 2. Let's just say that World Archery is more businesslike at times, and we here at the Spooky Nook Sports Complex in our shoot-up finals have a bar in the back of the room.
Sure, and yeah, there's a changing up what you normally do provides a nice little spice of variety, and this is a tournament with a different format from all the others. A lot of times people say, oh, we should do this more often. I'm like, no, this is the reason it's cool is because we do it once a year.
I agree.
So let's keep it to where it's, you know, somewhat limited. As I mentioned, some of the local events I shoot are going to this format, and that's cool and that's fun. But, you know, I think you don't want to do too much of one style or else you can kind of get burnt out on it. So I'm going to guess that there in Italy, they're almost primarily only shooting World Archery format events.
It would make sense. So a high one for Donardo gets called a 10.
Yeah, and I don't think it's there.
Yeah, I think it might be a 9.
I did not see Carson's. Let's take a look through the glass, through this pair of Zeiss SFL 10x42s. Carson's top arrow, I think, has got a chance.
An 11 here. Oh, a 10. Just off to the left. Just like you're talking about, Steve. It just keeps going off to the left.
Yeah, it just seems to be something to do with the lighting and what people are.
By the way, we haven't seen him, but it's Matty Fullerton who is in the coach's box for Julia Donardo.
And he didn't make the finals, but he's still going home with 20 Gs from this tournament.
He certainly is.
So those who shoot a perfect 660 in qualification, which 7 people have done it, a few have done it multiple times, but 7 have done it, they get to shoot off for $20,000. There was 3 this year.
Yep.
And Matthias was the winner. So he's he may not win the tournament, but he is going home happy with his results.
And there were just some massive names that didn't make it in the Open Pro category. We'll talk more about that later, but Fullerton, like you're saying, is not. So at least he gets to center stage here to cheer on Julia. As the score now is going to be 2 points officially, as Donardo's first arrow was downgraded to a 9. So it's now 63-61 for Carson Cray as she continues to roll on. Here in the shoot-up format, we have 2 more ends of 3 arrows each to decide who is going to advance. Now, the loser of this match, guaranteed podium. The winner of this match goes to shoot for the title, and they have to shoot up against one of the best in the world, especially in the last couple of years, Elisa Rohner.
Yeah, Rohner's had a lot of success. You know, we've seen her win a couple of indoor World Series, I believe. She's just been on a good roll. She's figured out how to be a a gold medal winning archer. So now she's qualifying really high. She's winning matches. She's going to be a tough match here for the winner of this one. Julia's got a chance to claw a point back here. Really needs this one. Got it.
And what keeps Julia motivated in the sport of archery is representing Italy and being in the top % of the world.
Here we go. Julia can tie the match here. This is what she needed. She needs to shoot her 11s, count on doing that, and count on getting a point or two back from Carson, and it's playing out exactly that way.
11.
Yep, tie match. It's marked as a 10 right now on the scoreboard. There's the switch. Yep, we're at 83 all.
11.
Carson's got a fast shot going. I don't know if that's normal. Some people it is, some people it's not, but she got herself an 11 there. Julia to match.
Ooh. It seemed like a bit of a long hold, but just push out the top.
Yep, that's a nervous push, I think.
Here's PJ.
Julia, do you want to introduce us to your coach in the box back here?
It's Matthias Futter, as you know, and he did like amazing performance on Friday, if you watch it. And I mean, he's the best coach I can get in here. Also with my dad, but he's not here, unluckily. He's from Italy, so he's watching my home.
Well, Matthias, 660, and you won the 20,000 shoot-off there. How does that feel? I know you wish you were here for the next round, but how did it feel winning that shoot-off?
That felt great. Then the weekend is kind of already made, so although I'm not in the shoot-down, I'm still kind of happy what I achieved.
All right, congratulations to Matthias. That was our first ever shoot-off for $20,000. He won that 2 nights ago. Congrats to him. Heading into our last end, we have a 2-point lead for Carson Cray, 94-92.
And just to put a button on that one, there were 3, as Steve mentioned, that were able to shoot 660s this year. And so there was 20,000 on the line. They had a shoot off, and they went through 2 ends of scoring, 3 arrows, and everybody was tied, all 11s across the board. So they had to go to a 3rd arrow closest to the center, and Fullerton won it. It was also Bodie Turner, who is not in the top 8, also shot a 660, and Jacob Sluzars, who was our #1 qualifier in Open Pro. And we will see 7 shooters try to dethrone Sluzars coming up after these matches.
So if you want to know the level that the men are competing at right now, Bodie dropped 1x in scoring the whole tournament. And that was in his first match, which he won. After that, he was clean and clean again and lost in a shoot-off. And failed to advance because of that. So that's a tough part about this game.
Yes.
All right, the final arrows for each archer here.
116 to 114.
So Carson.
Quick shot.
All right, so now Julia with a 12 can tie the match.
And Fullerton, her coach, just a couple of words right before she goes to full draw. Shooting that fiber pin.
Yes.
Tie match to the shoot-off we go. It's always good to have a coach you trust in your coach's box. Here's a look at that last shot. Really strong barm, nice finish with the release, and right into the 12 ring.
Yeah, pretty textbook shot for her.
All right, great shot there, Julia.
Let's look at the tiebreaker rules. Let's see what we have on deck. Sudden death. Highest score wins. 12 ring is in play, but only for the first 2 arrows. You got to call it. If we go to a 3rd arrow, meaning let's say Steve and I are shooting off, we go 10-10, 10-10, we go to the 3rd arrow, close to the center, wins it. We haven't had that 3rd arrow yet in the shoot-offs. We've had the 2025 Lancaster Archery Classic, but it definitely could happen here. So, and it doesn't matter if it's 11-11, 10-10, 9-9, 8-8. It's just that the points have to match. Now, the person who scores the higher could be this very first one.
Yeah.
We've seen shoot-offs where someone just jumps on the 12 button, puts the pressure on the competitor. It's all or nothing.
I don't think that's going to be the strategy here. I think they're going to, you know, go seek the 11 ring, the X ring.
That was the amateur class, right? Like
Yeah,
all guts, no glory.
Our amateur open winner. He went after it. He controlled his own destiny because of it.
That's right. He's going 0 to 0.
It's a good 11 from Carson. Quick shot. Really centered up 11. Julia to match.
Is to go to a second shoot-off arrow.
Yeah, shot looked great. A lot of these Europeans, you see, like they coach, you know, a textbook shot, and they follow it. All the Americans, we kind of blaze our own trail a little bit sometimes, but for better or worse. But you can watch a lot of the Europeans and know immediately, you know, whether they made a good shot or not, just because they're all a lot of them look so similar.
Oh yeah. The way their form looks.
Yep.
Definitely when the shot gets released, you're like, oh yeah. Okay, so just a bit of conversation going on between Julie and her coach. So we're going to arrow number 2. There was a pause in between those arrows because the judges had to double check to make sure they were the same score. Gray with an 11. So an 11 to move us to a single arrow close to the center, or not.
10. Oh.
So close.
Yeah, that does it.
Let's go to PJ.
Congratulations to both of these ladies. Call from Jennifer Lau is advantage Carson Cray. All right, Julia DiNardo is going to finish in 3rd place. She's going to take home $1,250 from us, $1,000 from PSE, $200 from gas. Let's give it up for Julia DiNardo. All right, Carson advances to continue. She's going to take on our number 1 seed from Rovereto, Italy, Elisa Rohner.
All right, Elisa Rohner coming out with a new hairstyle. I hadn't seen her all weekend long. Looking a little different than the last I saw her before Christmas.
Yes.
World Cup winner. Indoor series final wins twice. Elisa Rohner is, in my opinion, is getting to the level. We've talked about this before. We've seen one women's archer do this, go to Vegas and shoot the open category and go for all the big money. I think there's several women right now that are reaching that level. It's a hard decision to make because if you know you're going to be competitive in your class, but if you're going to go for that huge paycheck one day. But it was Sarah Lopez who attempted it a few years ago.
Yeah, and it's shooting an open class 900 and then getting into that shoot off. There's a difference between the two, and it's you know, how you would approach it. And in the women's category lately, though, it's gone from where you can miss 1 or 2 and still find the podium to now if you shoot a 900, you probably have 3 or 4 others that you're shooting off with. So yeah, there's going to be more who explore that open category where the big $55,000 plus payday is available.
Runner coming out not to the left that we've seen, but right in the middle.
It's possible her coach spotted that and they sighted in for it accordingly in the practice range.
Yeah, they do have a television in the practice range, so the archers or the coaches, even while the archers are warming up, they can see the trends that are happening. Okay, that was a close call. Cray. The box with a 33, yep.
11 from Elisa Roner.
Let's go to PJ.
Backstage. Elisa, welcome back to the Finals Classic stage.
Thank you so much.
How's it feel up there?
It feels great, as always.
No nerves, right?
Sorry?
Not nervous at all.
No, not at all.
Elisa, can you run through your equipment for me? What are you shooting?
I'm shooting a PSE bow, Gilo stabilizer, J strings, and cross 6 arrows, True Ball XL, and Carter.
What nocks do you got on there?
Biter.
Biter nocks, all right. Well, congratulations for being our #1 seed here, Elisa, and you showed why right there. A perfect 33 out of the gate.
And if you want to know how Roner got involved in archery, Steve, her granny shoots. So it was her grandmother that got her into the sport of archery.
Very cool.
Mm-hmm.
It's I don't know if grandma's still shooting or what, but you know, it's certainly a lifetime sport. And here at the Lancaster Archery Classic, you know, we got a lot of people shooting on up. I don't know what the oldest competitor was, but plenty in the 70 and over range.
Yeah, definitely.
Out of Vegas, we had the 102-year-old.
Yeah, 102, yeah.
Charlie, 102, shooting archery, lifetime sport.
I was thinking about that when you were talking about like nervousness and shaking in bow arm and how it's better to have the bow arm shaken than the release hand. That's what you get when you get into that 70, 80, 90 range. Oh, yeah.
Just all shakes, yeah. Yep, so Roner looks like she pulled the 11 there. Caught the 11.
Yeah, caught the... the other thing, too, is I'm guessing just from looking at the diameter of Elisa Roner's arrows that she's going to be competing with the 23 diameter because of, I mean, that's what she's used to, competing in a lot of like world archery events and formats that she would shoot in Europe.
A lot of the women will just continue to shoot the 23s. They're generally not quite as robust or stiff or heavy of an arrow as the big 27s that are the max allowable diameter for this and Vegas, for this tournament in Vegas. But, you know, the women often not as long of a draw length, not as much poundage on the draw weight. So it's a little tougher to get those large arrows to perform the same as the smaller 23s.
All right, great shooting by these ladies.
Looks like Elisa Roner, too, has like, what do they call them, spin wing vanes?
Some type of tape-on vane, which she's shooting them well.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan personally, but there's plenty of people who have shot them well, better than me, so they must work.
And that's archery in a nutshell, right? That individual type of, you know, do whatever's going to work for you.
Somewhere someone has beat me with every possible piece of equipment, and somewhere I've beat them with mine. So, you know, it's just kind of how it is. But, yeah, I think for indoor, you know, a big vane that really controls the arrow, even a feather. I don't like fletching feathers often. They wear out faster, so I've kind of avoided them. But, yeah, I've never been one for the tape-on vanes for a compound setup.
I'm 0 for 2 against you lifetime, I think. It's very upsetting. Very upsetting.
I don't know if I'm going to shoot enough to give you a third opportunity.
I know that's... Yeah, every passing day as I get older, it's slipping away anyway.
So where did we shoot against each other?
USA Archery Field Nationals. You won it, I finished third.
You were bronze, yes.
Yeah, I was, yeah. And then USA Archery Nationals elimination matches. We were in the top 8, and you told me to go to my room.
Was this in Virginia?
No, it was in Indiana, the windy
one.
That
one. That was horrible and awful.
Oh, yeah.
Anytime you're shooting and the tornado warnings are going off, it just is not a day for archery.
Anytime you wake up and your back muscles are hurting that you didn't even know you had because you're trying to fight left and rights, not ups and downs.
Right.
11-11. So Ray needs to make up some.
Yeah, she's just not putting the pressure on. I'm going to guess that she's been on the stage for a while. A high energy thing. You know, energy suck. And I'm going to guess that she's just kind of getting tired. Mentally tired.
Even though she may shoot 3 times the amount of arrow volume she shot here, you add the nerves to it, and she's going for the 12. She's called the 12.
12.
Got the 12. Okay, so that's going to be a 33. And then the psychological effect is Roner knows what just happened. Let's see if it bothers her at all.
11.
No.
11. So she keeps a 2-point lead.
Great shooting there. Carson went to that 12 and got it.
All right, PJ.
I want to make sure I correct myself. I misheard Elisa that she's not shooting gas bowstrings. She's shooting Jay's bowstrings, built by her coach here. I want to make sure we get that credit where credit is due.
So we're waiting for those official scores to come in, but for Carson Cray, I think she's going to look at that second arrow. You know, if that was upgraded to an 11, we'd have just a slightly tighter match. However, we have one end of competition to go. There's still a 12 available.
Carson Cray caught that 12.
So it's looking good for that 12, obviously.
She's probably going to need another one. So they're going to replace the target. Anytime the 12 is hit, the target gets replaced. That's in the rules. So some archers do not like aiming at a fresh target face. They want those little black dots in there just as a reference or disruption or whatever. I think it's important if you're an archer who is, you know, trying to be competitive in this, you spend some time practicing on a fresh target face too. So not only do you, you know, want to start with a fresh target face with each and every round you're going to shoot, but you might take some time to, you know, take 10 target faces and shoot a new one every end. Just spend 10 ends practicing. You know, it costs you $8 to do it or whatever, but you get to use those targets again later too. So
yeah,
it's worth it to practice on a fresh face.
Potentially another point lost here.
That one looked better than a 10, but I'm not sure.
You have binos.
Yeah, let's take a look through the eyes.
No doubt about that one.
I'm going to go with Carson as a 10.
Okay.
11.
She's already hit the 12, but an 11 here. Gotta put this out of reach.
11.
Okay. 12 is called. Can she hit 2 in a row? All right, so breathing room for Roner.
Here's Roner looking for a Lancaster Archery Classic victory.
6 or better. Gold gets you the gold. And she shoots an 11, and that's going to be the victory for Elisa Roner from Italy, your #1 qualifier, having to shoot off against your #4 qualifier. Here's PJ.
Take 2,000 from us, 2,000 from PSE, 300 from Gas Bowstrings. Let's hear it for Carson Cray. And our 2025 champion in Women's Open Pro, $4,000 from us, 4,000 from PSE, Elisa Roner. Elisa, how's that feel?
It feels amazing. I'm just sad I didn't have the chance to shoot the 12.
Well, you know, next year. You can save that for next year. How's that sound?
We'll push every end.
But hit it every end. All right, I'm going to remember that and hold you to it.
Okay.
All right, Elisa, congratulations. You're our champion in Women's Open Pro.
Thank you.
Let's hear it one more time.
All right, so Elisa Roner, who says next year she's coming back to shoot the 12 every end, is able to capture victory from the #1 spot. Congratulations to all of our shooters. Women's Open Pro is done and dusted. Elisa Roner, your champion. But we still have a bunch of matches coming up because the big one, Open Pro on deck, with a lot of surprises on who made it in and who didn't. So don't go anywhere. Steve and I and the 2025 Lancaster Archery Classic will be back after this. this bow here is a really good bow to get started. What do you think?
I like it.
Three fingers underneath, and you're gonna draw to your aim. Great job.
This limit be a good step up from what you had. It's gonna be a little bit higher draw.
Hey, nice shot.
Thanks.
In the past 20 years, LCA has been a game changer.
We shoot a lot different style bows now than we did 10 years ago, even 5 years ago.
Because they're archery people, they make products that we actually need, and it's not just a bunch of fluff and trash that sounds cool, but you don't really need.
The innovation of Last Chance Archery products has been incredible. Everything that a pro shop owner or a serious competitor or serious bow hunter would want, Last Chance Archery has been there for them.
Penetration and higher velocity combine to make the new Easton 5.0, an ultra-lightweight, micro-diameter hunting shaft, perfect for bow hunters, engineered on a brand new 5mm AccuCarbon platform. It can be configured to offer maximum speed, or can be built with weight up front for extreme accuracy. Each 5.0 is guaranteed to have virtually perfect consistency. Punch your tag with the industry's most versatile arrow. Experience the all-new Easton 5.0 today.
Imagine a target rest that could significantly increase forgiveness and make the arrow hit the same spot, even if the bow is torqued. The next revolution in target rest design is here. Ultra Rest TRI was designed to provide the target archer an extremely robust rest with maximum forgiveness, precision tuning, repeatable settings, the highest level of quality, and the type of accuracy that puts shooters on the podium. The Ultra Rest TRI from Quality Archery Designs.
Hey, my name is Curtis Broadnax.
Hi, my name is Christopher Perkins.
Hi, my name is Tanya Galantine.
And you're watching the Lancaster Archery Classic.
Favorite memory from previous years would have to be 2015 when I had actually won the Lancaster Classic. So that one certainly sticks with me.
My best memory here is when I won last time, and the one before that was having my husband behind me and just supporting me, and just my family at home watching.
My favorite thing about the Lancaster Archery Classic is that here it gives it a chance to be more like 3D, where if you do miss, you have a chance to come back. So that's my favorite thing about it.
The 21st Lancaster Archery Classic in 2025 at the Spooky Nook Sports Complex here in Manheim, Pennsylvania. And a good look at the vendors that show up to this event. It's the largest indoor archery tournament on the East Coast, and we're getting ready for our Open Pro Shoot Up Finals. We have 8 shooters that have qualified to be here in a shoot-up format. We'll explain more about that in a moment. But right now, welcome to the tournament, welcome to Pennsylvania, and welcome to the broadcast booth. I'm Greg White, sitting alongside world champ Steve Anderson. Now, Steve, so far this weekend has been awesome, and this is it. This is the last 8 shooters we have, 7 matches on deck. to finish off 2025. What are your thoughts so far?
Yeah, this is the big kahuna of it all, right? Anybody and everybody who can really throw down with a bow is going to try to win this tournament here. We saw a really good Lancaster Classic last year, super exciting with 12 rings all over the place. We're hoping to see something that matches it this year.
Yeah, hold on to your hats. It's going to be exciting. This is the top 8 qualifiers. How did this happen? We had a qualification round, then elimination matches, and every points matter. We're going to explain that in a moment, but it's a bottom-up format, so that means the number 8 qualifier is going to shoot against the number 7. Whoever wins that match goes to shoot against number 6. That match, they're going to shoot against number 5, and all the way. We have had one archer in the history of this tournament to qualify in the 8th spot and win the tournament. But, Steve, it's all about this scoring system that we have here in the finals.
Right. So at the Lancaster Classic, a bit of a unique scoring system throughout all of the qualification and matches, where we shoot the X ring is an 11, then you have 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, so forth. In the finals here, when we get on the big stage, we add in the 12 ring. So you've got a little 1.5 centimeter white dot that sits between the 7 and 8 line down in the bottom. Archers have to call it to shoot for it. They can shoot for it once per end. And last year in the Open Pro, we saw it getting shot at almost every single end by every single archer.
Let's not dilly-dally any longer. Let's get right to it. Here's PJ Riley.
All right, here we go. Our final division of the afternoon, folks. Open Pro. And here's a name you're going to recognize, our 8th seed from Portland, Maine, the Dave Cousins. Dave's going to take on our number 7 seed, a past 2022 Classic champ from Spring Valley, Minnesota, Nick Cappers.
So Nick Cappers on his way to his spot. Dave Cousins already out and decided he was going to shoot in lane number 1 beforehand. Cousins, I mean, Steve Anderson, what do you say about Dave Cousins? I mean, what hasn't he won is more like it.
Yeah, one of the all-time greats in the sport and a guy who kind of pioneered being a pro archer for a lot of us. So Dave looked like all business coming out. I'm going to call him all business Dave the rest of the day.
All business Dave. I would say probably what the last big win he had was the 2023 Kings of Archery. He was able to win that tournament, and as for Nick Cappers, he's a champion here, and he's also Pan Am champ. So the Pan Am Games happening every couple of years. It's like think about it as the Olympics just for the Americas. Right?
Something like
that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe we're getting after it. So Cousins starts off with a low left 9. Here comes Cappers, shooting a new brand of bow this year. Matthews, and crushes an 11 straight out of the box. Now this is 12 arrows per each match, 3 arrows per end. Highest score at the end wins. If we're tied up, we're going to go to a tiebreaker. We'll tell you all about that if we get to that point. The target is a 40-centimeter target. It is 18 meters downrange, just short of 20 yards.
So that center 11 ring is 2 centimeters, 10 ring being 4 centimeters, and 9 ring at 8, and so forth. A 40-centimeter target would represent if it had all of the scoring rings, all the way out to the 1. Here in indoor archery, they condense those down, so there's only a 6 ring, just so they can fit 3 on the paper.
Ooh, Cappers.
Got a little bit of a rough start for the both of them.
All right, stand down there for our
All right, let's get to PJ. Hear what they have to say.
Dave Cousins, welcome back to the Classic final stage. You've been up here before.
Yes, I have.
How many times, do you know?
I have no idea, but this is 21st Classic. I've been to all of them, so I've been fortunate enough to make a few podiums and more than a few shoot-ups. So.
We appreciate that. Dave has multiple 659s here in qualification. Dave, can you run through your equipment for us?
Yeah, I'm shooting a Shibuya sight and the Shibuya scope, shooting an ETAC light, running new bars this year, AAE, Denali bars, super stoked with those. I actually did a full alliance with AAE right now, shooting their rest, shooting their veins, running victory shafts, ABB strings, and shooting the Super X. Carter releases as well. You've known that for years. So.
Dave is synonymous with Carter releases there. So, our first end down, it's looking like we have a 1-point, 2-point game there. We just upgraded an arrow. Nick Cappers with the 32, Dave Cousins 30.
All right, 32-30. And I think that one, Cousins, like if you look at the hole, that the paper, like the actual paper hole, that's not what scores. What scores is where the arrow is actually resting, and you can see that it was probably just a whisker shy of touching that line for Cousins. So 9-11-10 for Dave. Cappers comes out 11-11-10. We'll see if he can get back on track.
Dave's going for it right now.
Of course he is.
He's got to do some catch up, so he's going for a 12 right here. Kind of a make or break portion of the match.
That's 12.
Got it.
And Dave using the technique of actually moving his sight.
Yep.
Capper's sticking with his plan.
11.
Capper's solid 11. Looks relaxed.
He's looking good.
Yeah, looks calm, looks relaxed.
11.
Back on track there for Dave. Picks up a 33 thanks to that 12. Capper's looking to match.
11.
All right, great shooting.
Here's PJ.
Guys. Curtis, call out that one. You know which one we want to hear about. There you go, 12 for Dave Cousins. Nick, welcome back to the Classic Final stage. You're our 2022 champ. How's it feel to be back up here?
I hate this tournament.
That was not the answer I was expecting, Nick.
I love this tournament. It's too nerve-wracking.
All right, appreciate that. Nick, can you run through your gear for us?
Yeah, the Matthews Title 38, True Ball XL, Achieve XP, sight, scope, and Conquest 625 bars, Kuyu quiver, Black Eagle arrows, PS 27s, True Ball executive release.
Which Knox do you got in there?
The AP Knox, or yep, IP Knox, yep, tack bands.
And match bowstring.
Correct.
All right, well, it's working for you so far. You've only dropped 1 point through 2 ends. We have a 2-point game here. Nick Capper, 65, Dave Cousins, 63.
2 ends to go, 2-point lead. And it looks like Dave is going to lead us off.
He's going for a 12. He knows he's got some ground to make up.
Cousins, of course, the only archer to win gold in every discipline of World Archery, indoor, outdoor, and World Field, World 3D, World Games, World Cup, 3 times Vegas champ.
11.
Cousins, an absolute legend of the sport, but also I've heard from several sources that his just general knowledge of bow equipment, how to make a bow work, is unparalleled.
11.
Yeah, he's certainly, you know, as much of a mechanic as he was a shooter, and that's why he got to be as good of a shooter as he was. He kind of need both sides of it, especially, you know, coming up in the era he did, where you were probably doing a little more work on him than some of the stuff now. And you know, he shot a lot of different brands and always been competitive.
Yeah.
So unfortunate to see that 7 here. That's a little bit of the issue with, you know, when you trail early and you've got to go for it and then you don't get it, it kind of is the rest of the match becomes a formality at that point.
Yep. And Capper's not happy either. He's not even concerned about the score as Cappers. He's just concerned about the score he's shooting. And so he throws an eye roll that nearly saw both his eyes leave his head.
Yeah, Capper's looking to get it going. He's won this tournament. He knows what it needs. He knows you pretty much need to be next to clean, right at it. You know, you need to be looking at a 132 or better to win these matches now.
Now in this Open Pro category, the top 64, so it cut to 64. So if you weren't in the top 64, you got to shoot your 660 round and then go home. But for Nick Cappers, he was your 33rd qualifier at a 653. Keep in mind, 660 was the top score. That was shot by 3 of our athletes. But Cappers came in at a 653, which put him 33rd. And then you add up his 132, 131, 131 in elimination matches, and that gave him the 1,047 points that got him 7th place qualifier. And Dave Cousins was actually just a couple places behind at a 651, and then was able to really shoot some unbelievable 132, 131, 132 in his 3 different elimination matches. That got him into the top 8 with a 146. So the spread between the top qualified archer, Jacob Sluzars, and your number 8 qualifier, Steve, is only 9 points total. It's pretty.
Yeah, and it looks like their initial seed versus their seed here in the shoot up was darn near the same. So no one really got a chance to move much in the matches. You know, pretty much everyone, you can drop 1 or 2 and move forward, but that's about all that anyone did.
Yeah.
So here's Dave going for another 12. See if he can get something rolling. And I think he got the 12 there, so he's going to need some luck still from Cappers, or some bad luck from Cappers, however you want to look at it.
11, hit it.
And if you're curious as to like the targets you're shooting, it's your choice. Now when you're in the qualification rounds, you would need to label them targets 1, target 2, and target 3 just with a pen on the actual paper face, and you have to shoot them in that order. But when it comes to telling you which order you need to shoot them in, you can do anything you want. You see that Cappers likes to start with the top one and go down. Dave starts on the left, goes up, and then comes back down to the right.
10.
Cappers has an interesting shot technique. He shoots hinge release, but he basically punches it. There's, I think, one guy in the world who does that successfully.
Cappers.
That's the one.
You almost fooled me there for a second. I was like, who?
11.
Yeah, it's like he just kind of collapses his hand and he's rotating it.
Just kind of grabs a handful of throttle.
Yeah. So Nick Cappers with a successful victory. And for Cappers, he missed 4 points in that match. He goes 32 in the first end, 33 max points in the second end without calling the 12 button, 31 in the third, and then 32 in the fourth. Now, Steve, you and I both know that he's going to need a lot more of that to keep advancing through this field is Cappers, but so far so good.
Yeah, I think every 128 here on out is going to sit down.
And here's PJ.
And Nick Cappers is going to move on to take on our number 6 seed from Castle Rock, Colorado, Jacob Pettit.
All right, so Jacob Pettit coming out. And Jacob Pettit, he says that his biggest accomplishment in archery is being Bodie Turner's Reading partner. So, you know, that's quite an accomplishment. What got him into archery was shooting with his eye. Look, I'm not joking.
Sure enough.
Yeah. Pettit's had some success in his day. He's definitely a talented shooter, but shooting with his dad got into it, and he just enjoys being with his friends in the competition of its 8th year shooting for Pettit. One thing I will note, though, about Nick Cappers, Pettit moved Cappers off his spot, moved him over to the left target, target number 1, is that Capper's added some weight to his rear stabilizer.
Yeah, I just watched him put about 4 ounces on, thereabouts. That, yeah, see how that works out, because that can change your side in a little bit, too.
I can see 1 or 2 ounces, but 4 ounces can be pretty big. Maybe Nick feels like that the bow is kind of dropping out of the bottom on him, and maybe he's trying to pop a wheelie.
I'm going to guess, I don't know. That
That's
a lot
the way
of people
my
who
simple
think
mind uses
rear
it.
stabilizer weight helps you when you're dropping out the bottom, but it doesn't.
Okay.
It just wants to move the grip away from your hand a little bit. So I don't know, maybe he thinks he's pushing the bow a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
To kind of disengage from the grip. Hard to say.
Hard to say. But I can tell you one thing. He's practiced it at home. He knows what those adding those 4 ounces are going to do.
I'm going to guess at some point this week he had them off the bow. And it, felt like, okay, these need to go back on right now.
Yep. All right, so Pettit, little right side 10.
11.
So as you see these archers coming through here in our Open Pro category at the 2025 Lancaster Archery Classic, you'll know that their outdoor disciplines tend to be a little bit different. Nick Capper's comes from the USA Archery target world, or the 50-meter world, where he's used to shooting 72 arrows in qualification and 15 arrows per elimination matches many times. So if Cappers is able to make a run up towards the top of the field, the arrow volume shouldn't bother him too much. Here's PJ.
Here before.
A long time ago, 8 years ago.
8 years ago. All right. Well, how's it feel to be back?
It's good. It's way different than 8 years ago.
Was that before we had this setup? All right. Yeah. What's the difference? Talk about, I think we were out there. Now we're in here.
Lighting's a bit different. It's really dark and really bright up here. Trying to get used to it at first, but it's a lot of fun. I like it in this area more.
All right. Tell us about your equipment. What are you shooting, Jacob?
I got gas bowstrings, shooting a PSE Super RTX. Got True Ball XL, sight and release, XL bars, specialty peep.
And your arrows?
Easton.
With the biter knock?
Biter knocks, AE veins.
All right. Congratulations to making it to the classic stage, Jacob. After our first end, it's a 1-point game, 33-32 in favor of Nick Cappers.
All right, so that one single point, we'll see how that plays out as the match rolls on. We're getting ready for our second end of 4. Pettit to lead us off. Colorado native who hasn't been here in 8 years. Boy, Steve, you're getting old. I remember when he was on the stage 8 years ago.
I don't remember that. But yeah, he was a young talent. I remember that.
11.
Yeah, I mean, Jacob's only been shooting 8 years, according to his card, so it must have been like the first year, his breakout year.
10.
Ooh, dropped that one low. Was able to catch it, though.
11.
Yeah, you're right, Steve.
He's just got that dead fish release, yeah.
Yeah.
Just gets back there and turns it over. He's shooting, it's effectively like shooting a trigger release, but ring finger trigger, you know? It's kind of what he's playing it as. Gets it on the edge and then just finishes it with the ring finger. Well, it gets it. Gets it. So Capper's 11 keeps the lead. 10 to tie.
Yeah. Is he running? Did you hear a click?
I think I heard a click. Yeah.
It's like click bang.
Yeah. Kind of. Click, bang.
This is why I love this tournament so much. The fact that Pettit drops 1 point to Cappers and then goes, okay, I'm just going to go make it up. A couple different ways to get to a 33.
I like that. That's the first thing you mentioned.
No, great guy. I mean, he deserves to be up here himself.
Nick Capper's having a chat about his coach. The shooter in the coach's box, a surprise who didn't make the top 8. It's Kyle Douglas who is in his box. The PGA's talking to him right now.
Experience up there. You've been up on this stage. You've been up on every stage.
Yeah, everybody hates this stage.
How do you get used to it? You guys are pros, so you have to work at it more than anybody. Is there any way to prepare for that?
You don't ever get used to it. You just deal with it, and you find out, you know, what happens to your body under pressure and ways you can deal with that.
All right. Well, we have here still a 1-point game. Nick Cappers is clean through 2 ends, 66-65.
It's pretty crazy to think that the talent that you have, how about just straight up Vegas winners and coaches here that didn't make this.
Right. Yeah. There's this is finals. It's different from a lot of others we've seen the last few years. These are all great archers. Do not get me wrong. They're not all the household names that you expect. If you were to put money on who's going to make it, the 2 in the coach's box you would put down as 2 who would be in the final shoot-off. But there's so much talent. Any given match, you know, 1 through 64 can win. That's the truth of it.
Yep. Especially with elimination matches.
Yes, and I've seen 64 beat 1 here, so it's a real thing.
All right, so go toe to toe in the middle. So Pettit right now, head down in the draft of Cappers. Cappers needs to.
10. There it is. Now we're even.
And Pettit's already called for the 12.
Yeah, I think he'll probably change his mind here.
Right, just because he called it, it's irrelevant. If he wants to go for the 11, he can still do it. Doesn't need to uncall the 12.
He
went for it.
For reasons unknown to me, he shot the 12.
So Cappers and his coach having a
They're
conversation.
deciding what to do.
Yeah.
Because Cappers is going to be down. That 9 is really a 10. So he's going to be at 87. A 12 would tie it.
11.
Yeah, he made the right move here, I think.
I agree with you. Let it ride, and then only use the 12 when you have to use the 12.
Yeah, at one point, if you're down 2 with 2 ends to go, you got to shoot at it. If you're down 1, you know, push it to the final end.
So upgrading that 9 asterisk to a 10 is going to make it a 1-point game. And Pettit right now is sitting on 2 10s and 2 12s. Cappers has a 110. The one he, where is his 9? Did he drop that one a little low?
Sure it is.
Cappers.
Negative.
Yeah, it's upgraded to a 10, so it's 1-point difference. So Pettit's capable of shooting 10s, but he's also settling in 11, 11, 12 for a max 34 points for Jacob Pettit.
Yeah, he's 100% on the 12 ring right now. So I don't remember who was going first. Do you recall who our lead archer was?
It was Cappers.
Okay. Yeah, so he's in a precarious situation here where.
Well, no, last end it was Pettit. Because remember, Pettit shot the 12, and then Cappers had the option to follow it up with the 11.
Okay. So does that order remain the same?
Jacob should be able to make the choice whether he shoots first or second because he's leading.
Okay.
And so he's going to go first.
Not how I would do it, but I would always want to go second. But, you know, everyone's got their different way about handling it.
Unless Pettit's plan is to hit the 12 ring no matter what on the 3rd arrow anyway.
Nah, I don't think that's it.
11.
I think it's just hit a couple 11s. Yeah.
10.
Going second, you do put a lot of pressure on yourself if you have to have that arrow in the 11 to tie or whatever. You know, now he's got, okay, Nick's got a 10, so gives him a little more breathing room.
11.
Oof. been
is
nothing.
called for the 12.
Nothing but 12s or 11s for Pettit in the last 6 arrows.
11:33.
So that guarantees a tie. If I'm not mistaken.
No, it's 3 points. 3 points.
Oh, yeah, this game's over.
Yeah, it's out of reach.
That's 12.
He gets the 12, but that's just for the crowd. It was that 10.
Yeah, I forgot he had opened up with a 10. Yeah.
So for Nick Cappers, he'll take a seat. Here's PJ.
Nick Cappers caught the 12, but that's going to leave him 1 point short. He's going to finish in 7th place, take home $1,000 from us. Let's hear it for Nick Cappers. So, Jacob Pettit earns the right to move on. He's going to take on our number 5 seed from Des Moines, Iowa, Roland Deason.
Well, if you haven't heard of Roland Deason from Iowa, let me put it to you this way. His major accomplishment in archery, he says, is today. But you better remember him. He's been around before, and that headband will show you. Oh, yeah.
He's got that Cobra Kai look going. Do you think he tied it on right before he walked out, like ceremoniously?
He's had it on all day, for all 3 days.
Just doesn't stop.
Doesn't stop, yeah. And you know what got him into archery was he saw a NASP tournament on TV. And his shop teacher was the coach. So that's how he got into shooting archery 10 years ago. Roland Deason.
Very cool.
Des Moines, Iowa. I have a feeling Des Moines a little chilly right now.
Oh, yeah, they don't have any lights. That would probably help.
Oh, they just started the clock, but the targets are in the dark right now, so.
Oh, yeah, they should probably.
False start.
Yeah. So, unfortunately, the light's on the target, so we have our crack cruiser on it. And just like that, the targets are lit again. There we go.
We are back.
Yeah.
We are back.
Good for the archers to recognize that we don't shoot in twilight. We have outdoors occasionally, but we're indoor. All right, here we go. Pettit kicks us off. 30-second shot clock. 18 meters from where Pettit's standing to the target face.
11.
A nice, long, confident, steady hold. Roland getting off it early. Roland was your 21st qualifier after the 660 round with 655. 132, 130, 131. Accumulated a total of 1 more point than Jacob Pettit. 1,048 points over the weekend before we get to this match.
11.
Good shots.
This might be one of those matches where the 12 ring starts getting called pretty early. But we'll see. It's not like last year thus far. Last year, some of those heavy hitters came out and they knew like, I'm going to hit it right now. I'm going to put the pressure on you from the jump.
Yeah.
These guys are still kind of waiting to see who makes the mistake. Right? So now Roland's probably going to do it next end.
Yeah, right.
All right,
That's
let's
my
hear it for
guess.
these guys.
I could be wrong.
Here's PJ.
Roland, how you doing today?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you?
I'm all right. Is this your first time on the finals stage?
Yes, sir, it is.
Have you been coming to the Classic a while?
This is actually only my 2nd year.
Second year. All right. How's it feel to be up there?
Pretty great. My legs shook on the first one really bad. Second one, surprisingly, a little bit less, but yeah.
By the third one, now you're ready to go, right? Just like shooting at home.
That one I missed, so I don't know about that. We'll see.
All right, Roland, take us through your equipment here. What are you shooting?
I got a Matthews Title 40 bowfinger sight, X-Focus 365 scope, or lens, shrewd scope, AAE Freak Show Rest, Halcyon Stabilizers, Short Shot Weights, Easton X27s, AAE IP Knox, stand release.
Strings, what do you shoot?
I build my own strings, actually. Archery Field and Sports, the shop I work at, Archery Field and Sports.
All right, there you go. Builds his own strings, like to hear it. All right, after our first end, we have a 1-point game. Jacob Pettit, 33-32.
And Steve, this is one of those tournaments where, you know, you have local legends that are in the regions. Right?
Yes.
They're really good shooters. Maybe they don't have the funds to travel. Maybe they have a job they enjoy and they don't have the time off. And if you can come to a tournament like this and put on a show like this is the beginning of being a household name.
Yeah.
And maybe Roland doesn't have the ambition to go shoot World Archery or, you know, but it's good to see him here in his second appearance and first time on the big stage.
I made it a number of years ago into the shoot up, and I remember one of my first matches was against Doug Williams, a guy from out here. Like you said, local legend. Everyone, you know, he was the hometown favorite. Everyone was definitely against me there, but he's a super cool guy, and he's still competing. But yeah, you're right. This is where guys can build their following and get their, you know, especially they're gonna have everyone back home cheering for them.
Oh,
Everyone's
yeah.
on board.
Oh yeah. Right now, Iowa's going. Des Moines, Iowa's going crazy. The shop where he works. You've got people right now sitting going, well, no kidding, the guy crushes it every single week at league night.
Yeah, there's going to be a whole, you know, group of people from his league or his club or whatever that are enjoying watching this.
So far, Pettit's clean, 33 for both ends. And Roland has dropped only 2 points.
Jacob Pettit, back-to-back 33s.
No, PJ having a conversation with Jacob.
Throw down some 12s. You're feeling pretty good.
Oh, it's shaky. Real shaky.
So even with the nerves, though, you're able to hit what you want to hit up there.
We try to. Sometimes it doesn't go as planned, but we try.
All right. Well, it is definitely working. We've got a 2-point match, it looks like. 66-64 in favor of Jacob Pettit. We've got 2 ends to go. Let's hear it for these guys. Best in the world.
You know, if you're Roland in that situation and Jacob had said, yeah, I'm feeling really good, I would feel not good about that. I'd be like, oh, shoot, he's feeling good. He's confident.
Right, so you're saying use your platform to get into the shooter's head.
Right, yeah.
Your yeah, I agree with you.
And your own head.
Yeah.
Lie to yourself. Even if you feel terrible, I would probably say, you know what, yeah, I'm feeling good.
I like watching Pettit's thumb. Like he literally is coming from Philadelphia, but it's really smooth to get to Manheim, and then he gets on the button.
It's an east to west, huh?
I don't know.
11.
Watch Pettit. See, he just landed in Philadelphia Airport. Here he comes. He's driving west. Boom. He just landed at Spooky Nook.
11.
And bingo. And it's the same every time. And it's, you know, something that he developed in his shot process. It probably helps him to aim and stay focused.
Right. So Roland's clicking his sight, so he's about to hit the 12 button. There it is. He called it.
Right, Jacob settles into his shot. He's aiming. He comes to the button. He gets contact, and then it's kind of like, all right, now we're ready to roll.
Yeah. So if you're rolling and Jacob had shot a 10 right there, are you still going for the 12? Or are you going? I'm going back to the 11.
I'm going back to the 11.
Yeah.
But he got the 12. Beautiful.
Keeps it a 1-point game.
But see, that's the thing. When he called the 12, right? If Jacob had shot the 10, then he just aimed.
Just go.
Well, that's the problem with moving your sight.
His sight.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough on the streets.
But my question right now is, okay, so he shot the 12 and then immediately got after adjusting his sight back. You've done it, I'm sure, before. I've done it before in field archery where you go from target to target and forget to make a sight adjustment. That would be the process of practicing at home. Like, I just shot the 12, let me get on my sight immediately and adjust right back to where my normal shot is. That would probably be the one thing I would most be concerned about adjusting a sight. you know, going from aiming in the middle to hitting the 12, I would be talking to my coach saying, you better, when I'm done shooting this,
tell me.
You better ask me again. Did you move your sight back?
The correct way.
Yeah, the correct way.
Because if it's 30 clicks and you put 30 clicks in the wrong way, you put them in the right way the first time and the wrong way the second time, now you're way off. Going, oh crap, what did I do? So here we go. Pettit leads off, so Roland has the opportunity here to shoot a 12 to tie with the final arrow if necessary.
11. 11. 10.
Okay.
This is exactly what Roland needed.
Yep, can tie it right here with an 11.
11.
Yep, there it is.
Yep, this is exactly the strategy I thought Pettit was going to use. He's on the 12, and Roland's already pressed the button as well.
Roland has moved his sight.
So he's going for the 12. He's committed to. Now there is 26 or
30 seconds.
on the shot clock. He could move it back.
That's a 12.
But now he's got no choice. This to take us into a tiebreaker, or Pettit's going to advance.
Just high.
Just high. So Roland D-Song, your 5th place seed is going to be eliminated, and Jacob Pettit, your 6th seed, will roll on to the number 4 seed, as number 8, number 7 have already been knocked out.
6th place finish for Roland Deason. He's going to take
Roland Deason. Remember that name.
Let's give it up for Roland Deason.
See if he's able to duplicate coming back his 3rd time in the 22nd annual Lancaster Archery Classic next year. But let's go to PJ.
He earns the right to move on. Next screen. To take on our number 4 seed from Slovenia, Tim Jefsnik.
Wow. So Tim coming to the stage, and he's tall. Good shooter. 3rd in Vegas before. What motivates him to stay in archery? He's been around for 10 years already. Is his wish to improve every day. And how did he start archery? He watched American Western movies. That's probably the first time I heard that.
Yeah, I have not seen a lot of Hoyt compound bows in American Western movies with 30-inch stabilizers, but he found his way there.
All right.
Yeah, Tim's good young talent. I don't remember how old he is. He can't be a whole lot older than 22 or so. Very talented archer, shot good scores. He's capable of a lot. Not as much experience as others, but has all the ability.
And he can be explosive behind the bow too. So for him, he totaled 1,050 points to get here, tied with Christopher Perkins, who's P3, but he missed his first X on his 15th arrow, where Perkins missed his first X on his 26th arrow.
11.
Good start for Tim there.
And Tim makes a slight adjustment, just a confidence click, trying to move that sight over from the left to the right.
11.
Pettit sent that just as
pipes
something
hitting the deck or something.
Something hit the floor and bounced around just as Jacob got rid of that one. So great focus.
Yeah, fortunate there.
Jevsnik using a 3-finger release, but only choosing to use 2 fingers of it.
It's actually the way I like to shoot a thumb button on the rare occasion I shoot one. It's just 2 fingers. I don't care if it's 2 or 3 finger, but yeah, not a bad plan. Some guys will shoot, a 3 finger will be angled slightly different, so they'll get the 3 and shoot it as 2. Yeah, his looks like a thumb button.
Yep.
11.
Looks like he's got one of those like triangle buttons too.
Yeah, the little 3D printed.
Yeah. Let's get to PJ.
Pretty good. All right, thanks. Appreciate it. Tim, so first time on the Classics final stage.
Yes, it feels great. Just like I watch on YouTube many times, and it feels good to be here by myself here.
All right, excellent. Can you run through your equipment for us?
So I shoot a Hoyt Preform X with XL scope and a sight, biter rest, and ramrod stabilizers and gold tip arrows.
Gold tip arrows, what strings you got there and what nocks are you shooting?
Gas bowstrings and biter nocks.
All right, perfect. Tim, thank you for coming over to the Classic, and congratulations on making the final stage. Looks like both our archers shot 33s that first end. We got a tie match.
Just a point of clarification, it's the Concept X of which he's shooting. That's the Hoyt bow. But obviously you can see that in his hands. Steve, you know, Tim's a pretty tall guy. What do you think his draw length is?
It's 32 inches. Yeah.
Okay. Isn't that the range too?
It's the top end of that bow. Yep. Same as what I'm using. He's kind of tall.
He's kind of tall.
He's kind of tall. He's like 6'5", 6'6", something like that. I think he just looked over us at me.
I think he did too.
Yeah.
Eyes on Pettit. Another 11 for him. He is just in the groove right now.
Yeah, Pettit's looking good. He's got to be feeling good.
Yeah, see that 3D printed barrel he has on there? It's like a
Just
TriStar.
left. That left side is getting people.
Yeah.
So he's moving his side. I'm telling you, everyone's coming in here and just missing on that side. My guess is it's actually the bright lights that are over our heads.
11.
I don't think so. We got one light. Something. It's the volleyball players.
Yeah, they're shaking the ground. All those big spikes.
That one's in.
So that one's in.
Yep. Left side though. He's still moving it. 10 maybe? Let's have a look. I think that's going to be a 10. It's close.
11. Pick it.
All right, couple clicks, making it work.
All right, so we have a request
Oh.
online. Folks want to know what peeps.
Oh, okay. So let's get to PJ. He's got a question online. He's answering, which is peeps.
And what do you got in it?
I think it's a 1 clarifier with a 8th, maybe 16th. That's it.
16th. All right. Tim, same question. What peep setup are you shooting there?
The previous model from Specialty Archery with a red clarifier inside.
All right. Thank you very much.
Very, very personal thing is the peep sight. A lot of it has to do, it's going to depend on how long your rail is on your scope or your sight and what size scope you shoot, how far away the string angle is from your eye. And then on top of that, how good your vision is. You know, what power lens are you going to use? So that would define the clarifier. And then when you get to like my age, Steve, you don't have a choice. One thing is going to be blurry than the other. So you have to make a choice with your clarifiers. Am I going to see the pin or the dot clear and the target fuzzy, or am I going to see the pin fuzzy and the target clear?
I kind of accept a reasonable amount of fuzz in the target as long as it remains round. I can live with that.
Yeah, that's
I
the way
need to
I
be
am
able
now.
to locate my aperture subconsciously, though.
Yeah, I agree.
My aiming aperture, whatever that is, pin, dot, whatever. So 1-point game. Team did get that one.
11.
Yeah, he got upgraded too. So Pettit now just on a run. That's 7 11s in a row. Tim, on the other hand, is sitting at the last
11.
So that's 3 11s in a row for him. Pettit just smoking him right there in the middle. Steve's going to glass that one from our position. It's called an 11, but a 10, 11 liner. Pettit's is without question.
I think Tim's is in. It's kicked down kind of in a strange manner. I think that one's in as well.
Just had a little bit of movement. Pettit's not perfect so far. 333s in a row. Are we going to see our first match cleaned by Pettit?
Tim, who's your coach in the box?
That looks into me.
His name is Josef Bosanski, pretty good archer.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, I think that one's definitely an 11. That one will be upgraded. So these two arrow calls are going to keep Tim's close to within 2 points.
Yeah, I think we should have a 1 point game, right? Or something. Am I missing something somewhere? No, 1 point. Should be at 98.
Should be. It could be. Yeah, it should be a 98.
Just like practice. Josef Bosanski, yes, he is.
And that's on so far, though.
There it
Yeah,
is.
they're both upgraded to 11s. So there's only been, out of 18 arrow shot, there's only been 110 so far, and that was Tim's first arrow of the second end.
Yeah, Tim's going to have to go for a 12 here if Jacob doesn't give him anything. And he's shooting second. That's advantageous. Both hanging that left side still. They're both in a pretty good hole already, so it's hard to. I think they're both solid 11s, but I just got on the glass and couldn't really tell. Judge is going to have to recreate that line. It's a good shot from Jacob.
Oh,
You can
12's
see a
called
good
now
one from him.
Yeah. So the 12 is called now by Tim.
He must want to shoot at this target. All right, that's game. I just, yeah, they need to save that for the last arrow and see if they, get a point back on this arrow.
That's what I was thinking, especially because Pettit had the perfect round, right? Like kind of hanging over his head.
Yeah.
But he gets it. So
there's no pressure now. It's easy.
Yeah.
So it's yeah. You gotta let them get to the very end, and I guess I don't know. It's their call. They're the one on the stage.
11.
it's a heartbreaker. That 7 is a heartbreaker for sure. But yeah, the first perfect match by Jacob Pettit coming in at 132. Now there is the possibility that you could shoot a 136. We've talked about this before. But without calling the 12s, Pettit just lines them all up. Just ones across his scorecard.
Now Pettit's got a shot at the podium here.
Sure does.
Now Tim, he'll finish in 5th place.
All right. Jacob Pettit is still alive, moving on to take on our number 3 seed from Athens, Ontario, Canada, Christopher Perkins.
All right, here comes Christopher Perkins. Don't call him Chris, hashtag. He was a bow hunter. And he really enjoys his friends and family, and he just loves the sport of archery all around. Not his only sport. He likes other competitive shooting sports.
Good to see Chris back in a final. You know, he had a couple of years that were not what he was hoping for, I think, but
Yeah.
still as talented as ever. You know, it's just different when you're turned 30.
Yeah, it's
honestly,
different.
and you know, I know he was fighting. He and I talked maybe a year or two ago, and I think he was 31 or 32 then, and he's like, "Man, my elbow hurts, and you know, stuff wears out." And so he's kind of reinvented himself a little bit.
Well, it's
Shooting a
really
little
impressive to
different
see
setup.
because since that time, the level of archery in the last couple of years has just accelerated. And it's like, who's coming with us and who's going to be left behind?
Yeah, because if you're you know, it used to be like when we were at Nîmes a few weeks ago, it used to be if you shot like a 597, you're top of the heap. And now a lot of times you shoot a score like that, you're like 6th, 7th, 8th place. So the guys who are always competitive, but, you know, shot scores that like here were 652, 653, they're getting left behind.
It's crazy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just full of talent. And you take a shooter like Chris, I think he shot 657 here. It used to be that would be tops, and he was, yeah, he shot a 657. That was 10th place.
Incredible.
Yeah, it's just not the same game. So he's back, he's competitive. Hopefully he's feeling good about things. I do not see Pettit's arrow being a 10. I think that's an 11. But
Yeah, especially
over here.
the second one, it's close.
10.
Pretty solid to me.
Ah, Perkins definitely with a 10 left.
Yep.
All right, looks like we got one close arrow for Jacob. See what our judges say. Christopher Perkins.
Here's PJ.
Back to the classic final stage.
Thank you very much, PJ.
How's it feel to be back up here?
Feels pretty good. It's been a minute. I'll put it that way.
2015 champ, but were you here in between then?
Oh yeah. 2012 was the first year I think I started shooting it, and I don't think I've missed one since.
All right, we appreciate you coming out. Chris, run through your equipment for us.
Yeah, I'm running a Title 40, Easton 2712s, QAD Tri-Arrest, Excel XP sight, AVX 31 scope, specialty peep, executive true ball release, flex fletch vanes, biter knocks.
Do you know the guy who came up with that executive release?
Yep, I know him quite well, yeah.
You got your own signature on it. All right, Christopher, we have so Jacob Pettit's, we're both upgraded to 11s, so we have a 1-point lead. Jacob Pettit, 33-32.
Yeah, so with Pettit's upgrade, that's going to leave 1 point. And so far, man, Pettit's been on an absolute tear.
Yep.
Hasn't missed an 11 in, well, at least 5 ends. I think it's over. I think
been a
it's
while,
6. Yeah, 6 ends.
He's into his first match or whatever it was, but shooting it really well. He's comfortable. That's a dangerous guy when they've been up there a while. You know, he's got a little bit more to go through to get to the top, and they're all really, really good, but I like the position I'm in if I'm Jacob Pettit.
And the process just looks identical.
Yeah, his timing is ideal. You know, when you're in rhythm, you don't always have to be aiming as good as people think these guys do.
11, pinwheel.
The shot will break. As I've said, you know, a few times on this broadcast, you get a lot of the subconscious actually firing the shot. So you don't have to aim great. What you want is aim slow. You don't want unexpected movements, and you want that movement to be in a pattern that's kind of repeatable. So, you know, if you need to fight the bow one way and one way only, then it's a lot easier than a bow that is wanting to move around on you like a snake in your hand.
10.
There's the first 10 for Pettit. So we are even. Steven, kind of.
Even Stevie.
If.
Shout out to your daughter home watching.
Yeah. Chris didn't capitalize, so still a 1-point game. Matching 10s.
And Christopher Perkins has called for the 12.
Yeah, he's not going to wait around.
All right, so Perkins confident in his practicing at home with the 12. If he gets this, we go all tied.
I'm not sure I would do this yet, but yeah, so that kind of ends the match effectively. You know, we've got 6 arrows to go, and now it's a sizable difference.
Here's PJ talking to Perkins.
If anybody shoots true ball Excel stuff, you should have a good idea who Brandon Reyes is. So,
Absolutely, Brandon Reyes. Hey, True Ball and Excel, the sponsor of our hall here, you know, big sponsor of the LAS Classic. Actually, I think you guys are sponsoring the live feed this year is what you're sponsoring. This is the Black Eagle Conquest Competition Hall. But Brandon, we appreciate all your support of what we do here at the Classic. How come you guys keep coming back?
Well, anybody who knows us knows we started in Target, so that's where our heart is, so we continue to support it all over the world. And Bins, this is real close to home, and Lancaster Archery is one of our, if not our best customer ever, then we make a point to be here, so here we are.
Absolutely, Brandon. We appreciate everything you do for us and for Target Archery, as he mentioned, all over the world.
Heading off to end number 3 as we're at the halfway point, and it is now a 4-point difference. So now the question becomes for Pettit, just keeping focus. But Christopher Perkins took that gamble. It didn't pay off for him, but really just an extremely versatile archer over his career. He's a 2011 world champion. He, was recognized really as a junior archer for the Target Archery and has made a fundamental transition into 3D archery.
He's doing the right thing here. He's going to go for a 12 on this first arrow. If you're going to get back, so Jacob gives the point back, right? We have a 4-point game right now. Chris can turn it into a 2-point game. With this, he can swing it. So this is where you want to do it. First arrow, try to get Jacob thinking about it.
12,
got it. Yep.
We're not done yet.
No, we're not. So now 2 points away from tying this up for Perkins.
I mean, this.
Although Pettit does have a 12, and Perkins doesn't.
Think how quick this can change. You know, Pettit could shoot a 10. Perkins shoots an 11. It's a 1-point game. We got an end to play. It's probably not a bad move by Perkins to go after that 12 last end.
Yeah, he's pretty wicked smart.
Pretty smart cat.
Pretty wicked smart, yeah.
Doing what he needs to keep his advantage. Perkins needs to match to have a chance at it.
11.
Let's hear for these archers. They're doing everything they
Here's a
can out
replay
there.
of the 12 that Christopher Perkins was able to crush. It was a bit of a long hold. He was able to get it off and get the thing in the 12 ring. And you can see it's quarter shafter.
So whoever loses this match is still going to walk out here with $2,500.
That's fourth place, 2,500.
Fourth place, 2,500. Third place, 5,000. Second place, 7,500. First place, 20 G's.
That'll buy you some cheesesteaks.
Yeah, on the trip back. Yeah, this is one of the higher paying events in archery. It's got to be right behind Vegas, actually.
Well, I'm not sure if you've heard me say this or not, but this is the largest indoor archery tournament on the East Coast.
There you go. And I think it's the second largest archery tournament overall now.
At 2,100 shooters? 20.
I think 2,700 this year.
Oh, 2,700.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even at 2,100, it's still, I think, the second largest.
Well, if you add what's going on right now with the collegiate stuff too, it's an even bigger number than that. So, yeah, I'm trying to think of like what Kings of Archery. Kings of Archery is a great tournament,
but it's 1,100 or something.
Oh, yeah, it's limited by the space.
Correct. Neem is around the same, 1,000 or so. Reading has been up around 1,800. And NFAA indoor has been in the neighborhood of 2,100 or 2,200, but has not been that recently. So this is the second largest tournament in archery by the numbers of participants and by payout. Okay, here we go for Chris. Needs his 12 to stay alive.
12.
It looks about inside out.
Keep in mind, Pettit still has a 12 at his disposal if he was going to drop a point here.
Yeah, I think if he drops a point, he just plays for the tie.
11.
Okay, so we're in a situation where no matter what Chris does, an 11 wins this for Pettit. And Chris has to have 2 of them.
11. Penguin.
This is for the win.
11.
Did it.
Put it out of reach.
Got it, yeah. Good shooting by Jacob Pettit. Way to go, man.
Only 11 points left for Perkins on the board, but a 12-point lead.
11.
A good shot to finish, but boy, just one of those 10s. By the way, that arrow that we thought was a 7 when he went for that 12 was upgraded to an 8.
Oh, that kept things in play.
Yeah, but here's PJ.
Let's hear Christopher Perkins. Jacob Pettit continues to move on. He has earned the right to take on our number 2 seed from Yankton, South Dakota, James Lutz.
From Yankton.
That caught me off guard, yeah.
It's where he lives.
It's where he lives
It's
now.
where he lives, originally from Wisconsin.
This is where he's from, that's his call.
Yeah. Oh, these. All right, so there's just like 3 people rolling out, but we'll talk about his coach in a second. The coach is shaking hands. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable how we have some of the biggest names in the world in men's compound archery are in the coach's box.
You got to give him something to do, you know?
Yeah, you
especially that Stefano Hansen.
Stefan. Another.
He likes to be called Stefano because he's got Italian family too.
Well, I mean, that's what he told me to call him. Stefan
Stefano.
Hansen. It's another guy who's going to be on his way to Yankton.
Yeah.
All right, so let's see. One thing to look at as Pettit lines up to shoot is watch the release in Jimmy Lutz's hand.
Good one for Pettit to start. It's close, but it's there. Jimmy with the wrist strap. Whoop.
11.
He kind of pump faked that one a little bit. A lot of times with these guys, when they pump fake it, it actually is like it's going in at that point.
Yeah, so Jimmy's on a wrist strap now.
11.
He's been really working on things. Been trying a bunch of different releases, and he's finding that for him right now,
11.
it's the best solution.
Jimmy's a really, really good shooter who he'll wear the middle out more than anybody. The outdoor games kind of favor him. The games like Vegas, where Vegas is like outdoor archery is kind of go as fast as you can, and Vegas is like color between the lines, and it's not always been his strong suit.
Let's hear from PJ.
Welcome to the Classic Final stage.
Thank you. Thank you.
How's it feel to be up there?
It feels great. It's been a long time coming.
Been a couple years since you've been up here, but you've been up in this setting before. Nerves? Do you ever feel nerves? Let's be honest here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're here. They're alive and well.
All right, run through your gear for us, and I especially want to talk about that thing right there. But we'll start with your bow.
Matthews Title 40, match strings, Excel sight and scopes, Excel bars, Easton arrows, 2712s, Biter Knox, and the True Ball Execute.
True Ball Execute. So you've gone to an index finger. When did that happen? Where was I?
You're in here. A couple weeks ago, I just want to be like Tim, really. Like, he makes it look fun.
Gotcha. All right. James Lutz. So we got a tie match here. Oh, one of Jacob's was bumped down to a 32. So Jimmy Lutz has a 1-point lead, 33-32.
And the Tim he's referring to is Tim Killingham, of course.
So noteworthy there, Jacob's, I believe, is his first arrow. He's actually moved to a 10, so that's why we're looking at 32-33. Jimmy with the lead. Kind of back to what we were talking about before. As you said, the tournaments that are kind of more sudden death, like the Vegas, where if you miss, you're out, basically. Those haven't been Jimmy's strong points, so I think he's sought a solution to that. Maybe this wrist rocket release is the way to go for him.
11.
Looking good right now. Like this is the Jimmy I know. Like he will pound the center over and over. World Cup final this year, outdoors, 50 meters. He didn't leave the 10 ring for 3 matches. It was just a display.
Unreal.
It was a display.
100%. It was a clinic.
It's clinical.
And for me,
11. Pinwheel.
I don't think he liked just the sight picture when he released it. But if you look at the contrast and styles,
Jacob is called 12.
Yeah, Jacob is called 12. Jacob likes to get back to draw, settle into a shot.
Yeah, very different in the style. Jacob much more methodical. Jimmy much more foot on the gas.
12.
Got
it. All right, so Jimmy just
needs 11 to tie now? No, 11. Yeah, 11 to tie.
Yeah, Jimmy just gets right back to
11.
the draw stops and then sends it. As soon as it is where it is.
33 unofficially.
Yeah, so for Pettit, that 12 is having that in his back pocket was big after dropping the very first point of the match. So now we're all tied up, and this is kind of that strategy that you feel. Yeah. So this is what you're talking about, Steve. It's like, what do you do if we go 33 apiece for the next end, and we get to the last end again, and we're still tied as there's 2 ends left? The game, like, what do you do? Do you want to be the last person to shoot so you have that 12 at your disposal or not?
Yeah, you want to be last.
Yeah.
The hard part there is, here's why I want to be last. Their likelihood of opening the door for you or taking the pressure away from you, I think, is better than knowing you have to hit it. If you're first, you assume you have to hit it. If you're second, you either know for sure or you know that the door is open. There's, a little bit of room to breathe. So there's people who will feel that differently, but it's kind of how I am. If I'm going first and I know it's like a 1 arrow, essentially, I assume I absolutely have to pipe this. And
the only difference would be if I was shooting lights out and I knew it and I was first, I'd be like, I'm going for the 12 just to put the pressure on the person behind me, which we saw earlier in the open category.
Yeah, you could do that, and then you know that you can't get beat. If you hit it, you can't get beat. If you shoot the 11, they can still beat you. So, yeah, it's going to be tougher. It's a tough choice for whoever goes first if we get to that stage. I think this is the level of shooting we anticipate. Like, we expect to see 132 or better winning these matches. Jacob opens the door. He's now called 12 for his next arrow.
He goes, okay. I gave him 1. I get it back. Jimmy looks good.
Yep, he does. Jimmy is good.
He is good. And Jimmy works hard at it. Make no mistake. And Jimmy's now living in a place where you have all the archery you want in the world. Right? Nice shot by Pettit. Yep. Jimmy's just going to try to drain the 11 here again and keep it all tied up.
11.
Yeah. Statistically, though, all I'm saying is Pettit's wearing out his 12s right now.
Yeah, they are. Jimmy's got it.
But what I was saying was where Jimmy's living now is if you love archery, it is the best place to be in the world, right? You can shoot 100 yards indoor, and believe me, you're shooting indoor in Yankton, South Dakota right now.
Yeah, it's too darn cold. So.
You have 3 field courses on site. You have a field course that's public field course, like close to downtown. You can shoot pretty much 200 yards outdoor all you want.
Yeah.
It's a great place if you are going to be a full-time archer, and Jimmy's in the spot. So I know he's doing a lot of work, looking for a lot of solutions. I know that he was a little bit on the struggle bus when I saw him at GT Open in Luxembourg towards the end of November, World Archery Indoor #2. And so it's nice to see him working hard over the holiday season and pick up this wrist strap just a few weeks ago, and it seems to be really helping him quite a bit.
When we were talking, when we were saying Jimmy this, Jimmy that, it reminded me of the Seinfeld episode. Jimmy, the guy who
what
was
that
going
one?
to sell the strength shoes.
That's right.
Jimmy's sweet on the lane. And she thinks he's talking about somebody else. Yeah.
Seinfeld's a TV show, young people. Look it up.
One of the best ever.
One of the best ever. It's a show about nothing.
11. Infield.
Man, oh man.
Now, the one thing I could say is that either one of these archers is guaranteed a podium spot, but the goal is not that. The goal is to go get after Jacob Sluzar, your #1 qualifier, who's coming up next. This is the final end of the Open Pro category.
And the way these guys are shooting, Jacob's going to have his work cut out for him. I hope he's ready to roll. Hope he gets on the stage and feels good and gives us a good match.
Pettit's called for a 12.
11.
So this is it. He doesn't want Jimmy to be able to beat him. Jimmy's calling for it as well if he needs it.
You can hear a pin drop in here. Missed it.
So now Jimmy just needs yellow to win. Man, that's why you go second, folks.
Boom, gone.
11.
11.
Smoked them all.
Our second perfect round of the match. 30-30s across the board for a 132 for James Lutz from South Dakota to move on. Here's PJ.
He's going to finish in 3rd place, take home $5,000 from us, $1,000 from PSE, $200 from Gas, and $200 from Easton. That was a heck of a show. Let's give it up for Jacob Pettit. Oh, all right. All right, so we are going to, Jimmy Lutz has earned the right to go out against our #1 seed, one of our 660 shooters this weekend from Voorheesville, New York, Jacob Sluzar.
Well, Steve Anderson, here comes Jacob Sluzar, the only one of our 660-point qualification competitors to make this shoot up in the Open Pro category. He's an ASA Classic champ, IBO World Champion. But if your money was on Jacob Sluzar to be in the #1 position when this weekend started, you are a pretty rich person right now.
Yeah, it'd be a heck of a pick. He's as talented as anybody, obviously. Shoots it well, shoots every discipline well. I think he just is a grinder. I think he just loves archery. You know?
Let's talk about some of the shooters that didn't make it in here. Bodie Turner, Kyle Douglas, Stephen Hansen, Marco Bruno, Householder, Fullerton, Schlusser, Curtis Broadnax, who's on the national team. I mean, there's so many other really talented people that didn't make this shoot up that I didn't mention, of 3D fame, of outdoor fame. It's been an incredible pool of talent that we've seen shooting here, and one of the things you're going to notice about Schluzar's is that his shot is explosive when it goes off.
He was on the left side of that 11 ring, did not move his sight. So like everybody else who's come out, that left side has been kind of the point of impact before they get their sight re-zeroed for this final stage.
And this could be a match
11.
that is just decided by 12s. Okay, so Lutz choosing to go down the middle. Schluzar's as well. He's not calling a 12, so we haven't seen the crazy 12 strategy that we saw last year.
Yeah, no one's preemptive 12ing.
Yep.
If that's a term.
It is now.
11, 33.
Dead heat.
Let's go to PJ.
Jacob, welcome to the big stage.
What's up, man?
Have you been up here on this stage before at the Classic?
Once before, a couple years ago.
Gotcha. All right, how's it feel?
I felt better, but I'm okay.
660 this weekend. You're one of 3 to do that. My favorite story about was that after your first 5 targets, you were clean, but you just threw it away because you thought, I'm not going to shoot a 660.
It wasn't even a thought. I mean, what am I going to do with it?
Well, great, Jacob, but you did shoot that 660, and you're here as our #1 seed. Run through your equipment for us.
All right, got the Dart and Sequel 35, gas bowstrings, B3 sight and scope, and hook mini thumb button, AAE Pro Blade, Conquest stabilizers, specialty PEEP, and Black Eagle PS27s.
What nocks you got on there?
Biter Hunters.
Biter Hunters, all right. Well, Jacob, it is certainly working for you this weekend. We have a tie match, 33-33.
Perhaps the shortest axle-to-axle bow that we've seen in these shoot-ups for the Open Pro category at a 35-inch axle-to-axle. Trying to think back to some of the competitors, you know, 40-inch to 38-inch.
That's kind of in the primary range there. It's a big 35-inch.
It is a big 35-inch. Definitely kind of one of those crossovers too, right? Like target, maybe hunting, 3D type of bow.
That one might be a little tall right there.
11,
I think it's going to be a 10.
Yeah, Jimmy is shooting the same hole.
Yeah, he's wearing it out. Four-finger release.
Yeah, and one thing I noticed there is he gets a little rotation in his hand throughout the shot. I think he kind of rotates toward the floor. At least on that one, I saw a little bit of a move, I believe.
11, same hole.
Yeah, Jimmy's bow arm is so strong. It's like he does one of the best jobs of disconnecting his bow arm from what his release hand does.
Yeah, I heard Jimmy bench presses 350 pounds. So
I've heard 355.
Yeah, I'm not surprised his bow arm is
You
strong.
guys are making it look easy.
So are we going to see that 10 upgraded or no?
That's really the big question, because this thing could be decided by that single point, or Jacob Schluzar's is going to have to take a risk and go for that 12 ring.
That is a 10.
Yeah, it's breaking the outside line. That's definitely a 10.
Okay, so Schluzar is probably going to go for it this end.
All right, let's set the stage for the tension here. There's 2 ends to go for Schluzar's. He's now 1 point behind Jimmy Lutz. This is the final for the 2025 Lancaster Archery Classic here at the Spooky Nook Sports Complex. 6 arrows, in regulation play to decide who's going to be the champion. This could be the last 12-arrow shot for this tournament.
You really did set the tension. You tested the tensile strength of the chord.
I did. And what's on the line, Steve Anderson? Is it $20,000?
$20,000.
$20,000.
11.
There's an 11.
I think if you're Jacob, then you can keep it within this 1 point. You don't need to try the 12 till the last arrow.
Yeah, I think you want to stay within 1. But I don't know, man. Jimmy's rolling. I would think I would assume that I'm going to need to get one and one more.
11.
Don't forget, Jimmy Lutz, there's diaper money on the line.
Yeah,
You know,
I know how
that's,
that is.
That's a big
Yeah.
motivator.
Shout out to Danelle back home, holding it down in Yankee.
Absolutely. Tip of the cap to Danelle.
And of course, little Talia, who's destroying your diapers.
11.
Really good in for Slusar's there. Jimmy to match.
11.
God, man, Jimmy, look at that. Look at that.
It's
You
unreal.
look at it.
Yeah, I am looking at it, Steve. I'm looking right at it. I'm watching TV like the rest of us. So there's only one end to go, and it looks like 1 point. This is what Jimmy did, right? Just kept working the middle out.
Just getting it. This is a format that favors him. Right? There's no worry of the finality of a miss in Vegas. Like in Vegas,
That's true.
you miss on the first day, you got 3 days of just being there for no reason.
Yeah.
Here, it's not about the death of a miss. It's about I'm going to wear out this middle, and that's what he does.
It's true. And I think that's also the strength of the outdoor game you were talking about in target. So far, the world record in target is 72 arrows, is 718.
Yeah.
So you can still miss an arrow or two
Yeah.
and still be on top of the pile.
Right.
But then again, in that format too, it's qualification. It's not the final. And this is where Jimmy Lutz really accelerates, I think, is in these head-to-head match play.
Yeah, he'll give you all you want, and then if you can match him, he's not going to back down from that.
Oh. So your number one qualifier, the only archer in the top 8 to shoot a perfect 660.
Whoa!
He did it.
Hits the 12, yep, right out of the gate.
11.
I think Jimmy will shoot the 12 to finish. I think he'll do it.
I think that Jimmy is going to settle with a tie, and I think he's going to shoot the top target first.
11.
You might be right. If it was one arrow closest to the center to decide, I think he wouldn't.
11.
He hit the button. Steve was right. He hit the button. Steve's always right.
The man's a gambler. He's not a total degenerate, but
He's got diaper money in the bag. It's
yeah,
just more
there's
diaper
7,500 per second, so ain't a thing.
Here he goes. Whoa.
That flips it. That's a 1 point win for Jacob.
What?
He called the 12, he shot at the 11, he hit a 10.
We are sitting here with the crowd completely and utterly stunned.
Yeah, that ended in a way we did not expect. Jacob's your Lancaster Archery champion.
Wow, that is amazing. And as the stun wears off and we wait for those scores, it's going to be Jacob Sluzar's. And Sluzar's got that 12 confirmed. So it's going to be a 132 to 131 victory for Jacob Sluzar's, and he will be your 2025 Lancaster Archery Classic champion in the Open Pro Division. Jimmy Lutz put on a heck of a show, and I don't know if it was a decision that couldn't be made. Maybe he was going for the 12 or 11. Either way, he shoots his first 10 in 24 arrows. And Jimmy Lutz, on that 1 point, finishes second place. Here's Jacob.
It's pretty good.
That's awesome. So, you know, last year you really hit your stride in ASA. Here you come winning the Lancaster Archery Classic. You're just firing on all cylinders.
It's just working out. I'm shooting good. That was as good as it gets right there in the finals. I really thought I just waited too long to make the move. Shaking a little too much to get too crazy there. No.
Got the 12 when you needed it.
Yeah, it all worked out great. I couldn't be any happier.
All right, Jacob, congratulations. One more time, let's hear it for our 2025 Open Pro champ, Jacob Sluzar's.
Wow, what an incredible tournament. Steve Anderson, your final thoughts.
It was a lot different from last year, right? We saw a much different approach by the pros. Still exciting in its own way, kind of a stunning finish, but you know, that's archery.
That is, and that'll do it for the 21st Annual Lancaster Archery Classic from the Spooky Nook Sports Complex here in Manheim, Pennsylvania. What an incredible 4 days we have had here in 2025. We can't wait till we see you at this tournament in 2026. Until then, have a great one.
What does it mean to be unrivaled? To be unrivaled isn't about winning a trophy. It's about putting in the hours that nobody else sees. To be unrivaled isn't just a choice, it's a lifestyle. It's to push yourself to be your best day in and day out. Gas Bowstrings. Be unrivaled.
The X10 is the most successful arrow in competitive archery history, accounting for far more medals than any other individual piece of sporting equipment in Olympic history. Easton introduces the latest innovation of the X10 lineup, the 4mm Parallel Pro. Parallel Pro offers legendary X10 precision for all forms of archery. Elevate your precision. Your journey to the podium begins with Easton X10.
And our champion, Tanya Galantine.
And it's going to be Bodie Turner, your 2024 Open Pro champion.
Our champion, Duna Lim. 2024 Olympic recurve champ, Brady Ellison.
As the most trusted name in releases, Scott Archery has been proudly made in America for over 40 years. High-quality materials, target-inspired design, and tight tolerances allows you to release with confidence with Scott Archery.
I have to shoot the best or there's just no point in doing it. I'm blown away at just how easy each arrow tunes right out of the box. Ultra Arrows, the pinnacle of precision and performance.